Yeah, it's getting dark out there. It feels like rain could be coming.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I was like, it's getting darker. You know it is in the offing. So we're tracking it all for you, though, and we'll see you in a second.
Yeah, I'm sure Caitlin will have some good updates for us. All right, Marina.
See you soon.
News at 4 starts right now. Right now at 4, officials present new findings into what caused Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge to collapse, plus new details on the increased cost to rebuild it.
A local top private school settles with the family of 2 Jewish students after alleged anti-Semitic bullying. And
an escaped prisoner all caught on camera hiding in a pond. It's video you don't want to miss.
I know. Wait till you see what he said to the officers after they caught him. That in just a moment. But first, we do have breaking developments from Capitol Hill for you. The House just voting nearly unanimously to order the Justice Department to release all unclassified files on Jeffrey Epstein.
Sharon Rajay is joining us live in the studio with the latest on this vote. Sharon?
That's right, guys. The vote was 427 to 1. The only no vote was from Republican Clay Higgins of Louisiana. But just a stunning turn of events, given that Republicans had worked for months to avoid this vote. Here's the Speaker, Mike Johnson, and Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin just moments before this vote took place.
In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work.
Every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm.
The bipartisan bill sponsored by Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna passed with overwhelming support. The move comes, though, after President Trump dropped his opposition on Sunday and said that he would sign the bill. The bill requires the Justice Department to release all unclassified documents related to Epstein, including communications and investigative materials, and the vote capping a morning of emotional testimony from Epstein survivors who stood together at a press conference and urged lawmakers to act.
This is not an issue of a few corrupt Democrats or a few corrupt Republicans. This is a case of institutional betrayal. Because these crimes were not properly investigated, so many more girls and women were harmed. My sister, because of her bravery, was repeatedly threatened and lived in fear with dire consequences for her health and her career.
And with the House now approving the measure, all eyes turn to the Senate, where its future remains uncertain. But again, President Trump says if it makes it to his desk, he'll sign it. Guys.
Thank you, Sharon, for the update. More to follow. Stay with Fox 5 on that. Meanwhile, let's talk about your weather right now, because as you heard us talking with Marina about, we're all noticing a difference outside. If you have a chance to look outside your window, this is what we're seeing from our Fox 5 sky cam there at the wharf. Cloudy now, those raindrops in just a matter of hours, I think.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Do people need to get their umbrellas out this evening? People want to go out, or their rain jackets? What can they expect?
Much needed rain, right, if we get it? Yeah.
We were talking about fire danger yesterday.
Correct.
So this is much needed, and the drought continues. So any rainfall we get is certainly beneficial. Live look outside. It's very gray. It looks like we've got some wet roads in Fredericksburg. That rain moving up from the south, and overcast skies there at downtown National Harbor. So going forward, we are expecting rain to fill in through the evening hours. 48 degrees in D.C. Light winds out of the south. It is very chilly, and it looks and feels like rain is coming on in. There's a look at your other temperatures. Everyone is mostly sub 50 degrees, so a cool feel out there for sure. And radar shows the rain that's filling in across our southwestern suburbs. So as we zoom in on Storm Tracker radar, it's mostly light stuff, but Fredericksburg for sure is getting some of that rain. It's moving up 95 and east on 66. Heavier pocket of showers west of 81 along the mountains, and some embedded downpours closer to the Richmond area. So looking ahead, expect that rain to be in the metro within the next couple hours. It'll continue through tonight off and on until we quickly clear tomorrow. So aside from a very early morning shower, we will dry out but remain cloudy and cool the rest of the day and into the week. I'll have more on that coming up. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Caitlin. The collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge was entirely preventable. That's according to newly released findings from the National Transportation Safety Board. The NTSB's investigation found failures both on the container ship Dolly and a lack of warning system for the 6 workers on the bridge who were killed. The actual cause of the power outage on the Dolly was traced back to an electrical terminal block that was not properly connected.
They had a wire labeling band. That's this white band. There's a number on it, and it was to fit right in here to ensure you had connection for the system, and it just didn't fit. So it became disconnected.
The NTSB issued more than 24 recommendations. In all, officials also said they wanted to see the new replacement Key Bridge have much larger safety barriers to protect from vessel strikes.
The husband of missing D.C. realtor Anna Walsh pleads guilty to disposing of her body, but will continue fighting a murder charge. Brian Walsh pleading guilty to misleading police and improper conveyance of a human body. Walsh is still set to go on trial for Anna's murder. Her body was never found, but investigators found evidence with her blood and DNA on it that they say Brian Walsh threw away.
3 people taken to the hospital today after a car crashes into a Prince George's County restaurant. It happened today at the Hip Hop Chicken and Fish restaurant on Annapolis Road in Hyattsville. We're told 1 person was seriously hurt but will survive. 2 others are being evaluated. No word if the driver was hurt or what caused the crash.
A teenager arrested and charged for a shooting during Howard University's homecoming weekend. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro saying that 17-year-old Kevon Dudley is now facing 20 counts. According to an arrest warrant, a group of 9 males confronted a smaller group last month, and that is when they say Dudley allegedly opened fire, hitting 5 people, including a 13-year-old and a Morgan State student who is now paralyzed. Dudley is expected back in court next month.
A scare at a Prince George's County high school this morning. Flowers High went on lockdown for about an hour after a gun was found on campus. No one was hurt. Police took 1 student into custody, and officers say there is no threat to students or the community. A top private school in Virginia is settling a lawsuit now with the family of 2 Jewish students, and it comes months after they were expelled following alleged anti-Semitic bullying. Fox 5's chief legal correspondent Katie Barlow has been covering this story from the very beginning and has new details tonight. Katie?
Brian Vasquez and Ashok Roy filed a complaint with Virginia's Attorney General after all 3 of their children were expelled from the Naismith School here in Herndon, Virginia. You can actually see the child pickup line happening behind me. Now, they were shocked to get this expulsion letter just days after they met with school head Ken Naismith, begging them to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter they said was getting bullied for being Jewish. Now, today they announced a legal settlement that will include a statement of regret from Ken Naismith, the school leader himself.
The kids have had a really, really rough time following the expulsion. I think traumatized is a fair word for what they were going through. They're now at new schools, and it's taken a while, but they're rebounding well. They're performing well again, and they're starting to make new friends.
The parents say students pointed to their daughter saying Jews were, quote, baby killers and that they deserve to die because of what happened in Gaza. When the family complained, Naismith reportedly said that their daughter needed to toughen up. Now, as part of the settlement, the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington will train faculty and staff to better identify anti-Semitic behavior.
I believe it's teachers and students, and because the settlement focuses on, in part, on Holocaust education, because at the time that this incident occurred, we were in discussions with Naismith to bring a Holocaust survivor or descendant of a survivor to speak to the students, and Mr. Naismith canceled that.
The Naismith School will reimburse the family for costs related to the expulsion, amounting to approximately $100,000. The school will also develop and adopt a non-discrimination policy. There will also be a working committee of at least 3 people who will evaluate claims of discrimination, so it will no longer be up to Ken Naismith alone. And both parties have agreed to tap Crystal Tyler, an acclaimed education and employment lawyer, to serve as an independent monitor, ensuring compliance with the terms of the deal. And we reached out to the Naismith School and to Ken Naismith, as we did back in July when we first started covering this story, for comment today, and have not heard back.
All right, thank you, Katie. A Cloudflare outage today knocked thousands of sites and services offline, from ChatGPT and X to New Jersey Transit. The issue is now resolved, but the company says it's still monitoring for more errors. Now, Shopify, Dropbox, Coinbase, and Moody's were also hit, with some users unable to access basic functions. This follows a string of recent tech outages after Microsoft and Amazon reported similar disruptions in the past 2 months.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
President Donald Trump dismissing criticism of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today over the brutal 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. And it comes after Trump welcomed the Crown Prince to the Oval Office for a meeting and a black tie dinner, despite U.S. intelligence concluding that he orchestrated that murder.
All right, now to some top caught on camera moments. We're going to catch up with Marina and Caitlin on this pretty cloudy Tuesday. But hey, it's a Florida inmate. Take a look at this, everybody. Found hiding by deputies in a pond. Now, this all started when he broke out of jail. Officials say he stole an e-bike from someone's house, which was caught on a doorbell camera. This helped police figure out exactly where he was when they closed in on him. He ended up running into a pond to try and hide. Well, deputies got him out, and even though they say he apologized, he was arrested, and he's back in jail.
Oh, at least you know, manners matter
Yes,
unless
they do.
you break out of jail.
Right.
So there we go. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how you're going to get away in a pond.
Good luck.
It's just like,
hold your breath, baby.
Yeah. Right.
And you have to be careful going in ponds, and especially at nighttime in Florida, right, Marina? I mean, think about it. You could have gators in there easily.
Yeah. He's like, a gator's better than the cops.
Right.
A little swampy. Yeah. Okay, well, speaking of being in water, Mimo, the bottlenose dolphin, he is back in a Venice canal where he is delighting locals and tourists, you'll see, with his acrobatic aquatic flips. Animal experts and various agencies have really tried to nudge Mimo away from the busy and shallow waters of St. Mark's Basin and back to the open water this weekend. But guess what? Mimo came back. The dolphin reportedly has wounds that indicate he has been hit and hurt by a boat propeller. Mimo was first spotted in the Venetian Lagoon back in July. You know, there's Finding Nemo, and now I feel like we need a sequel called Keeping Nemo.
Yeah.
Right?
He
Find
definitely
a way to
should
coexist.
not be in the lagoon. And the fact that he's got propeller wounds, there's so many power boats that come in from the airport in all that area. Wow. Okay, get him out.
I know.
Escort him out. Figure out a way. All right, guys. Still to come in trending. Labubus could soon be heading to the silver screen. What we're learning about a possible movie for the very popular toy.
And later, a new way to pay on the Metro bus. The new payment methods that's launching today.
After a chaotic few weeks following the government shutdown, a new update for those who receive SNAP benefits. Why recipients will have to take an extra step, though, to get their benefits back.
How many chances she done gave you?
Okay, it is Tuesday, and we are talking. We are talking, people.
All right, move over 6-7. There's another term that defines 2025 and what it's all about, according to the Cambridge Dictionary. Parasocial, the word of the year. It's defined as the one-sided bond people feel with someone they don't actually know, like a celebrity or an influencer or even an AI chatbot. Fun fact, the term actually dates back to 1956. Other contenders this year included slop and memify.
Memify, all right.
But I don't feel like I've heard parasocial a lot.
Slop, you're a
I've
slop.
not heard parasocial a lot, but I guess it, I mean, I understand what it says, but it's not a word that we've used. I haven't heard memify.
I haven't either.
And what is slop in reference to?
Like, this is trash, this is slop.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I thought that's
that
what
word.
pigsy, right?
Yeah.
What pigsy, they like a little slop.
Or you could just be sloppy, which none of us are. We're
Well, that's where it
top
comes
of our
from.
game.
Well, you know, people like it when you're a little messy. I don't think people want perfection.
Well, I don't think people want sloppy
little
people
slop in my
either.
We
everyday.
sound like the word of the year. It's,
I know.
You know, at this point, it's just,
Yeah.
no one has said parasocial.
Well, the year's not over
Which
either.
it actually makes sense as a term. Like,
Right.
you know, you're relating to what you see online, on air, whatever, or celebrities. But interesting, like that term dates back to the 1950s.
I know,
and it
that
must
is
have
interesting.
been like relating to TV stars or something, you know, movie stars, something like that. I don't know.
Advent of television.
Or
in
you
the
could live
50s.
vicariously through someone. I mean, it's parasocial.
Yeah, or it
All
could
right.
just be, right, it could just be someone you, I don't know.
That's slop. We need to
All right,
memify this
I'm not
situation.
parasocial to Labubu's because I want nothing to do with them. But Labubu's and the movie form could be in the works. Sony Pictures reportedly picking up the screen rights of the Chinese doll brand. Still in the early stages. No word on if the movie would be live action or animated. The plush toy is originally created by a Hong Kong illustrator back in 2015, 10 years ago. Labubu's taken off in popularity just this year after the retailer Pop Mart took over making and selling them. So these guys have been around for quite some time. I hope they're not live animated or whatever they call it, live action, because that's going to be some scary stuff.
You know what they would look like?
What?
They would look like, you know, where the wild things are?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I always thought it kind of mimicked, you know, even a gremlin almost. But I think a cartoon would be cute.
Yeah.
And I think that that could be well done, and I think that that would probably sell. Like, kids would love that.
I think.
And,
Do you think Labubu's are still going to be a thing next year?
you know,
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, I think the whole like surprise mystery box thing has never gone away. I mean, my oldest, she's like 15. She's been doing surprise eggs and that type of thing since she was little. I think it'll just evolve into the next thing that, like right now, my daughter's into opening. They're soft like that. They're called Haku Pikus or whatever, and they
that's the
smell.
next thing, okay.
So these actually, it's like the new scratch and
Haku-Pikus.
sniff smellers.
Yo, Barbies are
sticker.
still around. They've stood the test of time.
Yeah.
They kind of remind me of Teletubbies, which really had a moment, you know, and the popularity on the big screen. So I could see that being appealing to kids who maybe don't even have Labubus or know what they are, but then they're watching the show and they're all in. You know?
Then you have, you know, different personalities. You get a good storyline. I'm sure people are going to watch the Labubu movie.
There's so many Labubus.
So many
Yeah, like how many do you
now.
decide? Okay, we're going to just take 7 of you guys for
It's like
this
the
film.
Power Rangers. You
Yeah,
know?
they'll
Good one.
do the originals.
Transformers,
because there were the
Thundercats.
original.
Bring back the Power Rangers. I miss
He-Man,
those.
Great.
G.I. Joes. Y'all remember G.I. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, everything, you know, we have fixation with these
All right.
things. So.
Well, I'm fixated on the weather because when I look up, I'm like, wait a second. I don't see the sun. It's very cloudy. Is rain on the way? What can we expect?
Yeah, rain's on the way. It should be in within the next couple hours, you guys. But much needed, as you know, just yesterday we were talking about the fire danger around here. So luckily no more. The winds really died down last night. And then with kind of the moistening of the atmosphere as that rain approaches, we are now moving on to our next issue, which is, yes, some rain already falling in Fredericksburg as we take a live look out with our Fox 5 sky cam. I see some wet roads. Also see a real lack of leaves on the trees as peak fall foliage has come and gone. I mean, it's November 18th, and that's what happens is quickly dissipates when you have days like the past two that were full of high wind gusts. 48 chilly degrees at all 3 area airports that are all overcast, but none are reporting rain at the moment. Give it an hour or two, and they all 3 should be reporting at least light rain. Really chilly numbers stacked up here in the Northeast. 38 in Burlington, 36 in Binghamton, 39 in Pittsburgh and Columbus. Almost cold enough for frozen precipitation there. But as you see most of that rain coming across the mountains, it's staying primarily south of where those coldest temperatures are in the Northeast. But that's a good swath of shower activity passing from the Appalachians into central Virginia, and satellite and radar shows some heavier pockets to our our south and west, but the trend will be from west to east to get that rain overhead. Here's Futurecast, which shows through the evening commute that area expands. So if you're not seeing rain just quite yet, you will in the next couple hours. And then we'll see off and on showers, but really mostly on through the evening and the overnight. Fast forward to 6:30 tomorrow morning, and this rain is nearly out of here. So I don't even think it will be that wet of a commute tomorrow morning. As the rain exits, will dry out. Now, I think even though we've got low pressure out to sea and we're drying, we're not exactly clearing. So it is going to remain mostly cloudy and another kind of gray November day. That's, as a result, pretty chilly with high temperatures in the low 50s here in the metro, upper 40s to the north and west. Temperatures will be seasonably cool as we head into the weekend. Upper 50s, maybe another chance of showers Friday into Saturday. We'll talk about that coming up in my full 7-day. Angie, back to you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Caitlin. Also still to come this hour, gas-powered leaf blowers back in the spotlight in Montgomery County.
Story that will not go away. The enforcement change council members are making to the policy. We'll be right back.
Better yet with your friends and them. I really want to know you all. I really want to.
The Department of Agriculture says people who receive SNAP benefits must reapply. The move comes as an attempt to cut down on fraud, despite a recent Congressional Research Service report saying that SNAP fraud is rare, and most errors occur because of unintentional overpayments. Most applicants can reapply for benefits online. The overall process takes around 30 days to be completed.
Why we're excited about this, Tap Ride Go is another frictionless way to make Metro accessible for all of our community members, right? And whether you're a frequent rider or an infrequent rider, it's another way to use our system. these awesome...
Metro announcing today bus riders can pay to ride with a credit or a debit card. They're bringing the rail's Tap Ride Go system over to Metro buses. Now riders can pay with cards directly from their phone without needing a smart trip card.
Montgomery County is changing its controversial gas leaf blower ban. Now, the original version encouraged residents to take pictures of people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but community advocates warned ICE could use it to target immigrant workers. The new ban still encourages people to report people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but instead of pictures, it requires 2 witnesses who must be willing to testify in court and provide details.
Well, now to an update to a story that you saw first here on Fox 5. Today, a Fairfax County supervisor trying to take action to try and stop home additions that look like this. Last week, we told you about this home in the Greenbrier neighborhood of Fairfax. Zoning rules largely clearing the way for a family to build a 3-story addition to their house. Bob Barnard's story went viral after that. And today, Supervisor Pat Harity pushing for a review of zoning rules to try and stop this from happening again.
Picture's worth 1,000 words. It really is a 30-foot high, 60-foot long wall that I don't think any of our residents would ever want that close to their residence.
Well, as we reported last week, the addition does fall within the zoning guidelines for height, but it is too close to their neighbor's property line. For now, we know that construction has stopped.
Still ahead, Congress tackling AI on the Hill with lawmakers weighing the benefits against the potentially deadly dangers.
Also, a deadly fire investigation underway in Washington County. That is where we find our Julie Donaldson. Julie.
Yeah, we'll tell you what we know is that criminal investigation is still underway. And when we will have information and details from that, that's when we come back.
Welcome back. The top stories we're following at 4:30. Right now, Fairfax leaders are voting on legislation to crack down on illicit massage parlors.
The new regulations will make massage parlors more transparent and make them easier for police to investigate. Advocates say the new laws will help protect victims of human trafficking. Fox 5's Nana Senior Bonsu has more on this story coming up at 5.
The search is on for a man accused of hitting a police officer with a car in Prince William County. It happened yesterday on Richmond Highway in Woodbridge during a stop for a stolen license plate, police say. That's when officers say the man on your screen reversed, hitting another vehicle, and the officer standing nearby. The officer suffered minor injuries, going to be okay. Police chased the suspect into Fairfax County, but eventually lost sight of him.
The Virginia correctional officer killed by an inmate was identified. Officer Jeremy Hall was 40 years old. He was attacked yesterday morning at River North Correctional Center in Southern Virginia. The Virginia Department of Corrections says Hall's killer is inmate John Holloman Russell, who's already serving a nearly 12-year sentence for several crimes, including a carjacking in Fairfax County.
A deadly house fire in western Maryland kills 3 adults, and now an investigation is underway to determine what caused it.
Fox 5's Julie Donaldson joins us live from the scene in Washington County with what we know now. Julie?
Angie Shamari, this road behind me has been closed all day as a criminal investigation is currently ongoing after 3 people lost their life here early this morning. Now, we saw family members clearly upset outside of the home. Another woman, a friend, walking up with flowers saying that she was just there last night. And then another woman around 2 p.m. walking up and saying that she had received a call that her mother was one of the victims.
Washington police is going to have one subject inside, female, elderly.
Copy 49 went on the scene, heavy fire, Alpha Delta, requesting safety assignment and tanker task force 438.
Multiple calls came in early this morning around 4:30, reporting a home on fire on the 13800 block of National Pike, also known as US 40. Nearly 60 firefighters and support personnel from Maryland and Pennsylvania quickly responded. Now, when they arrived, the home was already engulfed in flames on the first floor and in the basement. And while they acted quickly, getting the fire under control by 5 a.m., they found 3 adults dead inside, 1 man and 2 women. A joint investigation with the Maryland State Police Criminal and Forensic Science Division, along with the K-9 unit and the Deputy State Fire Marshals, is currently underway.
Yeah, well, we woke up this morning about 5:30 and we could see the red lights and things against the blind and all that, and we looked out, we see the whole streak of trucks down the road and stuff, and realized something major was taking place.
It's always scary whenever there's a fire. I mean, it's dry. I just assumed maybe it was a brush fire, someone burning leaves early in the morning. But when you see flames that big, you hope everyone's okay, and just from seeing the Maryland fire reports, the EMS reports, that wasn't the case this time.
2 family dogs did escape the fire safely. Now, we reached out to Maryland State Police for more information. They said that should be available come tomorrow, as they are currently awaiting the preliminary details from the investigation. Angie Shomari.
Julie, thanks so much. We have new details on plans to rein in those data centers and their power demands. Leaders, including the governors of Maryland and Virginia, now proposing offering incentives for data centers to bring their own power generation to the grid. The proposal also calls for data centers who do not produce their own power to be the first to lose electricity first in an emergency. Now, the group that manages the electricity market in the region is set to look at the proposal very soon.
House lawmakers questioning medical professionals today about the benefits and dangers that come with artificial intelligence chatbots. This comes on the heels of a new bill introduced by some senators looking into ban AI chatbot companions for minors. This comes after parents blame the products for pushing their children into sexual conversations, even suicide. This is the latest move on Capitol Hill to get a handle on the ever-evolving technology.
Well, still to come, Prince George's County now allowing dogs of all breeds after ending a 27-year ban on pit bulls.
Plus, Diddy under investigation again. The new allegations against the imprisoned star.
A fan known for rushing up to celebrities at red carpets, now behind bars. How long he'll stay there after a recent stunt at the Wicked Part 2 premiere.
What?
Now you're in my life. I can't get you off my mind.
Prince George's County today ending its controversial decades-old ban on pit bulls.
Fox 5's Bob Barnard is live in Greenbelt with all the details. Bob?
Hey there, Shamari and Angie. This has been a controversial issue here in Prince George's County for the better part of 3 decades. And now, for people like Van, a loyal Fox 5 viewer, and his dog Diamond there, it's been put to rest.
This should have been repealed a long time ago.
And to Prince George's County Council member Sidney Harrison's delight, the county council has just voted 7-0 to repeal Prince George's nearly 30-year-old pit bull ban.
We're spending over $3 million a year enforcing a ban that we're not enforcing that well to begin with.
That's because Council Chairman Ed Burrows says there are as many as 20,000 to 30,000 so-called bully breeds living in Prince George's County today, despite the ban that dates back to 1997.
It boils down to education, responsible dog ownership, and that's what this bill addresses today.
At this council hearing, dozens of people spoke out in support of getting rid of the pit bull ban, officials saying Prince George's County is the last remaining large jurisdiction in the country that still bans the breed.
I've been chased by dogs. I have literally ran in my community on top of a car, and it wasn't a pit bull.
We showed you earlier this year the frightening and fatal attack on a Yorkie by a neighbor's pit bull here in Prince George's County, captured on the family's Ring camera, fueling the argument some have made against repealing the ban.
We are not against dogs. We are against the fact that these dogs have been deemed vicious.
There's been a lot of fear-mongering, and no disrespect to anyone that has been bitten by a dog. This is solely about the owners.
Under this bill, every bully breed type in the county must have a special permit. The owners must microchip them and keep them vaccinated. They must follow stricter leash laws.
Burrows says the county-run animal shelter is euthanizing hundreds of pit bulls every year.
This will open the door for so many dogs to be able to find homes.
And for pet owners who've been abiding by the ban, it's a new day. Keith Holland's pit bull is named Thanos.
I had to relieve my dog and give it up to go live in Virginia to a loving home. But now that this ban has been repealed, he can come home tomorrow, and I'm looking excited.
Now, the end of the ban basically takes effect right away, but so too do the new permitting and licensing regulations for pit bull dog owners, and ideally fewer euthanasias at the shelter. Guys?
Thank you, Bob. Still to come, our area is in need of some rain. Caitlin, she's been telling us all about it, and now it could impact your Christmas tree shopping.
Yeah, but first, an update on that rain. Speaking of it, Shamari, with Caitlin. So what's the latest?
Yep, we've got rain moving in right now, you guys. It'll be with us overnight and then quickly clearing into tomorrow. Gray and chilly weather is going to continue through the rest of the week, though. We'll have a full look at that 7-day forecast coming up after the break.
Caitlin's been telling us all about it. Drought conditions across our area are raising concerns on the impact of the lack of rain may have on Christmas trees this year.
Yeah, so the unusually dry conditions could impact supply and also your pocketbook. Our Gwen Talbert is at the Christmas tree farm in Leesburg with some answers for us. Hi, Gwen.
Hi, yes, we are at country-loving Christmas tree farm, and we can't control Mother Nature. And so Christmas tree farmers, like my friend Ricky here, have their own challenges. So tell me about the challenge that you've had from last year compared to this year, Ricky.
We had too much rain in the springtime and not enough rain after July, in August and September. It was just bone dry.
And in comparison to last year?
Last year we had challenges too, but it's about the same. The biggest challenge is trying to find big trees.
Right, and you showed me here, when we look at the different sizes of the trees, we see the taller ones you have here, but the little tiny ones, what's with those?
They just came out of a seedling bed a few years ago, and they'll be ready in 2036, 2037. It's not a crop that you can plant in the spring and harvest in December.
And with the rain, it doesn't help it at all, does it?
No, the little ones are the thirstier ones.
Well, you showed me this map, and I want to show this to our viewers because you told me that this is all that's left right now.
Yes, 2 decades ago, this whole map was full of tree farms.
But now?
Because of development in Loudoun County and population booms, there are more and more tree farmers being sold out to subdivisions,
and so
data centers.
Not around anymore, right?
Yes.
Because the industry is quite challenging, I guess, now. All right, well, we've got some video to show you from our drone footage of the farm here that Ricky has. Take a look at this. Tell me about how many acres you have here and the types of trees, Ricky, while we look at this video.
We grow white pine, Scotch pine, Norway spruce, blue spruce, and eastern red cedar. We would love to grow as a Fraser fir, but that's a mountaintop grown only tree. I can't grow it at 300 feet above sea level.
So what kind of things can consumers look at this year when it comes to the supply, when it comes to the demand, when it comes to the prices?
This year and every year, make sure your tree is fresh. If you're cutting it down yourself, then it's a guarantee it's not going to be any fresher than that. But if you're buying trees this early in the season, you need the tree fertilizer. This is packed full of fertilizer, nitrogen, potassium, phosphates, and you mix this with water when you pour it in the basin, and this will keep your tree fresher.
All right.
Through Christmas.
All right. Now, over here, you also do some Christmas wreaths. We see the families over here helping with that. So tell me when you're open and when people can come and pick up a tree from you.
We're open all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from now through 20th of December, or while supplies last.
While supplies last, and that's it. And looks like you could run out quite quickly. We just never know, right?
We also sell the tree bag,
There you
tree
got
skirts,
the tree bags, the skirts.
the tree stands. We have tree bases.
Everything that you need to make sure that your Christmas is one that has a Christmas tree in it to celebrate. Back to you.
Thank you, Gwen. Christmas will be here before you know it.
That's right. And it looks like they're going to get a good watering, you know, at least starting tonight, right?
Yeah,
Look at
there's
those
the Capitol
clouds.
wheel. Those clouds are coming in. I actually went to the Gaylord Ice display there. It was really awesome.
Oh, you already went there?
Yeah, I went and had a really good time. You guys want to check that out over the holidays. And this is Skycam at National Harbor. Let's get right over to Caitlin with a look at the full forecast. Caitlin, it looks pretty ominous out there.
Yeah, some showers are definitely moving in, but nothing that's, you know, we can't handle. It's not severe weather, just some rain. It'll be with us through tonight, and then it will exit early tomorrow. In fact, it really looks like the rain has wrapped up even by the time we start the morning commute, so it shouldn't be too impactful into tomorrow. The rain will end, but it will remain a very dreary, chilly day. Some kind of typical late fall weather here as we round out the work week. Temperatures remain seasonably cool and chilly. Live look out of Fredericksburg, wet rooftops and roads as they've had the showers over the past couple hours. Still waiting for that to move into Reagan National. Overcast skies, 48 degrees. Definitely feels chilly out there this afternoon. And everybody is pretty much sitting in the 40s after briefly touching 50 earlier today. 48 at Dulles and Frederick, 47 in Westminster, 49 in Baltimore, 48 in Quantico, 43 in Culpeper, and 45 in Winchester. Here's a look at satellite and radar. We've got showers moving in to the south and west, and that is starting to fill into a lot of our metro suburbs as well. Mostly light rain. I mean, there are some steadier pockets within, but we'll watch that green kind of expand in coverage through the next couple of hours. As you head west on 66, you're running into rain south on 95, and imminently it will be inside the Beltway and the city itself, also spreading into southern Maryland as well. Looking at the rest of the evening, a lot of green on that map, indicating those showers that are off and on, but mostly on through tonight and then overnight tonight, quickly clearing by tomorrow morning. I mean, this is 7:30, and already those showers are east of the bay. So the rain's over with, maybe some drizzle is lingering. And again, look at that cloud cover still sitting over us pretty much all day, as it's going to be tough to see much sunshine. High temperatures, upper 40s to low 50s, 52 here in D.C. And taking a look at the pattern ahead, there may be some slight swings in a milder direction before slightly turning back into a cooler direction. This is all just to say that we're in a pretty zonal pattern and there aren't any big swings temperature-wise, even as we get into the weekend. Looking at the weekend, we're watching a shower potential for Friday into Saturday, so there's still a chance a few showers could linger into Saturday. But Sunday does look dry and sunny both days, 58 degrees. As we look towards next week, hints that above normal temperatures could be centered over the southeast U.S. before moderating a bit as we get closer to Thanksgiving, which also tells me we're probably looking at a more seasonable Thanksgiving forecast. So your 7-day forecast shows those 50s with us to end the work week. There's your shower chance Friday into Saturday. Next Monday and Tuesday for early Thanksgiving travel is looking good. That's your 7-day, guys. Back over to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Caitlin. Well, a man that was caught rushing towards Ariana Grande at a Wicked premiere was sentenced to jail time. A judge in Singapore sentencing Johnson Wen to 9 days in jail. Wen is known for rushing other celebrities at public events and documenting it on social media. So perhaps this will be the last time he tries that.
Keep your hands to yourself. All right, more drama for Diddy. Despite him being behind bars, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is investigating an allegation of sexual battery against Sean Diddy Combs. But Diddy says, hey, I didn't do it. I'm not the one. TMZ all over this story. My buddy Michael Babcock joining us live. Michael, a while back, you and I discussed Diddy's request for an expedited appeal to his criminal conviction. Now here's a new civil suit filed accusing him of sexual battery.
Hey, Shamar. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And this could ultimately be even worse than just a lawsuit for Diddy, because now the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is involved. And obviously, if police are involved, that could potentially live to an arrest and criminal charges. And that's the last thing probably that Diddy is looking for here. Obviously, Shamari, he is behind bars as we sit here and speak. He is due to be released in May of 2028. But now you've got this person who is a producer in the music industry, and they say, look, you go back to 2020, and they have not they did not report it until about a year or so ago. So it was fairly frequent here, fairly in the recent past, that they did go to police. But they say in 2020, Diddy essentially had committed a sexual act, and that made this guy feel incredibly uncomfortable. And because of that, he ultimately then years later goes to the police. And here we are, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department investigating. Not to say there's going to be criminal charges, but again, police investigation, it could absolutely lead to that place. And then Diddy would have another criminal case on his hands, Shamari.
Now, Michael, in this latest filing, Diddy and his attorney deny the accusation. So I guess while many have believed the criminal trial was the end of Diddy's legal troubles, we continue to see more and more civil lawsuits that Diddy will now have to defend, right?
Yeah, that's right. And he can deal with those, because if there's one thing that he does have, it's a lot of money. Not that he wants these. It hurts his reputation, and it also does cost him. But they can deal with the civil lawsuits, and they have said, look, there's nothing to this claim. This is just complete and utter nonsense. But there's no denying the fact that he has a lot of civil lawsuits that he is still fighting on a bunch of different fronts. And his attorneys are busy, put it like that, Shamari.
All right, Michael, thank you for the update. Continue to stay on top of this. Appreciate you. You can watch TMZ right here on Fox 5 at 7:30, right after Like It or Not.
Well, still to come, everybody. Shipping your next package is soon going to be just a little bit more expensive. The price changes that you need to know about before heading to the post office.
Then at 5, cancer patients facing limited options now have access to a cutting-edge treatment only here in the DMV. We'll be right back. Time now for the feed at 4. Meta has won its case against the Federal Trade Commission 7 months after the trial began. A judge in Washington, D.C. determined that Meta does not have a monopoly in the social networking market following the company's acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp.
The U.S. Postal Service raising prices next year. The agency says changes include a 6.6% increase for Priority Mail Service, a 5% increase for Priority Mail Express, a 7% increase for Ground Advantage, and a 6% increase for Parcel Select. Prices of first-class mail stamps will stay the same. Increases are set to take effect on January 18th.
A ribbon-cutting ceremony in Southeast D.C. today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink. You could get an exclusive holiday drink at your next Target trip. The store is partnering with Starbucks to offer customers a new frozen peppermint hot chocolate starting today, and the cream frappuccino-based drink is made with a blend of mocha sauce, milk, and ice, topped with peppermint whipped cream and sprinkles. It will be available throughout the holiday season.
A ribbon-cutting ceremony here in Southeast D.C. today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary School. The upgraded facility features new boards, new capitals, branded matte flex flooring, and a fresh concrete pad. It's all part of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's District of Play initiative, which looks to give every D.C. child access to play spaces and help kids stay active year-round, because you know it's going to be cold out there. They're going to need something to do.
You gotta love the kids. All right, everybody, your News at 5 with Jim and Marina starts right now.
Right now at 5, the House has spoken. The fate of the Epstein files now rests in the hands of the U.S. Senate. We have the timeline for when the public might finally see them.
And from apps and online services to entire transit systems, a surprising explanation behind today's Cloudflare outage.
And a new federal report calls Baltimore's bridge disaster entirely preventable and pushes for major changes. That is all straight ahead here at 5, but we start with Mike Thomas and your forecast at 5.
Yeah, guys, so outside we are tracking some rain moving into the D.C. region. Just 50 degrees today. If you're up early, you saw some sunshine, but those clouds moved in rather quickly, as you see in the skies over Fredericksburg. Also notice on our sky cam those wet roadways. Some down to the south of town are seeing rain move in. 48 right now, Reagan National, 47 at Dulles, 48 BWI Thurgood Marshall, and there is that rain moving in, just like we said when we would likely see around the evening commute time, right? Areas west of town and south of town getting the worst of it at the moment, though it is expected to move into D.C. here very, very shortly, if there's not a couple of light raindrops coming around already. Some steadier rains down towards Charles, St. Mary's County, getting across through Prince William and Fauquier counties that commute along I-66. Likely to be slow tonight because of the extra rain coming down. Even some heavier rains, and there's likely maybe a sleet pellet or two. This could be what we call bright banding out here to the west, where there's a little bit of ice within the clouds, probably melting before it hits the ground, but can lead to some bigger raindrops out there to the west across some of those higher elevations of I-81. So your planner tonight, yeah, expect that rain to be coming down for most of it. A weather-leaning evening. We do dry it out as we head into the day on Wednesday. Staying pretty cloudy, though, and another cooler leaning day. 52 degrees tomorrow here in town, 40s to the north and west. We'll talk more about what the rest of the week holds, because we're not done with rain chances just yet. More on when the next one could arrive in just a few. Guys?
Mike, thanks. We have new developments tonight on Capitol Hill and a milestone in the push for transparency.
The House voting nearly unanimously to order the Justice Department to release all unclassified files on Jeffrey Epstein. And now the legislation heads over to the Senate.
Shabin Rajay is here in studio with the latest on the votes.
Yeah, they have spoken, and this was a near unanimous vote, guys. The vote was 427-1. The only no vote was from Republican Clay Higgins of Louisiana. The vote capping a morning of emotional testimony from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors, who stood together at a press conference and urged lawmakers to act.
Today marks a new day. Today we say this will no longer stand. We are putting the rich and powerful on notice. We are saying you cannot and will not get away with exploitation and abuse.
Just a stunning turn of events, given that Republicans had worked for months to avoid this vote. The bipartisan bill, sponsored by Representatives Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, passed with overwhelming support. The move comes after President Trump dropped his opposition just Sunday and said he would sign the bill if it came to his desk. The bill requires the Justice Department to release all unclassified documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, including communications and investigative materials. Here's some of that back and forth on the House floor just moments before the bill passed.
Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months.
Now, with the House now approving the measure, all eyes turn to the Senate. Moments after the House vote, by the way, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that his chamber will act swiftly on the bill. Again, President Trump says that if it makes it to his desk, he will sign it. Jim.
The husband of missing D.C. realtor Anna Walsh pleads guilty to disposing of her body, but he'll continue to fight a murder charge of the case. Jury selection began today in Massachusetts in the trial against Brian Walsh. He admitted to lesser charges for getting rid of his wife's body, but not for killing her. Anna went missing in 2023. Her body was never found, but investigators did find evidence with her blood and DNA on it that they claim Brian Walsh had thrown away.
And a scare at a Prince George's County High School today. Flowers High going on lockdown for about an hour after a gun was found on campus. No one was hurt. Police took one student into custody. Officers say there is no threat to students or the community at this time. A teen arrested and charged for a shooting during Howard University's homecoming weekend. 17-year-old Kayvon Dudley facing 20 counts. According to an arrest warrant, a group of 9 males confronted a smaller group last month, and that is when Dudley allegedly opened fire, hitting 5 people, including a 13-year-old and a Morgan State student who is now paralyzed. Dudley expected back in court next month.
We have some breaking news right now. Some big trouble for the evening commute on Mark's Brunswick line. It has been suspended due to what we're only learning is police activity. Those trains are being held at Mark stations to accommodate passengers. The train line not expected to reopen before 9 this evening. We're learning more about what's going on. We're making calls, and we'll keep you updated as we learn that. But if you know anybody expecting home on the Mark Brunswick line, it is going to be a long wait for them this evening.
And developing tonight, a push from victims advocates to prevent sex trafficking in Fairfax County.
Board of Supervisors looking at new regulations aimed at shutting down illicit massage parlors. Our Nana St. Bones is on the story tonight. She is live in Fairfax with the story.
Hey, Jim and Marina. So we have reported and covered a number of these illegal massage businesses shutting down following human and sex trafficking investigations. And now a local organization and advocacy groups wants Fairfax County Board of Supervisors to basically come up with stricter laws to, one, keep victims inside these illegal parlors safe, and to also hold the owners accountable. Now, according to Reset 180, the group, they say there are over 260 of these illegal businesses in Northern Virginia alone, and more than half of them are right here in Fairfax County. These massage businesses are popping up across the area, usually located in shopping centers. In many of these cases, the victims are usually women brought to the United States from different countries and forced to perform sexual acts on customers following massages. Right now, there is an ordinance regulating the massage industry in Fairfax County, but Daniel says there are loopholes. Daniels is actually the executive director of this group. And in a letter to Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, she's asking that leaders ban these businesses from locking their front doors, with exceptions for legit ones.
It's the crime of human trafficking. The women are not free to do what they want to do. There's force, there's fraud, there's coercion, definitely violence and abuse. But they're also close to schools and churches and houses and homes, and so our community is not safe. Secondly, it impacts the economy of a community. All the money is going out of the country, not being utilized here. But how can we, on our watch, see women be victims of trafficking? We want to have communities when anyone is welcome, everyone is safe.
Again, that's Esther Daniels with the organization Reset 180 that you just heard from. She's actually getting ready to speak at this public hearing. We're told about a dozen people have signed up. Now, when it comes to the vote that's going to take place today, Chairman Jeff McKay actually agrees and acknowledges that, yes, he's aware of these illegal massage parlors popping up in the county, but the concern of his is basically creating a burden for legit businesses who are running in the area. We're told some of those business owners may actually be here to speak against the proposed changes. So again, that ordinance, that public hearing for the specific ordinance hasn't started yet, but we're here and we'll have updates for you guys here and online.
Federal judges blocking Texas from using its new congressional maps in the 2026 midterms. The Texas map started a nationwide push to redraw districts affecting states across the country, including Virginia and Maryland. The court, which included a Trump-appointed judge, ruled the map was amounted to racial gerrymandering, halting GOP plans to gain 5 additional House seats.
And today, the Trump administration taking steps to dismantle the Department of Education. 6 offices within the department will reportedly be shifted elsewhere. It comes after the president signed an executive order eliminating the agency. Education Secretary Linda McMahon had previously acknowledged that only Congress had the ability to get rid of the department, but has vowed to dismantle it from within. And SNAP recipients must reapply and prove they cannot survive without those benefits. According to the Department of Agriculture, this is part of a new fraud crackdown. Critics, including the NAACP, calling the new requirement a cruel barrier for families who need food assistance. The process, which can be done online, takes about 30 days. About 12% of Americans receive SNAP benefits.
All right, Montgomery County is already changing its new gas leaf blower ban. The original version encouraged residents to take pictures of people using banned gas-powered leaf blowers, but community advocates warn ICE could use the provision to target immigrant workers.
There have been numerous instances in which county residents are threatening to call ICE on people who are just doing their jobs and trying to work through this transition in this year.
The new ban still encourages people to report people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but instead of pictures, it requires witnesses, 2 witnesses who must be willing to testify in court and provide details.
Metro bus riders can now pay to ride with a credit or debit card. Leaders bringing the rail's Tap Ride Go system over to Metro buses. Now riders can pay with cards directly from their phone without needing a Smart Trip card. Riders can also use Apple Pay or Google Pay. Metro says 6 million trips have used Tap Ride Go on the rail since this May.
All right, still to come, a local county flipping the script on a long-standing rule for dog owners.
Plus, an update to a story you saw first on Fox 5 after a 3-story home addition went viral. A Fairfax County leader wants the rules changed. But first, let's check in with Tom Fitzgerald in D.C. tonight. Fitz?
Hi, good evening. The National Transportation Safety Board today issuing key findings and recommendations in that Baltimore Key Bridge disaster. We'll talk about that when Fox 5 continues right after this.
Investigators calling the 2024 Baltimore bridge collapse entirely preventable.
The findings revealed during an NTSB meeting today. Tom Fitzgerald was there. He's live at NTSB headquarters. There were a lot of failures. I think we know that, but this report says there were two critical issues that stand out.
Jim, that is correct. Look, NTSB has always known what caused the Key Bridge to collapse. It was struck by the container ship Dolly when Dolly completely lost power. Today, though, NTSB pinpointed exactly what caused Dolly to lose power, and it turned out it was a terminal electric block that completely lost its connection. Now, the NTSB also said today that those 6 bridge workers who lost their lives could have escaped as the ship was hitting the bridge if there had been a working communication system in place. Also, they pointed to what's called dolphins. Now, these are protective barriers around the piers of the bridges. They're supposed to prevent it from being damaged if a ship would hit it. They found those dolphins on the Key Bridge were far too inadequate, and that in the end, a lot of the things that could have stopped this from happening did not.
And this is what caused all the problems. The poor connection within this terminal block is what started the sequence of events that resulted in the blackout.
In terms of, again, the Francis Scott Key Bridge were the 25-foot diameter dolphins. They were not compatible in order to take a size of the Dolly. They were woefully inadequate.
Now, keep in mind, while the NTSB issued more than 24 recommendations today, NTSB does not actually have the power to enforce these recommendations. Still, NTSB Chairwoman Jennifer Homaday told us today she is confident that their findings will be adopted into bridges across the country. Meanwhile, an attorney for Damon Davis, one of those bridge workers who actually survived this disaster, said this hearing today was a reliving of that disaster, but he will have his day in court.
It was a terrible day for him. He had to relive the entire experience, and there were so many triggers and so many things that caused him to be upset.
The power to implement change for the NTSB, we have a really big voice, and we're not afraid to use it. While we don't have enforcement power.
You know, there were also concerns brought out today about the size of these cargo ships today. Homaday at one point turned out that the Dolly is actually the size of the Eiffel Tower itself. A lot of these findings are being put into this report. That report is expected to be out in the next couple of weeks. We're live in Southwest tonight. We'll send it back into you.
Right, developing tonight, plans to rein in data centers and their power demands. Leaders, including the governors of Maryland and Virginia, proposing incentives for those centers so that they bring their own power generators to the grid. The proposal also calling for data centers that don't produce their own power to be the first to lose electricity in case of an emergency. The proposal will be formally reviewed soon.
Now to an update on the story you saw first on Fox 5. Fairfax County supervisors are trying to take action and stop home additions that look like this. Last week, we told you about the home in Fairfax's Greenbrier neighborhood. Zoning rules largely cleared the way for a family to build a 3-story addition. Bob Barnard's story went viral. Today, supervisors push a review of zoning rules to try to stop this from happening again.
Nobody wants to see a wall next to their house, but we don't want to prohibit people from expanding houses. So I think this is going to be complicated for staff. It'll be a complicated issue to look and see what the answer is.
Now, as we reported, the addition does fall within the zoning guidelines for height, but apparently it's too close to their neighbor's property line. For now, construction has stopped.
All right, let's get another check-in here of our weather with Mike Thomas. And Mike, one thing that was very noticeable, as I know we're tracking rain, was not as much wind as we've been contending with over the past couple of days.
All right, we told you today's fire danger would be much lower because of that. And this, of course, will even help even more by moistening up the ground, something we really haven't done all that much in the last few months. So far this month, only 0.2 of an inch of rain has fallen here in Washington. This could double or triple that number by the time it's done moving on through later on tonight into very early tomorrow morning. See the rain just starting to reach us now in Washington, West Virginia. It's been raining most of the day, parts of Kentucky, Ohio as well. But we'll go in locally on storm tracker radar and show you the steadiest rains right now, kind of extending through southern Maryland, St. Mary's, Charles, Calvert counties, all getting soaked. On again, off again, rain showers in the northern neck back through Fredericksburg, I-95, I-66, I-81 corridors, all seeing the rain coming down, and 270 starting to join the action as well, though light at the moment. Some steadier rains off to the west of town that will start to move their way eastward here as we work our way through the next few hours. There's it in motion. I mentioned I don't think it's quite as heavy as the radar is showing here. You see the pink over the highlands. That's mixed. That is mixing in across some of those elevated zones out in West Virginia. Now, as the moisture comes off of that, likely some ice crystals in the upper levels of the rain clouds there that are melting prior to hitting the ground. Just makes it look like it's raining much heavier than it actually is out there. But I do expect some light to moderate rain will move across D.C. later on tonight. We look at Futurecast. It does suggest wet as we round the 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, all soaking here in D.C. Needed rain, welcome rain here in town. We get into the overnight hours. It becomes a little bit more scattered out, though the chance for rain remains until about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the storm system starts to wrap up and pull away. Now, because of the track it's taken, it'll get right off our coastline here and still kind of wrap about some mid-level moisture, and that'll keep clouds in the forecast for much of the day tomorrow. Not expecting it to be a wet Wednesday afternoon. And if we're lucky, those of you down to the south and west at Culpeper area, you guys may get into sunshine faster than we do here in D.C. Late in the day here in town, we may see those clouds break enough to let in some late day sunshine, but because most of the day will be in the cloudier side, likely to be a cooler afternoon as well. As we look at temperatures outside, speaking of coolness, it's chilly out there. 48 Washington, 46 Quantico, 41 Winchester. Look at Cumberland, still in the 30s at 39 degrees. Limit down sitting at 47. Looking at the planner through the evening tonight. Grab the umbrella. You have those outdoor plans. If not, great night to sit inside, watch Fox 5 all evening. 46 degrees by 8 o'clock, 45. And then by 10 o'clock tonight, 45 degrees with rain showers still likely coming down across much of the area. Tomorrow, as mentioned, that storm system does pull away. We get sort of that northeastern flow on the backside of it, which keeps us cloudy and cool for the majority of the afternoon. And you just sort of saw the planner there where we expect that temperatures for most of us are expected to kind of just peak in the 50s here in D.C. and 40s off to the north of town. We're going to go for a high of 52 here in D.C. proper. Any rain showers should just be confined to the early morning hours, maybe bus stop, and then after that, things do get better. By Thursday, clouds sticking around. We'll see some occasional peaks of sunshine. Temperature a little better at 55. Milder conditions somewhat heading in by the time we get to Friday. However, we'll have another system to contend with that could bring us our next chance of rain showers. And then heading into the weekend, another upper level low dipping through the northeast will cool us down once again. Caitlin's got those details on your 7-day in just a few more minutes. Guys?
All right, coming out Saudis. Crown Prince got an elaborate White House welcome today, but President Trump's handling of one question raising eyebrows.
And the issue is fixed, but the chain reaction it caused was huge. What went wrong? And who was affected by today's massive internet outage? We're back after this.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
Well, President Trump dismissed criticism of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today over the brutal 2018 murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi after U.S. intelligence under the first Trump administration concluded the Crown Prince was the one behind the murder. Trump's comments come after he and the Crown Prince finalized a deal to sell F-35 fighter jets and AI chips to the Saudis.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President.
The president also dismissed questions about a conflict of interest regarding his own family's business ties to Saudi Arabia, arguing he has, quote, nothing to do with his son's ventures.
Cloudflare blaming one large file for today's outage that knocked thousands of sites and services offline, from ChatGPT and X to the New Jersey Transit. The issue now resolved, but the company says it's still monitoring for errors. Shopify, Dropbox, Coinbase, and Moody's were also hit, with some users unable to access basic functions. This follows a string of recent tech outages after Microsoft and Amazon reported similar disruptions over the past 2 months. Meanwhile, House lawmakers questioning medical professionals today about the benefits and dangers that come with artificial intelligence chatbots. The hearing comes as Congress ramps up its oversight of the tech after several parents filed lawsuits blaming chatbots for pushing their kids into sexual conversations or even suicide.
5 out of 6 AI companions use manipulative tactics like guilt or emotional pressure to keep people in the conversation when they try to end it.
And as part of that AI oversight push, 2 senators have introduced the Bipartisan Guard Act, which calls for AI companies to verify user ages before allowing use.
All right, so to come here at 5 after years of debate, Prince George's County votes to lift its pit bull ban, but owners are still facing some conditions.
Plus, 3 lives lost at a Maryland house fire, what investigators are focusing on as they search for a cause. But first, we're checking in with Tisha Lewis live tonight in Northern Virginia. Tisha?
It all took place in this McDonald's drive-thru. A driver suspected of driving a stolen car takes off with a police officer on the car. Details and surveillance images after the break.
William County police officer recovering tonight after a suspect took off with the officer still on the trunk of the car.
And on top of that, we're learning the car itself was stolen. Our Tisha Lewis is live from Woodbridge. She is the story tonight. Hi, Tisha.
Hi there. Pretty incredible story here, and it all went down inside this McDonald's parking lot. In fact, police tell us that the car was in this drive-through when officers spotted the black car with stolen plates, confronted the driver, and at some point, the suspect took off with the officer on the car. The officer fell off during the getaway. Thankful to be alive. It was all reportedly caught on camera. Here are the pictures of the suspect from surveillance camera footage. Prince William County Police say the surveillance video from a nearby business is grainy, but hope someone recognizes this person. We're told a violent encounter took place yesterday afternoon in the McDonald's parking lot on Route 1 in Woodbridge. We're told the officer, not new to the force, suffered a busted lip.
They attempted to make contact with the driver of the vehicle, who was actually still in the drive-thru at the time. At that point, the driver reversed. They struck another person's vehicle that was behind them, and then they continued to back up, and then ended up hitting our officer, who was able to jump on top of the hood, on top of the trunk of that vehicle. As the vehicle sped away, the officer fell off of the vehicle. Thankfully, did not sustain serious injuries, but obviously was shaken up.
Police say the vehicle involved continued northbound on Route 1 and is described as a black Infiniti sedan with Virginia license plate TAJ1792. The driver, meanwhile, is described as being in the late teens, early 20s, said to have dreadlocks, was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hoodie at the time of this incident. And once caught, that driver faces several charges, including attempted malicious wounding on a law enforcement officer.
The Virginia correctional officer killed by an inmate has been identified tonight. Officer Jeremy Hall, 40 years old, attacked yesterday morning at River North Correctional Center in Southern Virginia. The Virginia Department of Corrections naming Hall's killer as inmate John Holloman Russell. He was already serving a 12-year sentence for several crimes, including carjacking in Fairfax County.
A Virginia private school, once ranked top of the world by Johns Hopkins, agrees to a settlement with a Jewish family. It all comes after 3 of their kids were expelled in the wake of anti-Semitic bullying. Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, has been covering the story from the get-go. She has the details live for us right now. Katie?
Hey, good evening, Jim and Marina. Brian Vasquez and Ashok Roy filed a complaint with Virginia's Attorney General after all 3 of their children were expelled from the Naismith School here in Herndon, Virginia, just behind me. And they were shocked to get that expulsion letter just days after they met with the head of the school, Ken Naismith, begging him to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter, who they say was getting bullied for being Jewish. Now, today they announced this settlement, which will include a statement of regret from Ken Naismith himself.
The Naismith School had painted the family as in the wrong, as failing to be cooperative, and they felt, and their kids were expelled in the middle of the school year, so they felt, the whole family felt, cast out and isolated, and they're feeling some sense of vindication now.
The parents say students pointed to their daughter saying Jews were, quote, baby killers and that they deserved to die because of what happened in Gaza. When the family complained, Naismith reportedly said the daughter needed to, quote, toughen up. Shortly after the family first reported anti-Semitic harassment, Naismith canceled an annual program featuring a Holocaust speaker. Now, as part of the settlement, the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington will train faculty and staff here to better identify anti-Semitic behavior.
There's teacher training that helps teachers to recognize and know how to respond to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a very poorly understood form of hatred because it manifests in lots of different ways.
The Naismith School will reimburse the family for costs related to expulsion, amounting to approximately $100,000. The school will also develop and adopt a non-discrimination policy. There will also be a working committee of at least 3 people who will evaluate claims of discrimination, so it will no longer be up to Ken Naismith alone. But both parties have agreed to tap Crystal Tyler, an acclaimed education and employment lawyer, to serve as an independent monitor, ensuring compliance with the terms of the deal that were announced today. And we reached out to the Naismith School and Ken Naismith himself, as we did back in July covering this story, and have not yet heard back.
Meanwhile, happening tonight, a push for improvement at a Montgomery County high school. Parents and students at Wooten High meeting as they try to get funding from the district to make changes to the building. School leaders saying there are ongoing concerns with the HVAC system, electrical grid, and sewage. Our Josh Rosenthal is at the school tonight. He'll have much more coming up tonight right here on Fox 5 at 10 p.m. All right, still ahead, another stab to a timeline, open a recreational cannabis market in Virginia.
Plus, cancer patients once again facing limited options, but now have access to a cutting-edge treatment right here in our region. We'll have more on that coming up after this.
At checkers and rallies.
First, it's Charlotte, now Raleigh, North Carolina, is where federal immigration agents are expanding enforcement. Over the weekend, they arrested more than 130 people in Charlotte. Raleigh's Democratic Mayor Janet Cowell says she doesn't know the scope of the operation, but wants people to stay calm. Critics call the crackdown politically motivated. The Trump administration says it's targeting the city over sanctuary policies. Homeland Security claiming those arrested in Charlotte have a range of criminal histories, but they've not released specifics. Federal judge approving the Purdue Pharma and Sackler family settlement over opioid lawsuits. The Sackler family will pay up to $7 billion over 15 years and give up ownership of Purdue, which will be renamed Noah Pharma. Settlement funds will go towards governments and some individuals harmed by OxyContin.
After years of vetoes, Virginia could roll out a legal marijuana market next year. Virginia Mercury reporting that lawmakers are working on a framework to set up a legal way to buy cannabis. Tax revenue from marijuana sales could go to job training and education. If it passes the General Assembly next session, sales could start as early as fall of 2026. GW Hospital now offering a minimally invasive, incision-free HIFU procedure for men with localized prostate cancer. Doctors say the high-intensity focused ultrasound technology destroys tumors while sparing healthy tissue and reducing side effects compared to surgery or radiation. Physicians calling it a major advance that allows more precise targeting, faster recovery, and same-day outpatient treatment. In the U.S., roughly 1 in 8 men is diagnosed with prostate cancer.
All right, so to come, we're going to take a look at a new poll that shows one concern rising over the rest when it comes to communities, ages, and party lines.
And a major shakeup inside the Department of Education. Next at 6, the new move getting the Trump administration one step closer to their goal of dismantling the agency. But first, a check with Caitlin.
Yeah, we've got some rain around tonight, Marina, and it's finally here, what we needed, some showers that'll take us into your early Wednesday morning. Chilly rest of the week. We'll take a look at that 7-day forecast coming up after the break.
let's give you another live look here from our Fox 5 weather cams at National Harbor. 48 degrees, time now 5:43. We've achieved darkness at this point.
We've achieved peak darkness. It is a little bit sad to see no glimpse of sunlight before 6 o'clock, but that is what this time of year is all about. Let's bring in Caitlin Roth. She is here now with a look at that forecast. Of course, I will say the next couple of weeks, Caitlin, we're going to start. We're going to see Christmas tree lightings, and it gives us a little brightness, a little warmth.
That's why they do them.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I hear a lot of people say, you can get through the holidays and largely ignore the darkness and the cold and the impending winter. But yeah, by January, we'll check in on you guys and see how you're doing. It's true. It was a gray November day, pretty chilly, too. We've got rain overhead right now, beneficial rain. This will be with us overnight before it exits early tomorrow. And then even though the rain ends, it is going to be kind of a cloudy, dreary, and continued chilly day for tomorrow. Temperatures will remain seasonally cool in the extended forecast. It was cold this morning. We've seen colder by a couple degrees, but we did get down to 33 degrees at Reagan National. High temperature just 50, which is 7 degrees below normal. Not as windy, though. That was nice. I mean, we weren't overly gusty at all, so that certainly helped a bit, despite the fact that it was such a chilly start to the day. Checking in on temperatures right now, mostly in the 40s. 48 there in D.C., 46 in Waldorf, and 42 in Leonardtown, 48 in Riva, 47 in West Springfield, 46 in Dale City, and 43 in Leesburg. Here's the rain that's been filling in across the region over the past few hours from west to east. So now we've firmly got rain overhead here in D.C. and across much of the Beltway, making it a wet drive home and start to the evening. Some steadier pockets of rain back across the mountains and along I-81. That will be moving through, and we'll just kind of have a night of light to moderate rain showers expected. You can see it extends all the way into the Ohio Valley. Some pockets of rain over Charleston and Cincinnati all the way back to central Indiana. So were this falling overnight, it might have been a different story with some frozen precipitation, but it is just rain showers. So you see that through the evening and the overnight. This does look to exit fairly quickly, so that by 6, 7 tomorrow morning, that rain is pretty much out of here and crossing the bay. Notice all that cloud cover that sits over us, though, so the rain will end, but we're not expecting to see much sunshine through your Wednesday and probably not through much of the work week as low pressure moves out, but just kind of that cloudy late fall feel overhead. With temperatures here very cool. If you get to the south, you can see down in the Carolinas, they're going to have some warmer temperatures. They'll have some sunshine. But for us, with that cloud deck, upper 40s to low 50s for your high temperatures. We'll see a tiny bit of warming as we approach the weekend, and then maybe again as we get into next week. But no big swings in terms of our temperatures. We're really just talking about slightly above or slightly below average. And so we'll just call it even and say seasonable temperatures. And that's the case for the weekend as well. Next chance of showers is Friday into Saturday, so we still can't take that out of the forecast. We might have a little rain around, especially the first half of Saturday. Mostly cloudy with a high of 58. Sunshine is back on Sunday with that high of 58. As we look to next week, already thinking about Thanksgiving travel, which could begin this weekend, but it already looks to be a nice start to next week, sunny and dry with some seasonable temperatures for late November. Jim and Marina, back over to you.
And we're following more breaking news from Capitol Hill just as quickly as the House passed the release of the Epstein files. The Senate has now unanimously signed off on the plan to release them. It comes after legislation sailed through the House, the Senate not making any changes to that. They passed it by voice vote. Again, no opposition. In the House, there was just one solo Republican no vote in Clay Higgins, the congressman from Louisiana. Not the case in the Senate, where everybody has signed off on that plan. President Trump has indicated he will sign the bill that would allow those files to be released. Shrin Rajay is following the story. She'll have more on what this all means coming up on the 6th.
Meanwhile, a controversial ban on pit bulls ending in one Maryland county.
After nearly 3 decades, the breed will be allowed once again across the county. Our Bob Barnard has the details tonight.
This has been a controversial issue here in Prince George's County for the better part of 3 decades. But now, for people like Van, he's a loyal Fox 5 viewer, and his pit bull dog there named Diamond, it's been put to rest.
This should have been repealed a long time ago.
And to Prince George's County Council member Sidney Harrison's delight, the county council has just voted 7-0 to repeal Prince George's nearly 30-year-old pit bull ban.
We're spending over $3 million a year enforcing a ban that we're not enforcing that well
to begin with.
That's because Council Chairman Ed Burrows says there are as many as 20 to 30,000 so-called bully breeds living in Prince George's County today, despite the ban that dates back to 1997.
It boils down to education, responsible dog ownership, and that's what this bill addresses today.
At this council hearing, dozens of people spoke out in support of getting rid of the pit bull ban. Officials saying Prince George's County is the last remaining large jurisdiction in the country that still bans the breed.
I've been chased by dogs. I have literally ran in my community on top of a car, and it wasn't a pit bull.
We showed you earlier this year the frightening and fatal attack on a Yorkie by a neighbor's pit bull here in Prince George's County, captured on the family's Ring camera, fueling the argument some have made against repealing the ban.
We are not against dogs. We are against the fact that these dogs have been deemed vicious.
There's been a lot of fear-mongering, and no disrespect to anyone that has been bitten by a dog. This is solely about the owners.
Under this bill, every bully breed type in the county must have a special permit. The owners must microchip them and keep them vaccinated. They must follow stricter leash laws.
Burrows says the county-run animal shelter is euthanizing hundreds of pit bulls every year.
This will open the door for so many dogs to be able to find homes.
And for pet owners who've been abiding by the ban, it's a new day. Keith Holland's pit bull is named Thanos.
I had to relieve my dog and give it up to go live in Virginia to a loving home. But now that this ban has been repealed, he can come home tomorrow, and I've been looking excited.
The end of the ban basically takes effect right away, but so too do the new licensing and permitting regulations for pit bull dog owners. Ideally, fewer euthanasias at the shelter as well.
A new poll finds Americans across every type of community are united by one issue: everyday rising costs. That's according to researchers from the American Community Project. Economic anxiety is the only consistent worries from big cities to rural America. The survey shows rural communities feeling more hopeful this year. Confidence, though, is dropping in big cities and in heavily Hispanic areas. And despite White House claims about crime, city residents are less likely to list crime or gun violence as top concerns, instead citing immigration or health care.
Drought conditions across the region raising concerns about the impact on the Christmas tree market. The unusually dry conditions could lead to limited supply and higher prices. Fox 5 visiting Country Loving Christmas Trees, which is about 15,000 trees across 60 acres.
The drought affects the little trees the most. They can't protect themselves. They don't have enough shade. Like this bigger tree here has a lot of shade for the roots, but a tree this size or this size just gets cooked because there's not enough shade for the roots. So these dry out very quickly.
And without the rain, that's a real issue.
Yes, we had water trucks here, but 2 water trucks a day can't equal 5 minutes of what Mother Nature can do to this field.
And you can pick up a tree at the farm Friday, Saturday, or Sunday from 9 to 5, or give them a call to make an appointment.
A ribbon-cutting ceremony in Southeast today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary School. The new facility features new boards, new Capitals-branded flooring, and a fresh concrete pad.
Ward 6 residents deserve modern, safe, and inspiring places for recreation. You know, rinks like this are about more than just sport. There are places where confidence builds. You know, your friendships will form, and teamwork will shine.
It's all part of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's District of Play initiative.
All right, still ahead, an update out of Washington County after a deadly early morning fire.
And a new exhibit at Arlington National Cemetery. We will show you what that is coming up at 6.
WTTG-TV.com.
A Western Maryland community in mourning after a deadly house fire kills 3 people.
And now investigators are putting the pieces together. Julie Donaldson is in Washington County.
This road behind me has been closed all day as a criminal investigation is still ongoing after 3 people lost their lives here early this morning. Now, we saw family members outside the house clearly upset. One woman arrived with flowers saying that she was there just last night. And then another came up around 2 p.m. saying that she had just gotten a call that her mother was one of the victims.
Washington Police is going to have one subject inside, female, elderly.
Copy 49 went on the scene, heavy fire, Alpha Delta, requesting safety assignment and tanker task force 438.
Multiple calls came in early this morning around 4:30, reporting a home on fire on the 13800 block of National Pike, also known as US 40. Nearly 60 firefighters and support personnel from Maryland and Pennsylvania quickly responded. When they arrived, the home was already engulfed in flames on the first floor and in the basement. And while they acted quickly, getting the fire under control by 5 a.m., they found 3 adults dead inside, 1 man and 2 women. A joint investigation with the Maryland State Police Criminal and Forensic Science Division, along with the K-9 unit and Deputy State Fire Marshals, is currently underway.
Yeah, well, we woke up this morning about 5:30 and we could see the red lights and things against the blind and all that. And we looked out and we see the whole streak of trucks down the road and stuff and realized something major was taking place.
It's always scary whenever there's a fire. I mean, it's dry. I just assumed maybe it was a brush fire, someone burning leaves early in the morning. But when you see flames that big, you hope everyone's okay. And just from seeing the Maryland fire reports, the EMS reports, that wasn't the case this time.
2 family dogs did escape the fire safely. Now, we reached out to the Maryland State Police for more information. They said that should be available tomorrow, as they are currently waiting preliminary details from investigators.
Meanwhile, 3 people were taken to the hospital today after a car crashed into a Prince George's County restaurant. This was at the Hip Hop Chicken and Fish on Annapolis Road in Hyattsville. 1 person seriously hurt, 2 others being evaluated. No word off the driver was hurt or the cause of the crash.
Honda's recalling nearly 260,000 Accord hybrids over a software error that causes sudden loss of drive power. The recall covers models from 2023 through 2025 and stems from a faulty reset in the car's control module. Dealers will reprogram the software for free. Expect those notification letters to go out next month.
And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky heading to Turkey this week to push for ceasefire talks. Russia will not participate. This comes as Moscow continues to strike energy sites in Ukraine. 160 energy workers have been killed and another 300 injured in recent months as they try to repair the grid.
A big win for Meta in federal court against the Federal Trade Commission. A judge determining Meta does not have a monopoly in the social networking market after the company's acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp.
All right, we'll see you back on Like It or Not at 7 o'clock.
The 6 begins right now.
Right now at 6, President Trump expected to sign off on a plan to release the Epstein files as legislation sails through Congress. The timeline for when the public could see them. Entirely preventable. That's what a new federal report is calling Baltimore's Key Bridge disaster. The findings revealed during an NTSB meeting today. And new details in the trial of the man accused of killing a D.C. realtor. What happened inside a courtroom today? The 6 starts right now.
First on the 6, rain impacting the evening commute. Showers moving through the region tonight. A live look from our Fox 5 Sky Cam at National Harbor.
Our area dealing with drought conditions. The DMV desperate need now of rainfall that is expected to continue throughout the night. Caitlin Roth here with a first look at our forecast. I guess every little bit helps.
I know. We haven't had rain around in a while, you guys. So kind of a reminder as you're driving tonight. It's dark and it's wet, and so take your time, as these showers could continue into early tomorrow morning.
A very active radar behind you.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Let's take a look. The rain has been overspreading the region over the past couple of hours. Mostly light showers, but certainly some more moderate to steady rain as you get back to the west. You can see that in the yellow and orange returns on satellite and radar. Everyone's temperatures are at least well above freezing, so we are not dealing with any precipitation of the frozen variety, just rain. And as we zoom in here on the Beltway, way in the immediate downtown D.C. itself. You can see the rain in some spots that's filled in. Westbound on 66, that's where you're getting some of the heavier stuff, and that is moving west to east. So we do expect to have the rain overhead for the duration of tonight. Live look out at Reagan National, where rain is being reported at the airport. It's a chilly 45 degrees. It was a cold morning, and yes, we're all in the 40s right now, but the rain definitely makes it feel cooler out there at this hour. 42 in Leonardtown, 44 in Quantico, just 37 in Winchester, 46 in Frederick, and 47 in Westminster. Expect rain off and on, but mostly on through the rest of the night. We do look to clear pretty quickly tomorrow, which means by 7 a.m. or so, the rain could be out of here, but the clouds and the chance for even a little bit of drizzle will linger. It's a cloudy and continued cool day tomorrow with that high of 52. Temperatures stay seasonable to round out the work week. We could have some more showers Friday into Saturday. I'll talk more about that coming up in my 7-day. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Breaking news just moments ago, the Senate now signing off on pressuring the DOJ to release those Epstein files is now set to head to the president's desk.
So we have a lot of fast-moving developments just in the past hour. Fox 5's Sharon Roget is here to break all the new developments down. Sharon?
Yeah, Kenneth, Angie, in a rare procedural move to fast-track the passage of this bill, the Senate says the bill will pass with no formal vote and go to the president's desk. This was a long time coming for these women. Hundreds of them who have come forward, who have risked a lot to share their stories of abuse at the hands of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Many thought they never see this moment. And right now, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are huddled up in solidarity with many of these survivors.
It was the women survivors who are here with us tonight who passed this bill because it was their bravery, it was their pain, and it was their light that shone through the darkness that passed this bill today.
Yeah, the vote capping a morning of emotional testimony from Epstein survivors who urge lawmakers to act. The bipartisan bill, sponsored by Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, passed with overwhelming support in the House. The final vote in the House, 427-1. The only no vote was from Republican Clay Higgins of Louisiana. And just, again, a stunning turn of events, given that Republicans had worked for months to avoid this vote. And the move comes directly after President Trump dropped his opposition on Sunday and said that he would sign the bill. The bill requires the Justice Department to release all unclassified documents related to convicted sex offender Epstein, including communications and investigative materials. We asked former chief human trafficking prosecutor if there are any legal hurdles that could stop this from coming out.
These files can be released. The Congress has now said to release them. I can't see any legal impediment for not doing it, other than some folks don't want maybe names or information in there to be disclosed. I think it's really important. We're not saying that people should be charged, but the public should know who was there, who saw it, who knew it, who shielded it, or who participated in it.
Again, the bill is set to head to the president's desk, and President Trump said that he will sign it. Angie?
Sharon, thank you. Now to a Fox 5 News Alert. Service on the MARC train's Brunswick line suspended after a man was hit by a train. Right now, trains are holding at MARC stations to accommodate passengers. Sky Fox here flying over that scene in Germantown. Fox 5 viewers telling us some of them are even stuck on board trains. This as police continue to investigate. We know transit officials do not expect the train line to reopen before 9 o'clock this evening, so at least a few hours from now.
New at 6, 3 people taken to the hospital after a car plowed into a Prince George's County restaurant. Take a look. Sky Fox over Hip Hop Chicken and Fish this afternoon. All of it happened just before 12:30. One person has serious injuries. 2 others are expected to be okay. The cause still under investigation. And a scare at a Prince George's County high school today. Flowers High went on lockdown for about an hour after a gun was found on campus. No one was hurt. Police took 1 student into custody. Officers say there is no threat to students or the community.
The husband of missing D.C. realtor Anna Walsh pleading guilty to disposing of her body, but will continue fighting a murder charge. A jury selection beginning today in Massachusetts in the murder trial against Brian Walsh. Now, he admitted to lesser charges for getting rid of his wife's body, but not killing her. Anna went missing, disappeared back in 2023. Her body was never found, but investigators did find evidence with her blood and DNA on it that they say Brian Walsh threw away.
Tonight, we're learning the man accused of killing a Virginia corrections officer was serving time for crimes in Fairfax County. Authorities say John Holloman Russell attacked Officer Jeremy Hall yesterday morning at River North Correctional Center in Southern Virginia. Russell was serving a nearly 12-year sentence for several crimes, including a Northern Virginia carjacking.
Well, tonight, new federal findings in the Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore. The NTSB calling the loss of life entirely preventable. Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald was inside that hearing and is live at NTSB headquarters now. So, Fitz, several failures, they were cited, but a few things really stood out, right?
Oh, good evening. The NTSB has always known what the actual cause of the bridge collapse was. Of course, it was the Dolly cargo ship which lost power and crashed into one of the bridge pilings. Today, though, NTSB pinpointed exactly what caused that power failure, and it turned out it was an electrical connection that was not made. Now, the NTSB board also found today that those 6 workers who were on the bridge and who were killed might have had a chance to survive had there been an operating emergency communication system in place at the time of that disaster. There was also discussion today about so-called dolphins. Now, these are barriers around the bridge pilings which are supposed to protect it from any ships. Those barriers were insufficient to deal with the size of the Dolly. By and large, a lot of the investigators said today that this tragedy was preventable and that changes need to be made.
To the family and friends of those who were lost or harmed by this accident, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
They will puncture a bow in the vessel before striking a pier.
And did the Dolly even hit these dolphins at all? Any dolphin at all?
They did not.
Now, keep in mind, the NTSB today did put out more than 24 recommendations for both the future bridge and bridges across this country. Chairwoman Jennifer Homaday pointed out that while the NTSB does not have enforcement authority, it does have a big voice in making sure those recommendations go into effect. Meanwhile, an attorney for Damon Davis, one of those bridge workers who miraculously survived that disaster, said he will have his day in court.
Everyone should remember that this will be decided in court after both sides have been heard in an adversarial proceeding under the rules of evidence.
We have had a lot of success with voluntary adoption of our recommendations. We're usually at an 83% closure rate.
There was also alarm raised today about the size of these enormous cargo ships. Homaday referenced the Eiffel Tower as being roughly in size as the Dolly. A final report from the NTSB is due in the next several weeks. Live in Southwest tonight. We'll send it back to you.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
President Trump dismissing criticism of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today over the brutal 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi after U.S. intelligence concluded that the Crown Prince orchestrated the murder. Trump's comments come after he and the Crown Prince finalized a deal to sell F-35 fighter jets and AI chips to the Saudis.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President.
Trump also dismissed questions about a conflict of interest regarding his family's business ties to Saudi Arabia, arguing he has nothing to do with his son's ventures.
People who receive SNAP benefits must now reapply less than a week after the government reopened. The Trump administration claims it's trying to stop fraud. But a recent Congressional Research Service report says SNAP abuse is rare and most errors occur due to unintentional overpayments. Most who receive SNAP will be able to reapply online. The Department of Agriculture says the process takes around 30 days. Approximately 12% of Americans receive SNAP benefits. Well, still to come on the 6th, the latest move by the Trump administration to dismantle the Department of Education.
Also, how one official is taking action to stop home additions in Fairfax County. And Ana Senor Bonsu is also in Fairfax working on an update.
Hi, guys. Right now we are in the Fairfax County Government Center, and inside the auditorium, board supervisors are hearing from the public on their concerns about illegal massage businesses throughout the area. Ahead, we have more on what people want to be set in place to protect victims.
Happening right now in Fairfax County, leaders are getting ready to hear the public's concerns on illegal massage parlors. Fox 5's Nana Bonsu back on the story tonight, live at the County Government Center. Nana, at least one nonprofit calling for the Board of Supervisors to make it harder for these businesses to operate.
Kenneth, that's correct. And this public hearing just started, so I was able to listen in about 2-3 different people concerned about this issue, but also a woman who says she understands why these nonprofits want to make it harder for these businesses to operate. But as for her, she's running a legal business and doesn't want these regulations to add burden. So we actually have a live look inside the meeting. This is the hearing taking place right now. It's important to clarify that there is an ordinance regulating the massage industry in Fairfax County. But human and sex trafficking advocates say that there are loopholes that don't hold businesses accountable or protect victims. In many cases, these victims are usually women who are brought to the United States from different countries and forced to perform sexual acts on customers following massages. The executive director of Reset 180 wants board supervisors to ban these businesses locking their front doors with exceptions for legit ones.
It's the crime of human trafficking. The women are not free to do what they want to do. There's force, there's fraud, there's coercion, definitely violence and abuse. But they're also close to schools and churches and houses and homes, and so our community is not safe. Secondly, it impacts the economy of a community. All the money is going out of the country, not being utilized here. But how can we, on our watch, see women be victims of trafficking? We want to have communities when anyone is welcome, everyone is safe.
So, Kenneth, that's just one person or representing an organization who says, yes, we want the county to have stricter regulations. But as I mentioned, I was just inside and heard one woman who runs her own massage therapy business, and she's just like, she understands the regulations, but it's going to make her business harder. The county chair actually addressed that. He understands that sex trafficking is occurring at these businesses, but again, they want to find a way to make people who are actually running legit businesses, allow them to run their business safely, but also address the sex and human trafficking that's taking place in the county. We are expecting some kind of vote on the proposed amendments. We have a couple more speakers, so we're going to head back inside shortly to see what people are saying and get that final vote, and we'll have it for you guys here tonight on Fox 5.
All right. We'll follow up with you, Nana. Thank you. Now an update to a story that you actually saw first here on Fox 5 that we shared. A Fairfax County supervisor now trying to take action to try and stop a massive home addition. So last week, we told you about this. It's hard not to miss. This is a home in Greenbrier, in the Greenbrier neighborhood of Fairfax. Zoning rules largely clearing the way for a family to build this 3-story addition. Well, today, Supervisor Pat Harity pushing for a review of zoning rules to try and stop this from happening again. The addition does fall within zoning guidelines for height, but it's too close to the neighbor's property line. So for now, we know construction has stopped.
Today, the Trump administration taking steps to dismantle the Department of Education. 6 offices within the department will reportedly be shifted elsewhere. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order to eliminate the agency. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has previously acknowledged that only Congress can get rid of the department, but has vowed to dismantle it from within.
Experts now warning a new flu could hit the DMV, and guess what? That flu shot you got might not help you out. Experts say the new H3N2 strain does not match this year's flu vaccine. Cases were reported in Canada as well as the UK, but the CDC is behind on its reports because of the government shutdown. Well, to add on to this, the Fox 5 weather team saying that we could actually have a colder than normal start to our winter.
That is concerning, and so is that video of little kids coughing. I'm like, oh,
I know.
Poor babies. All right, I hope you and
but
your
also
families.
Petri dishes. It
Yeah, I
starts
hope
there
your
and we
families
all
don't have to
get
go
it.
through that at all.
Yeah.
But let's turn our attention to the weather here. Stay out of that cold, out of the rain. As we take a live look, what I'm thinking about right now as we bring in Caitlin Roth is that people used to say, stay out of that cold because you're going to get sick. And then I got older and people was like, no, it's not the cold and rain that makes you sick.
Yeah.
It's the germs and other things. But I'm like, no, there's a
why
correlation.
do we all get sick? Why do we all get sick as soon as it gets
That's
cold?
what I say.
Like, as soon as the winter hits. And
As soon as my hair gets wet.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I don't have a scarf on.
Well, I
There's
guess
gotta
it's a
be
reminder.
something to it.
Yeah.
I know. As we get into the holiday season, too, when we're all around each other so much.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, one thing that can help you remedy that, or at least give you a head start, stay ahead with Fox 5 and the weather team.
That's very
right?
true.
Thank you for the shout out. And
Yes.
you know what? That does mean, because we are kind of forecasting a colder than normal December.
Yeah.
And I'm already seeing, like, right after Thanksgiving, we could get our first chilly blast,
Wow.
which is early December, and that is soon. So, you know, keep yourselves healthy.
Listen to your doctors and doctors of meteorology.
Yeah, that's right. Or bachelors of meteorology, same thing. It's true, though, with the changing seasons, obviously it's getting colder, and obviously when we have this wet weather, rain, and then perhaps even deeper in the winter, some snow, you know, you just do want to do what you can for those precautions for yourself and others, and I am including being out on the roads, because with the rain this evening, it's been a while since we've had a wet commute, and it's a little slick out there. So the rain is falling now. It will be with us all night. It does exit pretty early tomorrow, so I don't think the Wednesday commute is as impacted. We'll have a cloudy, kind of cool and drizzly day, though. So unfortunately, November, known for being gray, is really going to show us that through the rest of the work week as temperatures remain seasonally chilly. There is Storm Tracker radar with green that has overspread the whole region. So light to, in some spots, moderate rainfall. Doesn't matter where you go. It's over D.C., the Beltway, and all of the suburbs at this point, and will continue through the duration of tonight. That yellow indicates some heavier rain. I feel like we have to relearn the radar because it's been so long since it's rained around here. The drought has really gained some momentum again west of D.C., and I'll show you that drought monitor in a second. But first, notice these showers track all the way back into the Ohio Valley, Cincinnati, central Indiana,
Louisiana, so you can see why we've still got a ways to go in terms of the falling rain. Now, actually, there's a pocket in the Tennessee and Ohio Valley that's fine. They're not drought-stricken, but you start to see those red areas in more of the northern Great Lakes and then closer to home, indicating where the drought has once again become problematic. And for us, just clipping the west side of D.C. and over into northern Virginia and the mountains, in moderate to now severe drought. Just abnormally dry to the east, but just a couple weeks ago, they weren't even running that dry, so that's how quickly things can change. We've been fairly drought prone for about the past year and a half now. Looking at today's almanac, 33 was the low. It was cold this morning. We hit a high of just 57 degrees below normal, though it was nice not to have those big winds that we were dealing with over the past couple of days. Temperatures right now are chilly as we're all in the 40s, 45 in D.C., 43 in Fairfax, 45 Waldorf, and 49 in Glen Burnie. Here's Futurecast, which shows the showers continuing through tonight. It'll be a quick exit tomorrow morning. I mean, that's 7:30 and the showers are already east of the bay. So with low pressure moving out, we'll still have a bit of a marine influence, meaning that cloud cover is not going anywhere, and we'll probably not see much sunshine. Where you do see sunshine in southern Virginia, you'll notice it'll be much warmer tomorrow, 60s and even 70s. But for us, temperatures are mostly stuck in the 40s. High of 52, and again on Thursday, dry, but it's still cloudy with that high of 55 degrees. The extended outlook showing some hints of maybe a touch above normal as we start off the holiday week. But like I mentioned, Thanksgiving, early call, seasonable, but we could get our first blast of some Arctic air. We've actually already had our first blast. I take that back. That was last week. But we could get a more sustained one Thanksgiving weekend into early December if the forecast holds. In the short term, a very November week ahead. Second half of the weekend, we clear out, see some sunshine back. So the early call on travel starting next week does look good. That's your 7-day, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Well, after years of vetoes and stalled talks, Virginia may finally be on the verge of a legal cannabis market when sales could actually begin.
And an update to Montgomery County's leaf blower ban, why residents say it could make some people a target. Stay with us. Virginia could roll out a legal marijuana market next year. Virginia Mercury reporting that lawmakers are working on a framework to set up a legal way to buy cannabis. Tax revenue from marijuana sales could go to job training and education. If it passes the General Assembly next session, sales could start as early as fall 2026.
Montgomery County already changing its new gas leaf blower ban. The original version encouraged residents to take photos of people using the banned gas-powered leaf blowers. But community advocates now warning ICE could use the provision to target immigrant workers. The new ban still encourages people to report people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but instead of pictures, it requires 2 witnesses who must be willing to testify in court.
A new exhibit over at Arlington National Cemetery is showcasing a rare artifact from the USS Maine. The Navy ship exploded in the Havana Harbor in 1898. The exhibit's centerpiece, which can be found in the Memorial Amphitheater display room, is a wooden fragment of the Maine's mast, which survived an explosion and was recovered after the ship sank.
Still to come, the Cambridge Dictionary releasing its 2025 Word of the Year. And let's find out also what our Tisha Lewis has coming up at 6:30.
It all took place in this McDonald's drive-thru. A driver suspected of driving a stolen car takes off with a police officer on the car. Details and surveillance images after the break.
It's that time. The Cambridge Dictionary has announced its 2025 Word of the Year. Parasocial is defined as the relationship between someone and a famous person they don't know. A good example is the excitement from Swifties when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. Even though they never met the couple, they won't be invited to the engagement party or the wedding. Also, maybe another example is how some people feel about Queen Bee, Beyonce. And they're happy for her, you know, her life.
Yes.
What she's done, the kids.
Yeah, that's also called psycho.
It's called Stan. Parasocial equals Stan.
Yeah, but really, Kenneth, I mean, this goes back. I mean, we've been parasocial since the beginning, right? This was celebrity crush, right? This was like the idea of having an idol or being a super fan. So I don't know why there's like this old word to redefine it and why all of a sudden it's the word of 2025.
Yeah, it's
when
weird.
We've been doing this, you know, since I was in love with John Travolta from Grease as a child.
You're the one I don't want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, Edgy, gotta go. A lot more news ahead. Let's get to those headlines. Right now, 6:33 people dead after a fire ripped through a home in Western Maryland. Tonight, we're hearing from the victim's neighbors as officials investigate the cause. An officer hit by a stolen car in Northern Virginia, and the suspect got away. More on the driver police are searching for tonight. And a top Virginia private school settles with a Jewish family over anti-Semitic bullying. Thanks for keeping it right here at 6:30. Our top story this half hour takes us to Prince William County. A police officer is recovering tonight. A suspect took off with the officer on the trunk of a stolen car, the driver getting away. We've got images for you. Tisha Lewis in Woodbridge tonight.
Hi there. Pretty incredible story here, and it all went down inside this McDonald's parking lot. In fact, police tell us that the car was in this drive-through when officers spotted the black car with stolen plates, confronted the driver, and at some point, the suspect took off with the officer on the car. The officer fell off during the getaway, thankful to be alive. It was all reportedly caught on camera. Here are the pictures of the suspect from surveillance camera footage. Prince William County Police say the surveillance video from a nearby business is grainy, but hope someone recognizes this person. We're told a violent encounter took place yesterday afternoon in the McDonald's parking lot on Route 1 in Woodbridge. We're told the officer, not new to the force, suffered a busted lip. Can you tell us how the officer's holding up?
He's good. Like I said, I think he sustained a busted lip, I believe, but thankfully nothing more than that. I don't recall, but he was treated, I believe, and he's doing okay.
Police say the vehicle involved continued northbound on Route 1 and is described as a black Infiniti sedan with Virginia license plate TAJ 1792. The driver, meanwhile, is described as being in the late teens, early 20s, said to have dreadlocks, was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hoodie at the time of this incident. And once caught, that driver faces several charges, including attempted malicious wounding on a law enforcement officer.
A Northern Virginia private school has settled with a Jewish family after expelling all 3 of their children in the wake of anti-Semitic bullying. The family filed a complaint in July, just days after begging Naismith school leaders to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter. She was getting bullied for being Jewish.
Their twin focuses were making sure this never happens again and giving their children some tangible evidence that they didn't do anything wrong and that it was worth standing up and fighting what had happened. And I think that they are pleased.
The school agreed to create an anti-discrimination policy and compensate the family for costs related to the expulsion. A deadly house fire in Washington County killed 3 adults early this morning. Firefighters responded around 4:30 to a home on National Pike and found flames throughout the first floor and basement. Nearly 60 firefighters got the fire under control by 5 a.m. but found 1 man and 2 women dead inside. A joint investigation with Maryland State Police, forensics teams, and the state fire marshal is now underway.
Yeah, well, we woke up this morning about 5:30 and we could see the red lights and things against the blind and all that. And we looked out, we see the whole streak of trucks down the road and stuff and realized something major was taking place.
It's always scary whenever there's a fire. I mean, it's dry. I just assume maybe it was a brush fire, someone burning leaves early in the morning. But when you see flames that big, you hope everyone's okay. And just from seeing the Maryland fire reports, the EMS reports, that wasn't the case this time.
We're told 2 family dogs made it out. We're expected to get more information tomorrow. Prince George's County now allowing dogs of all breeds after ending a 27-year ban on pit bulls. We have more details after this Fox 5 breakthrough. A decades-long pit bull ban in Prince George's County overturned. It is once again legal to own the controversial breed. Fox Bob Barnard has the details from Greenbelt tonight.
This has been a controversial issue here in Prince George's County for the better part of 3 decades. But now, for people like Van, he's a loyal Fox 5 viewer, and his pit bull dog there named Diamond, it's been put to rest.
This should have been repealed a long time ago.
And to Prince George's County Council member Sidney Harrison's delight, the county council has just voted 7-0 to repeal Prince George's nearly 30-year-old pit bull ban.
We're spending over $3 million a year enforcing a ban that we're not enforcing that well to begin with.
That's because Council Chairman Ed Burrows says there are as many as 20,000 to 30,000 so-called bully breeds living in Prince George's County today, despite the ban that dates back to 1997.
It boils down to education, responsible dog ownership, and that's what this bill addresses today.
At this council hearing, dozens of people spoke out in support of getting rid of the pit bull ban. Officials saying Prince George's County is the last remaining large jurisdiction in the country that still bans the breed.
I've been chased by dogs. I have literally ran in my community on top of a car, and it wasn't a pit bull.
We showed you earlier this year the frightening and fatal attack on a Yorkie by a neighbor's pit bull here in Prince George's County, captured on the family's Ring camera, fueling the argument some have made against repealing the ban.
We are not against dogs. We are against the fact that these dogs have been deemed vicious.
There's been a lot of fear-mongering, and no disrespect to anyone that has been bitten by a dog. This is solely about the owners.
Under this bill, every bully breed type in the county must have a special permit. The owners must microchip them and keep them vaccinated. They must follow stricter leash laws.
Burrows says the county-run animal shelter is euthanizing hundreds of pit bulls every year.
This will open the door for so many dogs to be able to find homes.
And for pet owners who've been abiding by the ban, it's a new day. Keith Holland's pit bull is named Thanos.
I had to relieve my dog and give it up to go live in Virginia to a loving home. But now that this ban has been repealed, he can come home tomorrow, and I've been looking excited.
The end of the ban basically takes effect right away, but so too do the new licensing and permitting regulations for pit bull dog owners. Ideally, fewer euthanasias at the shelter as well.
Bob, thank you. Still to come, one elementary school getting an upgrade thanks to Monumental Sports. That and more after the break.
I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I need love and affection.
Cloudflare outage today knocked thousands of sites and services offline, from ChatGPT and X to New Jersey Transit. The issue is now resolved, but the company says it's still monitoring for errors. Shopify, Dropbox, Coinbase, and Moody's were also hit, with some users unable to access basic functions. This follows a string of recent tech outages after Microsoft and Amazon reported similar disruptions in the past 2 months. A federal judge has approved the Purdue Pharma settlement over opioid lawsuits. Owners, the Sackler family, will pay up to $7 billion over 15 years and give up ownership of Purdue, which will be named Noah Pharma. Settlement funds will go to governments and some individuals harmed by OxyContin. All right, so to come, how drought conditions could impact your Christmas tree selection. And more trouble coming for Sean Diddy Combs. TMZ joins us live with those latest details and allegations. And Mike Thomas have a check of that rainy forecast. Hey, Mike.
Well, you can see what the rain's doing to the roads, right? Traffic pretty heavy along the Case Memorial Bridge. We do have rain coming down. Usually it's rain, rain, go away. Not this time. We want it to stay. Helping out with that drought. We'll give you the details on when it's going to head out of town coming up when the 6 returns.
Yes, it's raining, but drought conditions across our area are raising concerns about the impact on the Christmas tree crop. Fox 5's Gwen Taubert is in Leesburg.
Well, choosing your Christmas tree, yes, could be a bit of a challenge this year. We've had major rain shortages, and here we are now at country-loving Christmas Tree Farm, and this is the owner, Ricky Hoybach. And Ricky, what have been your challenges so far with this lack of rain?
The drought affects the little trees the most. They can't protect themselves. They don't have enough shade. Like this bigger tree here has a lot of shade for the roots, but a tree this size or this size just gets cooked because there's not enough shade for the roots. So these dry out very quickly.
And without the rain, that's a real issue.
Yes, we had water trucks here, but 2 water trucks a day can't equal 5 minutes of what Mother Nature can do to this field.
If you don't have the water, what do you do?
The trees start out in a greenhouse in a seeding bed, and they get transplanted after a couple years to a seedling bed, and then in their 5th year or 6th year, we'll move them out to the field. And this one's been in the field about 3 years. But it takes about 12, 14 years to get this size and 25 years to get that size back there.
So, I mean, compared to last year, how has it been? What was it like last year?
We had a shortage of trees, but it was basically in the big trees because and the banks were failing and would not do loans in 2009, 2010, 2011. So there was a big gap where no farmers were planting trees. So now we're catching up, and we have a lot of 5, 6, 7s this year. But if you're looking for something 9, 10, 11 feet, you better buy it before Thanksgiving. There won't be much selection after Black Friday.
And you've got lots of variety of trees for people to choose from that are here.
Yes, in my field, 300 feet above sea level, we can grow white pine, Scotch pine, Norway spruce, blue spruce, and red cedar. But the Fraser firs are mountaintop grown only. So I get a truckload of these in. This is my first and last delivery for the season. And
Also here, you can also get a wreath made if you want to. And how about a little cider?
Yes.
It all comes together. So definitely an impact on supply and demand this Christmas season. Back to you.
All right, Gwen, thank you. Let's turn our attention to that weather here and find out, when will this drought be over? Gosh, but we are getting some rain now, which is some good news as we bring in our Mike Thomas here. And Mike, I know it's raining, but we are still...
Yeah, I mean, this rain is not going to even close to drought bust. Any little bit helps, no doubt about it. But most are going to end up with less than an inch when things are said and done. We probably need, I'll run the numbers here, and I'll give you this answer coming up at 10. But we will probably need about 4 or 5 inches of rain at least to really cut into the drought that we have out to the west of town, where many folks are in a severe drought once again. We kind of had the summer off from that, but it just built back through fall, given how dry we were around here. 50-degree high temperature today. That is 7 degrees below the normal average. Now, this, of course, number does not count what has fallen within the last few hours. This number gets reported about 4:30. It'll get updated around midnight tonight. Only 0.2 of an inch had fallen so far till this day. So we'll see how much. We think we could double, maybe triple that number by the time this rain is said and done out there, which is currently falling. That is Reagan National Airport. And of course, the sun now down, so a little hard to see, but you can certainly see the lights glistening off the tarmac as another plane lands live here on Fox 5. That's going to be a Southwest. It's got that tail, that yellow tail. That's how you know those Southwest planes are landing. It's 45 degrees. Rain coming down steady. Winds out of the southwest at 8 miles per hour. Temps across the rest of the area in the 40s, 42 at Dulles and Manassas. Winchester, 37, so is Cumberland, 43, Hagerstown, 45, Fredericksburg, Leonardtown at 42, Annapolis, 48. Rain moving in from west to east most of the afternoon today, and now that we've gotten into the evening hours, we did warn you it would be the evening that was going to be the wettest part of the day, and indeed, that has been true. We go in on Storm Tracker radar. Anywhere you see the yellows, it's coming down pretty steady. Most of Fairfax County through Loudoun up towards, say, Jefferson County there in the West Virginia Panhandle and getting down towards Culpeper, Fredericksburg, Fauquier County. They're all getting rained on, and most of Maryland. I mean, just about everybody seeing some raindrops coming down at this hour. And that's likely to continue as we head through the next few. You see a gap forming there in West Virginia, so perhaps a little bit of a break overnight before rain fills back in briefly. Most of that will happen while folks are sleeping. If you're up early tomorrow morning, still could be some leftover showers. Futurecast has a good handle on it. There's that little break in the action as we head towards the midnight hour in our western zones that tries to slide across overnight. Then it fills back in. We get a little bit more rain kind of into 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And then off this whole storm system goes. Exits to the east. Does leave us with a lot of cloud cover tomorrow. If we're lucky, late in the day we may see some sunshine prior to sunset. But it does set so early this year, it will probably be very limited before darkness settles in. There's your plan for the evening. Yep, rainy night. If you're heading out and about, grab the umbrella. If you're not, take it nice and easy. Enjoy some Fox 5 and stay warm with those temperatures down in the 40s for most of the evening hours tonight. Next couple of days here in D.C. featuring a lot of cloud cover. Any showers tomorrow, mostly just tomorrow morning. Then the day on Thursday does look dry. High temperature of about 55 degrees. We go ahead in the 7-day forecast. Your next chance of rain showers is Friday into the first part of this Saturday. Then we're dry. We clear it out. Temperatures in the 50s there Saturday and Sunday. Even into next week. Maybe a 60-degree day there on Monday, but nothing too warm in our near future. Kenneth?
Mike, thank you. A ribbon cutting in Southeast DC today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary School. The upgraded facility features new boards, new Capitals branded MateFlex flooring, and a fresh concrete pad.
Ward 6 residents deserve modern, safe, and inspiring places for recreation. You know, rinks like this are more about more than just sport. There are places where confidence builds. You know, your friendships will form, and teamwork will shine.
This is all part of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's District of Play initiative, which looks to give every DC child access to play spaces and help kids stay active year-round. Time check with our friends at TMZ. More drama for Diddy. The LA County Sheriff's Department is investigating an allegation of sexual battery. And Drake likes a comment on a recent Instagram post with Sexy Red dissing Serena Williams. TMZ all over these stories, of course. Charles Adeboutier joins us live. Charles, good to see you, friend.
Hey, Kenneth, how you doing?
I'm good. Let's start with Diddy. He's behind bars, but still getting into trouble.
Yeah, this is actually, it was a civil lawsuit that was filed back in July, but now the ante has been upped because there's this criminal investigation. This male producer, music producer, who had filed the civil lawsuit claiming that back in 2020, Diddy committed a sexual battery against him by performing a sex act on himself using a shirt, and when he was done, he threw the shirt at this producer. The producer, like I said, had filed the lawsuit, but what has now happened is he has actually gone and filed a police report, and the LA County Sheriff's Department is actively investigating this. There was another part of the allegation was that in 2021, he's alleging that Diddy and CJ Wallace, Biggie's son, basically had some guys pick him up, bring him to a room, and beat him up where Diddy yelled at him and called him a snitch. Those are the center of the allegations that he made in the lawsuit, and he's now also told police. So they are going to be checking into that, seeing if they can find any evidence of this. And if they can, that could be a criminal charge coming for Diddy. Diddy, of course, is denying this. Says that if something comes of it criminally, that they look forward to fighting it in court, but they believe that this is all just fabricated.
So this would be state charges, correct? Or local
Correct.
charges. And I'm just thinking about the timing here. Do we know why now? Just because this alleged victim was waiting for the federal trial to be over?
It could be that, you know, but we also, he filed the civil lawsuit while the criminal trial was ongoing. So we see sometimes that people will file a civil lawsuit and then after the fact go and file a police report because maybe they feel it will help their case in court. And also if authorities can actually gather any evidence, it would certainly bolster their lawsuit as well as perhaps lead to a criminal investigation. So that could be what's going on here. You know, that's one way to look at it. Some people who are skeptical may look at it and say that, why didn't you go file the police report, you know, 5 years ago when this allegedly happened? And sometimes you hear victims say, look, Diddy, in this case, was a very powerful man in the music industry, and he feared that. But we will see what comes of this. If anything comes of the criminal investigation, the lawsuit is something that, you know, put it on the list. Diddy has dozens of these civil lawsuits that he's going to have to deal with while he's still serving out his sentence in the federal case.
Right. All right. Well, let's move on to something lighter here. Drake being petty.
You know what? I don't know if I like that you said that this is something lighter. This is a serious diss to an icon.
Serious. Yeah, Drake
Serena
feels,
Williams.
Drake obviously feels it's very serious.
Yeah. So look, I didn't know that Sexy Red was fancied herself a tennis player, but she and Drake went out on the court, were playing some tennis, or at least they took some photos, seemingly playing tennis. I didn't see any video, so I can't confirm, but they posted some photos from their match, and one fan commented on the photos saying, Serena upgrade. You remember, of course, that Drake and Serena dated back in the day. It's one thing for a fan to say that, but Drake actually went and liked that comment from the fan.
He went and liked the comment, the petty comment from a stranger. It wasn't like another celebrity or anything like that. He went and liked that.
Uh-huh. Yes, he did. So, look, some people think it's him getting back at her because she was in the Super Bowl halftime show with Kendrick, dancing along to Not Like Us. So,
see, and this proves my point that these celebrities on their social, they try to pretend like, oh, I don't see those comments, I don't pay attention to the comments, and then you're on like platforms like the Shade Room, which I know can be a little, you know, People love it or hate it. And
But
then
you
you'll
see
see
it.
celebrities on the Shade Room comments, still commenting and like, oh, aren't you supposed to be above this and not comment or like these?
They're
They're seeing it
definitely
all.
looking. Certainly
seeing-
rappers.
Yeah, they're
rappers
always
are
on their
definitely
phones,
looking
and you
at
know they're
comments.
looking at the comments, definitely. Well, we got some comments for you, Charles Adeboutier. We can't wait to see you tonight at 7:30 on
all right.
right here. See you, buddy. Thank you for the fun. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Like it or not, up next, hey, Jim.
Tony, please behave yourself.
You already...
We can't take him anywhere. You give him a show at 9 o'clock on streaming, and the dude thinks he can talk whenever I'm here.
Quiet down, Tony P.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Tony P stands for please shut up. Hey,
wow.
Love you, buddy.
You know,
hey,
the love meter's gone
okay,
down.
Tony, I got a show to tease here. We're talking about a ban on pit bulls has been lifted in Prince George's County. We want to know if you like that idea of lifting the ban on pit bulls. Go to fox5dc.com/line, cast your vote. We'll talk about that and much more on the show tonight.
P stands for pit bull.
It stands for that too.
Oh my God!
When you think pit bull, you think Tony P.
That is Mr. 305.
Dale!
Oh.
Of course, you know he would say Dale. Well, we've decided to let Tony P come over here anyway.
Oh, yes. You know, again...
Can you behave yourself for the next 30 minutes?
Listen, I promise I have, like, some tape I'm going to put on my mouth sometimes. I don't interrupt or talk or do anything. I promise you.
Hey, I don't know if you've
Double-sided tape.
I don't know if you... Let me finish
Oh,
this.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
My gosh.
Sorry.
Good God. Facebook is making a comeback in a very unlikely way in the dating community.
It sure is. I'll tell you, influencers are putting more stuff out there now, and if I want to improve my audience in the 60-plus demo, I'll be going there.
We got so much to talk to on Like It or Not. Let's go. It is always a great night on Like It or Not when we get Autumn Joy back in the house.
Oh, my goodness. Hello.
I mean, I get jealous because you're the queen of Lion Lunch Hour.
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
They've been feeding me for years now.
By the way, that's why we lose all the guests, because they're mad that we don't have food for them at night.
Yeah, get some chicken wings or something. I'd come back then, you know? For sure. I missed you, Jim.
I missed you. I missed you. By the way, I feel like so much has happened since the last time we saw you.
I know. I had a baby, you know, had a relationship. That's over, you know, back in the dating pool, all of the things, right?
Are you on Facebook?
I am on Facebook dating. I just got on 2 days ago, so I'm excited to talk about that.
I gotta
see this. I'm ready for that story, for sure.
She's in the 60+. She's looking for that, too.
Oh, listen, if he's bald with a beard, holla at me, baby.
Wow.
Yes, I'm there for it.
Okay, that's a type. That's a type.
All right, we got a lot to get to, so let's fire it up. All right, speaking of fired up, a billboard in New York City's Grand Central Terminal has people, especially women, in an uproar. Humans of New York recently displayed a large billboard installation where ads were replaced with portraits and stories in tribute to everyday New Yorkers. One sign grabbed the attention of a TikToker who shared it. It has more than 8 million views. It shows a man and woman together and reads, "We met 6 weeks ago, and no offense to my deceased wife, but this is the love of my life." Let's just say that did not sit well with pretty much everybody. Responses include, "No offense to your wife, buddy, I'm offended." And his last name is probably on her gravestone. "I am sick." So, Marina, no setup line here, just like it or not.
This is awful. How it is, I don't believe it's true, and maybe it's just because I can't. Like, how, first of all, why is this man online doing this?
Right.
So there's my first thought that this may be just for clickbait. But even if it is real, like, these are just some things are just better left unsaid. And this may be one of those.
So listen, all I got to say is, ladies, they even embarrassed us beyond the grave, okay? There's that. Point number one. Point number two, the way that I would be haunting this man for the rest of my life, are you kidding me? Like, the love of your life, after I spent all these years cooking your dinner, washing your dirty drawers, cleaning up after you, that's the love of your life?
Wow, you're a good wife.
Are you kidding me? No, I'm haunting him. Absolutely.
I mean, you take a great thing like Humans of New York and just soil it with something like this, okay? To be honest, I thought, you know, dudes were really bad in my generation. Man, they're even bad in the greatest generation, the World War II generation. It's all the same. This is awful. I mean, when you look at this, again, why did you need to say that? You could say, hey, she was a great wife. I love my life, but now this is someone else. That means a lot to me. That's okay, but you don't have to say this is the love of my life. Like, you have to make a definitive statement. Things can have nuance, even in our own opinions.
This gives me like Anna Nicole vibes, you know, like he's almost not saying things, like he doesn't have his own like control over his words, and maybe she's writing this.
Faculties.
Are you ready? I like it.
Oh.
What? Because here's why. We don't know anything about I mean, what? Maybe he stayed in the marriage for one reason. Maybe she. I don't know. Maybe
why
they
would
had.
you say it?
Because look, there's a lot of people who may feel like they're trapped in loveless marriages. So maybe this is a public service message to them.
Okay, I can see that.
I'm not saying. I mean, look, this is just. It's not. I'm not speaking. I'm not saying that his wife was a saint or not. I'm not saying, but what his true intent is. But the reality is, we're just getting. This is about social media. Yeah. You're putting out the best image of your life, how you want people to feel. So maybe there's something to this we don't know.
I mean, there is a concept of kind
of
being tasteful.
I'm sorry.
Right, wrong show. That was easy.
Yeah, you're lucky because it ain't you.
Right.
At least
finally,
not this time.
Usually it is, yeah.
I can say what I want now.
We could still send him upstairs if we need to, right?
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea.
Make it happen, James.
Okay. No, I like Tony. Even after he soiled the top of the show. I'm just kidding.
That's what I'm known for, baby.
Moving on, 1 in 6 parents think they're raising a pro athlete. That's according to a study by Talker Research. And these parents are paying an arm and a leg to make that happen. When it comes to new equipment, they're shelling out more than $300 a year, which that seems low.
Yeah, it does.
The survey found parents use their kids' sports careers as an investment, but only about 2% of high school athletes get any type of scholarship. Experts say that puts pressure on the kids. They can end up burning out by the time they're 18. So, hey, Autumn, spending big bucks in hopes of raising the next LeBron James, like it or not.
You know what? Here, I don't like it. And here's the thing, because I have a teenager. And so, of course, you put your kids in everything starting out to throw it at the wall, see what's going to stick. I am not that mom that's paying for lessons, getting up early, doing all the things. If my kid is out there and can't shoot the ball correctly, then I'm moving on. Let's chess club it is, you know? Maybe badminton. You know, maybe the active sports aren't for you. So no, I don't like that at all. Absolutely, I'm not investing. Nope, absolutely not.
You're a golfer.
I am. I mean, that was one of the worst experiences, especially high school golf. I mean, the parents go out there, watch the matches. I played Little League and I did AAU ball. These parents were on the field going, let's go, kid, run round third base, thinking it's Cal Ripken Jr. out there. And then they would coach the teams and set it all up for their own advantage. I mean, some of these parents, they live vicariously through their kids. And I can say that because I am a kid, and when, not with my parents, but with other parents, I saw this, and it was just nauseating. So please, let the kid develop. Every great athlete, Andre Agassi, Matt Kuchar, they had their fathers caddy for them and help them, and they hated their fathers after that. So that's evidence.
Yeah.
Y'all are too nice.
Wow.
These people are pathetic. I mean, you are grown and you are going out there and you're shouting at the referees at these games and you're calling them everything but their government name and just shouting and just saying obscenities through and through. This kid doesn't even know the difference between offense and defense, and you're treating this kid as if they're going to go into some sort of pro league. I hate it so much. I think you're right. They're stage moms and stage dads out there. They're living vicariously through their kids. You're a loser and so's your kid. Get over it. Enjoy your time.
I didn't want to say that. I'm with you on that.
And have a good time and enjoy it. These are formative years. It's supposed to be about learning to work in a team, about respect, about learning to lose, which, by the way, is a huge lesson in life that you should learn very early on, repeatedly. So when you really do lose big time, it doesn't come at you hard and fast. And instead, this is what they're doing. They're out there thinking that some way, somehow, they've got the next Tom Brady. Get out of here. There's like 1 in a million of those. And just give your kid the opportunity to be a kid. You remove their childhood when you act like this around them.
And burnout is real. Like, if you have your kid doing that every Saturday while they're young, they're going to burn out. And there won't be anything left.
All right, let's turn to a story here at home. You may have seen us talk about this today on Fox 5. Prince George's County is ending its 27-year ban on pit bulls. County Council passed a bill amending Animal Control Code, which now lets people adopt pit bull-type dogs. Now, doesn't mean you're free and clear. It includes tougher leash laws, definitions of what qualifies as a dangerous dog, increases fines and penalties for repeat offenders. By the way, these dogs also have to be vaccinated. They have to be registered. They have to have a special license. Prince George's County was the last remaining large jurisdiction in the country that still banned pit bulls. Tony, what do you think about this? Like it or not?
I absolutely love it because I think we're still dealing with the effects of the Michael Vick case from years ago. People got scared about the pit bull and the dog fighting. But these animals are really, really awesome. They can be gentle and kind, and when they're trained, when they're vaccinated, they're wonderful pets. I think, you know what, this is a great move, especially for apartments where folks may have pit bulls. They can't move into them in Prince George's County. Now that might open the door for that. I think it's really, really great to not have the stigma around the animal anymore.
It's all about nature versus nurture, though, with a lot of these animals, because my sister, I was always very dubious about pit bulls. My sister adopted one, and then she adopted another one, and these dogs actually were very sweet, loving dogs. But I realized because we report stories quite often about dogs that aren't. So I think, you know, the owner has a big factor in this, although you have to understand these are breeds that do have a bit of a reputation in some regards. It has been earned, but to suggest that every pit bull is going to be a Cujo-like killing machine, that's wildly inaccurate.
And shout out to Ed Burrows. You know, that all of that passed today, and you know, he really led the charge on that. It's been 27 years that they have been trying to get this legislation passed, right? So this is a huge win. And when I worked in property management, they had that huge banned list. You know what I mean? Like, and pit bulls was like #1, can corsos, all the things. And so, like you said, everybody has that scared, like, oh my gosh, pit bulls are going to bite me. And it's nurture over nature. And, you know, it's all about how you treat the dog. So
I mean, listen, we're all animals, including us humans, and we've seen some out there, and man, can they not behave. So I get it. But I do think, I like where Ed Burrows is going with this, and I think the bill has promise. I just hope that accountability is where it needs to be. When there's a problem, that these people that are behind the animal are accountable.
You're absolutely right.
Because at the end, this is why we're in this stigma that you were talking about, because people aren't held accountable for actions that have, by the way, taken lives. So, I mean, it is, at the end of the day, a serious conversation. I can understand the opposition, but also, a lot of these dogs do deserve homes. They don't deserve to end their lives the way that we know can happen at a lot of these shelters that can't keep them. So, time for change, but also, let's make sure that both sides are equal.
And let me just throw I'm curious because we all agreed on this. If you disagree with, shoot us a tweet, hashtag Fox5Line. I want to hear from you on this one because it certainly is something we'll be talking about. In the meantime, that's our poll question tonight. Go to fox5dc.com/lion or scan the QR code. Ending the pit bull ban in Prince George's County. 57% of you say you like it. 43% of you don't. We're back with much more alongside Tony, Autumn, Marina, and me on Fox 5's Like It or Not after the break.
All you need is your own imagination. So use it, that's what it's for.
Welcome back. Your next new coworker at the office may not even be human. Microsoft is working on a new kind of artificial intelligence agent that doesn't just assist but acts as an employee. These agentic users will soon have their own email, Teams account, and company ID, just like a regular coworker. Microsoft said these agents can attend meetings, edit documents, communicate via email or chat, and perform tasks autonomously. Research from Gartner projects by 2028, 33% of software applications will incorporate agentic AI, and 15% of daily business decisions will be made autonomously by AI agents. So, Marina, AI taking over the workplace, like it or not.
I mean, look, I don't like it because I think it's obviously replacing jobs, but this is it. Like, we're in the future. This is where we have to adapt now and come up with other ways to use your skill set that AI is going to take over. The fact is that any executive assistant type of function will at some point be completely taken over by AI. Now, I'm not saying that the creme de la creme of that type of job can be replaceable by a bot, but the truth is that a lot of it is just very transactionary dealings. Mm-hmm. And if you can have a machine that you can teach it and program it to do the same functions, it's going to be much more cost effective. And that's at the point that we're at right now. Do I like it? No. Is it reality? Absolutely.
The only good thing I have to say about this is it's a great time for personality hires. Maybe finally they'll be the ones that finally take over the world. But beyond that, we have to have a tax system with these AI employees. If it's going to be 15 to 30% of the workforce, it can't just be extra profit 100% for these companies. They owe it to the American taxpayer to invest in the education and the transition for these employees to get trade school skills or to get coding skills or things of that nature to help with the next move to the economy. But beyond that, I think these companies need to take responsibility for this. They're going to have much more profit, more efficiency. Give it back to the people.
I just want everybody to know, I mean, this is coming from a consultant, too. So I think that,
right.
yeah,
I mean, like, again, like, I mean, if you have expertise and you have, like, you know, context, that'll be helpful. Personality helps, too, but this ain't good.
Yeah, I bet you they won't get smart with you like your coworkers do, like, per the previous email. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, they're going to be nice and calm and cool and collected. So I'm here for it. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that is, when you think about it, too, just the idea that, I mean, it is crazy that they're giving them that much leeway as badges, email accounts, all of that stuff. That's crazy. But
it's ridiculous.
It is what
It's too human.
I mean, Sunny was here yesterday. She said she talks to Craig. You know, like these things, like people have made them out to be.
Her AI chatbot.
I was like, Craig? Who's Craig? Sorry.
The tall dude who works here. Yeah. Right. All right, let's move on. A man turned to Reddit, as everybody does these days, after his girlfriend canceled plans they had to celebrate a career achievement. The guy passed his exams he'd been working on for 3 years for his job. He and the lady friend had plans to celebrate, but when the time came, girlfriend canceled, saying she felt, quote, too low to go out. Now, for context, the girlfriend does struggle with depression, but the man says he felt she could have pretended to be excited for him and endure a night out to mark his accomplishment. Of course, people were mixed on this, and I think when you hear the first part of the story, Tony, you're thinking one way, and then you throw in the part about the depression, and then like, hey, it's a real concern.
I mean, you can adjust it if you're the boyfriend. Say, you know what, hey, I can make it less about myself for that one moment. We can do it 2 or 3 days from now. You still celebrate the whole thing. Maybe you do something that's inside where it can be better for the depression situation. You maybe watch a movie, then you go out for dinner afterwards. I just don't like putting this out on Reddit and, you know, putting someone out there who has depression, who's dealing with it, maybe going through a tough situation. And this is the thing about opening up in relationships that a lot of women don't see from men, and they don't see the safety that men should be providing emotionally for their partners when they're going through this. So you know what? Do better if you're the guy, please.
I'm on the other side of that. I think that was very selfish of her. I mean, honestly speaking, like if you know your man has been studying for 3 years, then that's your opportunity to really support and get behind him. And you know, not negating the fact that she suffers from depression, but go out so then you can be pulled out of the depression. You know what I mean? So I don't like this. I think that this is like a sign of things to come with that relationship, and I feel like he should probably get out. That's just my opinion.
This relationship 101, baby. Give and take all day, every day. I mean, and obviously with the caveats being, but like everyone has some sort of something that they suffer from or affliction, if you will. And again, we're not saying like this. First of all, we have no idea, like the medical history for this woman. He just threw out depression, like who knows what exactly like this all means. Is he being selfish? Yes. Could she maybe have like given a little bit more? Yeah. I mean, it's all compromise at the end of the day, and I think they could have met in the middle somewhere where everybody would have been happy at the end.
I mean, I think these are conversations that you have to have as part of the relationship. That, you know, it's one thing to say you're down, you know, if I'm feeling blah, but it's another thing if you're dealing with depression, and I think you have to respect that. But these are conversations where you have to lay out your expectations in that relationship. I mean, if somebody is depressive and they're in that space, I think you owe it to your partner to say, this is what I need to thrive. So, I mean, it's all about communication in times like this. Gen Z has finally discovered Facebook. Yeah, and they're using it for dating. Facebook dating now has 21 million daily users, many of them young people who once thought the platform was for, like, you know, 30-something millennials or older. One 27-year-old dater said, Facebook dating has me in a chokehold. I am literally obsessed. Daily conversations on Facebook dating among users 18 to 29 have increased 24% over the last year. Facebook says it's popular because potential daters can easily see who they're interested in, if they have mutual friends, and it makes it easy to see where you may have mutual interests. So, okay, Autumn, you're back on.
Hey, listen, I am here for it. So I was like heavy into Hinge at first, right? And I kind of hit like a brick wall. Like I feel like I kind of swiped on everybody. So my girlfriend was like, you got to get on Facebook dating. And I said, Facebook dating? Like, am I going to run into like my mom's friends? And you know, because like, you think Facebook, you think your aunties and your uncles, right? But no, the men on there, They are fine. Like, I'm talking about everybody that I swiped. I was like, yes, beard, yes, hairline, yes, body, yeah, like all of the things. And I connected with so many people. I have like 4 dates this weekend.
Wow.
I'm just saying, I have a guy texting me right now. Hello.
Hey,
hello. So yes,
hello.
Hello. So get on Facebook dating, baby. It is everything.
By the way, Mark Zuckerberg, if you're watching, I think you have your new spokesperson for Facebook dating.
Right here. Meta baby.
Right
Meta
here.
baby.
Meta baby.
There's a marketing campaign.
This is the new frontier of dating. Explain how this works. Is it like an app? Is it a swiping mechanism?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah,
Tell us, what's Facebook dating like?
Yeah, so it's still swiping. You still can heart the people that you like. And what I like about it is that there's no limit. So like
That's
with
true.
Hinge and all the other ones, you can maybe do 15 likes per day, then you're cut off. Whereas with this, you can keep liking and keep it flowing.
The only difference is the poking is done in person.
Yes.
Right? Okay, thank you.
Not me saying yes.
Oh,
Wait a minute, did I just snitch on myself? Hold on.
That's very right. Very nice.
No, but this is a great example of corporate strategy, how you evolve a dormant platform that was, you had a white space opportunity, which is of growth, to give people this opportunity, and you revolve the product.
Consultant speak.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, I'm gonna say.
White space growth opportunities, all those things. This go-to-market strategy is beautiful. So well done to Facebook. This is a great idea. It gets young people back into it. They hate dating apps now, and they like the trust of having a cluster of friends that know this person. So this is a fantastic idea.
But there's this obsession with making these apps like the everything app. And so you can go on Facebook, you can connect with people, you can find dates, you can go on Marketplace and buy somebody's old TV. You know, it's all there in one place.
It's like cable on social media.
Yeah.
You know, all TV guide in one place.
All right, when we come back, Oscar winner Tom Cruise? Not quite. We'll explain though what is Hollywood talking when Fox 5's Electric Night comes right back. Thank you so very much. Welcome back. Tom Cruise now is an Oscar. Kind of. He was presented an honorary Oscar Sunday at the Academy's annual Governor's Awards. A competitive Oscar has eluded Cruise, who's been nominated 4 times. In his emotional speech, he paid tribute to the people who make movies possible and reflected on the unifying role of film worldwide. At 63, Cruise is still one of the world's biggest movie stars. So Autumn, he got an honorary Oscar. Is that the same as a regular Oscar?
I mean, it's like the step cousin to the Oscar. You know what I mean? Like, I guess an Oscar is an Oscar, no matter how you get it. I'm sure he would have appreciated to get it for something that he actually did, as opposed to like, here you go, you know, whatever. I mean, I think when it comes to Tom Cruise, though, I mean, he doesn't really get the flowers that I think he deserves, honestly. So I think this is a step in the right direction. But would I, as an actor or an actress that has such a catalog as him, I don't know if I would be as appreciative. I don't know if I'm coming off correctly with this.
It makes sense. And you know, I think about, what was it, 2 years ago when Jamie Lee Curtis won over Angela Bassett, and there was a big to-do made about the fact that people thought that Angela Bassett was unhappy with it, and she was given the honorary Oscar the next year. I mean, I think it's important to reward people for their contributions to film, period, which Tom Cruise and Angela Bassett have both done. You know, it's like, look, I have an Emmy. It's for a promo I did, so I was not the best anchor Emmy, but I am an Emmy award-winning ancher, I guess. Is that the way to look at it?
Well, there's that.
Local Emmy. Let's not get over my skis here. If you know what I do, I put my toilet paper on it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and that's pretty much it. Listen, this is basically the equivalent. This is toilet paper for Tom Cruise, and I think the Academy deserves to be unplugged, taken off life support and generator, whatever it's on, and surviving off. Again, pathetic. Imagine, like, seriously, for a second, think about this. Think of this. You've never won an Academy Award, and they're giving you an honorary Academy Award. Like, they just can't get past the irony of that. Like, that is so pathetic. You've never won one, but here's an honorary.
But they give this away every year. There's a Governor's Award every year.
Exactly. That's why it's so ridiculous that they've been doing this, and all these people are like, yes, let's go for the honorary. My daughter's here and everything.
I mean, it's still nice.
Give me the real one.
I mean, look, Tom Cruise should have won in 1996 for Jerry Maguire. Everybody knows that award, okay? Angela Bassett should have won 2 years prior for her role, the Tina Turner biopic, which was fantastic. Denzel Washington should have 4 Academy Awards. We could say this all day, every day. The Academy really shortens a lot of these actors what they really deserve. So,
what about Jennifer Lopez? She really deserves it.
By the way, this came up on Live Zone Primetime with VP and producer Chris last night at 9 o'clock. That's where I got the idea. Still to come, we're going to take a look at our poll results one more time. Ending the Pitbull ban in Prince George's County. 58% of you like it, 42% of you don't. Stick around. We're back after the break.
local Hyundai dealer today.
Welcome back. We asked what you think about ending the pit bull ban in Prince George's County. 59% of you like it, 41% of you don't. I wonder how many of those were dogs. Anyway, stick around for Do You Like It or Not with producer Chris and Tony P on this Tuesday night. You can scan the QR code and join the Lion Zoom room. Talk about what's on your mind tonight.
Yes. Yeah. And before we go to my pickleball friends, especially Marsha, who said that Candy and I were very funny.
Some things never go out of style.
5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, it's 7:30 on this rainy Tuesday night. That means it's time to find out if you like it or not. I'm producer Chris, and tonight we're talking about quarter zips because it's quarter zip season, apparently. We're talking about last-minute plans, silent nights out at the bar, and much more. So let's dive right in and talk about how you can join us live if you want to weigh in on those topics or any of the other ones that we've got coming up for you here in just a few minutes. As you know, we are streaming, which means there's a lot of different ways to join the conversation. If you're watching on our YouTube live channel, you can leave comments in the chat. We'll check those coming up here in just a few minutes. If you're watching on our website, fox5dc.com, or if you're watching on Fox Local on your phone, basically any sort of mobile version, and you want to join the Zoom room, you can't scan the QR code. What you can do is you can go to my Instagram page, Fox5 Producer Chris. I've got a link to it, pinned in my bio. Speaking of Instagram, that's also where we have our broadcast channel. That's where we post the story to get the conversation going a little early. Tonight, I don't even remember what I posted in there about, so maybe you guys can remind me. But we'll get to that coming up here. Oh, we talked about last-minute plans. If you guys still like them, if you still make them, and if they're just more difficult to cancel. We're also streaming live behind the scenes on TikTok right now, so hello to everyone who is making their way, scrolling past me as they go. Of course, my favorite way for you guys to join is if you're watching Fox Local app on your connected TV. You can make it a two-screen experience. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code, or punch in the meeting ID and get ready to join us live with your hot takes. I see Kelly, I see Keith, I see Sandra, all in there. Remember, cameras on, mute to start. We'll bring you into the conversation. You can unmute, you can weigh in then. We are standing by. We are standing by for Tony P. It's Tony P Tuesday. He's just wrapping up the 7 o'clock version. He'll join us live here in just a moment. We'll get all caught up with him, find out what's new in his world. In the meantime, though, we're going to dive right in. Because believe it or not, like it or not, ready or not, there are only 6 weeks left in 2025. And that means all those years, boo is, well, I mean, exciting things on the way in 2026. That's how I'm choosing to look at it. You know what? Before I dive in, Tony P's making his way in. So we're gonna, let's just get in here. Get in here. Get in here. Fox 5 contributor, Live Zone primetime co-host, Tony P. How you doing?
What's going on, my friend? How we
doing?
Going
With the charcoal and pink
Charcoal
tonight.
pink. I call this minimalistic with a little bit of flair, as they say in the movie Office Space.
I went all blue, and then I threw on a gray jacket because
You're looking good, my friend.
I was afraid I would have sweat stains under the arms.
Ooh, those are the worst.
Those are the worst.
They should have like
TMI,
guards.
I know.
They should have like guards like under the armpit. They should create like
I hear
spots.
Botox can help.
Botox?
I just go with your guys are getting, this is totally off topic.
It helps
I
everything.
Go with the prescription strength antiperspirants sometimes. They help. All right, in the meantime, Tony P., we are talking about the fact that there are only 6 weeks left in the year.
There we are.
Yeah.
I get really wow.
If you're counting. All the year-end lists are coming out, and tonight we're talking about Cambridge Dictionary's Word of the Year. Did you hear what it was?
I thought it was, oh God, it was one of those new
Don't
words.
Say it. Don't say it.
Sure.
If you know what it is, we'll get to
trends.
it. But this year, it's Taylor Swift's fault, is what we're saying. Because the word of the year, the crown goes to parasocial. If you don't know, the word refers to the connection that people feel between themselves and a celebrity that they have never met. It also doesn't even have to be a real person. It could be a character in a TV show, a character in a movie, or character in a book. In its declaration, the dictionary referred to Taylor Swift's engagement to Travis Kelce, the excitement fans felt when they found out, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of them have never met either the soon-to-be bride or groom. Parasocial relationships can also take place between people and AI chatbots.
I figured that.
Tony P., do you like this selection as a word of the year?
I think it just totally describes how we've devolved as a society in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's one word for Cambridge there. I mean, we are just becoming, the social media algorithms are making us even more like trying to compare each other, keep up with the Joneses. This is part of it. It's parasocial relationships now, where I can fantasize meeting a celebrity or fantasize what my life might be like with them in my life. This is too meta. We're going to have AI bots doing that for people. AI Taylor Swift, we better hang out with them.
Yeah,
it's
well,
crazy.
I mean, that probably wouldn't be
Nuts.
the worst thing in the world. Maybe it would get rid of the stalkers instead if they had their own fake Taylor Swift. Is
Okay.
there any celebrity that you, not to go down to like a clinical level, but you feel like if you met, you guys would be friends?
Ooh, I would say Conan O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien.
Because Conan's from the Boston area like me, and Conan is quirky and goofy, and he owns it, and he's an inspiration to me. He has shown me a lot of just great, I'm just online through his videos, about perseverance, how he became a host with basically no name recognition and did it and became one of the best ever. And just his whole story. He's so kind, he's so open and generous. I just love him.
Conan O'Brien is a great example of how being smart and funny can get you.
And self-aware.
In life. Yeah, that goes along. And self-deprecating.
Yes.
David, welcome to the Lion Zoom Room.
David.
Thanks for joining us.
What's up, guys? What's up, Tony P?
What's going on, baby? How we doing?
David, the dictionary.com word of the year was not a word at all. It was a number. It was 6-7 nonsense. This one, Cambridge went with parasocial. Do you like that more or less?
I like it more. I don't know what's going on with that 6-7 thing. Someone's got to explain it to me.
I still don't know.
Nonsense. That's what it is. Gen Alpha nonsense. That's a phrase I don't get to use very often. Normally I'm blaming Gen Z.
Can we keep that for a couple of weeks? For the 6 weeks in the new year, can we do that?
Hey, man. You
You
guys are old now, so.
Right.
Gen
Hey, listen,
Alpha's
we're
on the way.
relevant.
6-7 is 6-7. Did I use it right?
I want to be 6'7".
David, is there any celebrity out there you could imagine having like a friendship with, or that you think would be friends if you guys met?
Jim Loke.
Jim Loke.
Wow.
All right, that's just going to go to his head, though, because now you just called him a celebrity.
Maybe the
He is a
Instead of
celebrity.
my local TV news
He
personality.
is a celebrity, and so are you, by the way.
He's a big shot. Allison, welcome to the Lion Zoom Room. How about you? Do you like this selection? Do you think that's where we are as a society? And is there anyone you could think of that you could imagine being friends with if you met?
I don't like the word of the year. To me, they just put any type of combination and make it mean something and just add it. It's unnecessary.
Right.
But celebrity, I think I would be friends with Khloe Kardashian.
Oh, okay.
She just reminds me, so much of myself, the way she perseveres, and she gives a big F you to the people that disrespect her. Like, I love her, and I think I would be real cool with her.
Okay, I like that. I like that pick. And again, Tanisha, do you think that people actually used parasocial a lot this year, or are they just kind of imposing it on us because we're all in these parasocial relationships?
I'm baffled. I think they do use it often, and I don't really care for it because I'm not into it like that. It's a generational thing, and I'm not there. I'm old.
Is there a celebrity, though, that you think if you guys met, you guys would probably be best friends?
Oprah.
Oprah, okay.
Yeah, big. One of my
I
favorite
want to be friends
07.
with Oprah as well. I want to live in her guest house with Stedman and just reap the benefits.
You get a friend, and you get a friend, and you get a friend. I mean, just her couch, actually, just a quick note, the couch from her original show in Chicago is in the Museum of African American History.
Yeah.
It's right there. Her whole set is right
belongs
there.
there.
It is so cool, and it's right across from Jesse Jackson's 88 campaign exhibit. A beautiful array of entertainment and really good history. Just want to put that out there.
All right, Chad, I don't care about your thoughts on the word of the year. I just want to know what celebrity you think you would be friends with.
Chris, this is my new favorite question. I'm going to put this in my list of icebreakers. And
Okay.
Tony P, you're my favorite. You're my second favorite Tony, other than Tony Soprano.
Oh,
all right,
I am
so
honored
how
to
about
be
this?
number 2 to him.
Yeah, that's...
How about a paranormal parasocial?
Okay.
Mine would be Jim Morrison. A
Oh.
paranormal
Ooh,
parasocial.
I like that. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that. You guys would vibe.
I
for
like
sure.
that.
All right, it's no secret who my 2 would be. It's obviously Jeff Goldblum and Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
So, you know,
We have to get Matt Friend here to impersonate Jeff Goldblum just so you had that paranormal relationship.
I got to meet Jeff Goldblum, and it was,
you did?
it was
Okay,
everything I
beautiful.
could have hoped and more, and I'm going to see Keanu Reeves on Broadway this Saturday after Thanksgiving.
No
He's
way.
in that Waiting for Godot with Alex Winter from Bill and Ted, so it's a reunion. Anyway, I paid real, actual money, human money, to go see Keanu Reeves in person. So, yeah, I'm guilty of it too. Next up, move over Nike Techs and coffee, because we are in the age of quarter zips and matcha. They're having a moment. This is what I'm told. Complex recently posted about this new trend. The comment section, though, had some thoughts, with some people pointing out that Gen Z loves to mock other generations for their fashion and then turn around and dress just like them and act like they discovered something new. On the other hand, Tommy Hilfiger's official account jumped in to the comment section, writing, "This is our time." Tony P, I know the answer before I even ask, but do you like quarter zips or do you not?
In the words of Coach Herb Brooks, this is your time. Their time
We're
is
declaring
done. It
Tony
is
B,
here. Okay?
Tony
Finally.
P, the king of the quarter zip.
We
Jim?
need it. It is the...
There's one of them. There's one of them. Let's go to the next one.
That was a good video.
That was a good one? All right, let's go to the next one. There's two.
That's two quarter zips.
All right, can we make it three? Three quarter
baby.
zips.
That's my
Can
favorite
we
one, the
go
light purple
four?
one.
Can we make it four, Jim? Do we have four? Four. There's the pink one. All right,
Look,
Tony P.
creative, my
you
friends.
You like the quarter zips. We have established that.
Yes, it is the
Would you
epitome.
declare them in?
Yes, because a lot of people my generation are going to become fathers soon. They're getting close to their 30s, okay? And the ultimate sign of being a great suburban dad, like I'm talking Ted Lasso mixed with Steve Martin from Father of the Bride, is the quarter zip.
Is the quarter zip.
With the, cutting the lawn and the tractor with the quarter zip, going to your kid's game with the coffee cup. That's, and then go playing golf after. That is peak masculinity, in my opinion. So you know what? Go for it.
Sandra, some might argue that the quarter zip never went out of fashion. How about you?
To each his own. I kind of, I'm old school, so I kind of like, our old school fashion kind of situation. Now, for the quarter zip, again, you have plenty. That's good for you. On my hand, I really don't care too much for it. I just feel like every generation should keep their own style.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, did you think it's okay for other generations to wear stuff, but just not call it out or say we invented it, or is it kind of we need to stay in our lane? I'm just curious.
I feel like give credit to where credit is due.
I like that.
A lot of the fashion that we have now, we have the 70s and the 80s to thank for,
That's right.
But I feel like, it should be credited to where credit is due. That's it.
Best idea. Chef's kiss.
I promise you, Jess, I promise you, if you went through my Facebook, you could find a picture of me wearing a quarter zip. But it would be from freshman year of college, which was the year 2002.
I got some quarter zips.
All right.
Yeah, baby.
You and Tony P.
See, I knew I liked you the minute I met you.
You know what I mean? But like she said, to each his own. I mean, if that's in your closet, go ahead and rock it. You know what I mean? But like I said, I got a variety of different things. But I like the quarter zips. I got a few of them.
All right, he likes them. He likes them. I'm going to bring David back into this conversation. I feel like out in Colorado, you may have seen one or two of these before. But my question earlier was, remember we also went through a phase where there were like these sleeveless zip-up vests that all like the Wall Street and tech bros were wearing. So now are we replacing this with the quarter zip, or are these just going to kind of go hand in hand?
Yeah, I guess that is replacing those vests, the sleeveless vests. I've got one of them upstairs. Worn it once in 15 years.
Once?
Yeah, I mean...
You didn't need it two times in this cold winter?
Listen, I'm no fashion expert. I'm no fashion expert, so...
You're not bad, though.
Well,
this is pretty good. This is solid.
This is made out of sweatshirt material, and I was cold earlier.
But again, it looks
the
good,
sport
though.
coat. Well,
it's like golf. No one cares how it...
You just flatter me. It seems like everyone's busy these days. Is that a safe assumption?
Yo, this guy here is busy. Very.
Always busy. One blogger says, though, that leaves little room for any leeway and it leaves little room for last-minute hangs. The piece in the Substack called The Possibility Economy says that research from Desperados found that less than 1 in 10 people make plans with less than 24 hours notice. The blogger went on to argue that spontaneity is taking a risk for the sake of possibility, and that's why people end up avoiding it, because they don't like risk for the sake of possibility. We posted this one on our broadcast channel. Let's take a look at some of the responses. Let's see. The Wong man, I don't mind being invited, bless you, but I much prefer things planned out beforehand. Freddie said I like to do things to get things done beforehand, especially appointments. Things can go unexpectedly and last minute depending on the situation. Taurus for life, no. American Plumbing Academy, I'm asleep. And Howard Morris Garages, no problem with last minute depending on the circumstances. Tony P, last minute plans. Do you like it or not? Do you make any? Are they harder to cancel?
Yes, they're harder to cancel. That's why I love doing them. Because it also you hold the other person accountable. I always get, sometimes my friends, they're busy and they'll cancel on me a couple days before. It's kind of hard to do that with a day in advance, so I'm a little selfish in that. That's why I love it, number one. Number two, I cut out about 35% of my weekend for just me time and just relaxing. But I hope that like 15% of that gets taken by a couple cool little events that I went to, either just on my own last minute or with friends to brunch or to a game, whatever it is, just to kind of have that spontaneity. And I do weekend recaps on my social media, so I need to kind of have a little bit of brightness in the weekend.
Allison, how about you? Do you like the idea of last minute plans, like the, hey, let's get together within 24 hours and meet up, or do you like having something on the calendar, on the books, for days/weeks in advance?
Yeah, I definitely prefer the plans to be made ahead. However, I also believe in stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So there could be a situation where I might get invited to something at the last minute, and it will just depend on my mode. If I'm in self-care mode, I might be like, well, no, can't go. Next time, give me, a day or an hour or whatever. But sometimes I just might do it at the last minute.
Okay. Tanisha, how about you? Do you like the idea of last minute plans?
No. Well, as being a breast cancer survivor, I am down for let's do this whenever.
Living life.
So if you call me, I have to do it. So I'm good with it.
That makes total sense. Chad, how about you? Last minute plans.
Hey guys, tomorrow night after you get done with your shift, the three of us, Tommy Joe's and Bethesda karaoke. Are you in?
Ooh, we've got a 9 o'clock show too. You know that, Chad, right?
It starts at 8, it goes to like 11. So you guys hate this idea. Tomorrow night, Tommy Joe's karaoke. See you there.
I'm like 70% on this. So getting there.
Okay. So he's going to wait for something better to come along.
No, listen, I got to make sure I'm okay, with the, with other parts of my life.
Okay, yeah. I know what that means. Sandra, you know what that meant? Do you know what that meant? That meant he needs to check in with someone else first.
I'm gonna check in, which is important.
Sandra, are you there?
Oh, sorry. I didn't repeat the question again.
No worries. We're wondering whether you like last minute plans or not.
I do, and then I don't. Again, I do have children. I have my boyfriend. I have my dog. For me, last minute situations, like I got to figure out babysitters. I got to figure out, so for me, last minute, no.
Yeah.
I kind of like to plan ahead. And even then, planning ahead can give you a little bit of leeway, whether you still want to go or not. I just like being at home mostly.
Yeah, I
and
relate.
Going on dates with my boyfriend when we can.
I relate to that immensely. And so there is a sweet spot, and I don't know exactly what it is. If it's on my calendar for too long, it gives me too long to dread it and stress about it. And I know it shouldn't be stressful, and I know I shouldn't dread it. If it's, I'm going to name drop a friend of mine, Anna. Anna was notorious in a good way, but she would be like, hey, it's 7:30 on a Wednesday night. I'm right outside your door. Why don't you come down and meet me?
Wow.
And I'd be like, no, I need at least 24 hours heads up for that sort of a thing. But it was so nice, and I appreciated that she would do that. She was just driving through the neighborhood. So there's some sort of sweet spot in between the, hey, I'm right outside your door, and let's meet a week from now where then I have to be like, oh, why did I commit to that?
Well, there's a happy medium.
If you know what that happy medium is,
Please
drop a
tell
comment
us.
on
Yes.
YouTube. We're gonna take a quick break, actually, Tony P. We're gonna talk about, on the other side of the break, Advent calendar season and what the Tony P Advent calendar would be. We're also gonna talk about going out to bars to sit in silence and whether you like that or not. Keep it here. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Tuesday. He's right over my shoulder here. We'll check back in with him in just a second. Welcome back to Do You Like It or Not? We want to check some of those YouTube comments. We don't have a ton, but that's okay. Ryan Nash with his daily. Nice. Appreciate that. You could even hit like or just say like. I don't know if you're real, but I'm putting that challenge out to you in the meantime.
Good positivity.
Pinkalicious 142. I would be friends with Tamala Mann. All right, that's a good choice.
Yeah.
We love the Manns here at Fox 5. They're good to us. They've been on the show. The morning show several times. Marty Price, I like a day's notice for most things. I do think that day is a sweet spot because you know if you have plans the next day, you know how you're going to be feeling the next day. Like it's not so far away that you could be in a totally different headspace. So I think a day is pretty good.
It can shock you though, kind of like a nice cold shower, right? Back in the elderly times for some of you, you used to have, your aunts and uncles would drop by unannounced and bring food. So you know what? Let's bring that back. Just stopping by unannounced. I want to hear that.
Hit
nod.
the boo button. Hit the boo button.
Oh, come on. What about?
No.
We just set the spirit.
The holiday season, right around the corner. Again, ready or not, which means Advent calendar season has arrived. Now, according to Google Trends, they are growing more and more popular, especially among adults. Now, this was something I had as a kid growing up, but as you see, based on the content, wine and beer, those ones definitely not for children. Traditional Advent calendars, religious, but now everybody's getting in on the action. Nail brand OPI is offering an Advent set with 12 mini polishes in festive shades, of course. Skincare line Neutrogena offering a 7 days of skincare set. Coffee lovers can get their fix from the Starbucks Advent calendar featuring a different cup of Joe every day. I'm going to skip Tony P first.
Ooh.
I'm going to go right to David in the line.
He's holding it up.
Holding up. What do we got here? Is this this is a more traditional chocolate, maybe?
I like
Yeah, this is straight up chocolate. It's kind of crappy chocolate too, but yeah, I'm ready for December 1st. Get this Advent calendar started.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that. I mean, they do like them. Again, have you gotten ones like for golf, for example, or different types of gifts, or only chocolate in the past?
Hey, don't tell him. Don't tell my son. But we got him. His grandfather got him one that's a monster truck every day.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Hey, look, you're not
Love it.
alone, okay? Because Freddie's got his ready too.
Wow.
Freddie,
Yeah,
this looks like
very
one-
wholesome.
Freddie, this one looks like it takes a little extra effort though, because it looks like you have to put things in it yourself, or do you just move the wreath?
I just move it. I just move
so
the wreath. I
there's
just want to
no
get
little-
December 1st started.
There's no little gifts inside though. Okay, Tony P, I'm going to come back to you.
Yes.
Advent calendars, do you like them or not? And what would the ideal Tony P? I mean, we heard monster trucks.
Okay, you got a few
Don't
out there
tell.
too. A couple ideas.
What would yours be?
I love it for one reason. Is that I'm a big believer in like giving a lot of gifts to open, even if they're not very expensive. Because you kind of get that feeling, oh, every day's a new gift, or like you have a lot of things to open. My mother did that. My grandmother did that. We didn't have a ton of money for gifts, but we had a lot of things to open, and that was really cool for me and for my entire family. But that's why I love this. It's small. It's one thing you can open, but you can also have multiple days of getting kind of little surprise gifts. I think that's a wonderful thing to keep the surprise alive.
What would be the ideal, like themed
golf
Advent calendar? Golf theme.
Golf balls, tees, golf spikes,
Quarter
a glove
zips.
maybe. Well, that's too big for that. But any type of, or ball markers would be a great thing. I think Titleist is doing something like this. I have to check it out. But also cigars,
Mine
mini
would have
and regular.
mine would have to be lessons.
Yes, in everything when it comes to golf. No offense. But looking
He's
at,
never seen me play.
I can just imagine. No, but overall, I have the sixth sense. I see bad golfers.
Chad is Chad, what would your idea? Would it be something workout themed? Would it be Funko themed? What would it be?
So I got some advice for those that like advent calendars, especially the chocolate ones. Don't put your kids to bed. Have the chocolate advent calendar and then go out back and smoke a joint, because you're going to come back in, you're going to eat all the chocolate in the advent calendar. But yeah, chocolate guitars.
Chocolate
I
guitars.
like that.
Okay. So a combination of two of your favorite things. Why
Gift cards.
I like these sort of advent calendars is it's so often it feels like things just kind of sneak up on you. You blink and all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, where did the time go? So this is a way of just like kind of slowing down and just enjoying each day, something to look forward to each day. My ideal one, which I have had several in the past, have been the hot sauce ones. A different type
like
of
a hot ones
sauce
type thing.
every single day. You know, sometimes they go like up in heat as you get closer to the holiday. Sometimes it's just a little arbitrary. But shout out to Chanel Oliver, our former planner. She gave me one of the greatest ones of all time, and I absolutely loved it. All right, going to the bar to meet new people, meet friends, or socialize. Apparently, that's so 2024 because Tony P's generation, the hot new thing is a night out in silence, a silent night, if you will, sticking with the holiday theme. More and more so-called listening bars are popping up around the world. Basically, they're a spot where DJs play some vinyl, they spin some vinyl, as the kids might say. People can sit and listen without speaking. Last week, Take It To producer Sophie talked about the silent book club meetings taking place at some local bars here in the DC region and all across the country. That's where people get together to read alone. So Tony P, the idea of going out to sit in silence together, do you like this or not?
I know Professor Scott Galloway, the big marketing and masculinity guy, is rolling around right now angry at this because the goal of a bar is to go out and socialize. I don't drink, but I go to bars because of the camaraderie that I get when people are talking, especially sports bars, and I get a little bit of a high from it. And that's a good thing, is I don't drink. So again, it's kind of the high without really the backdrop of that. But this is what bars are meant to be. They're meant to be people talking, sharing stories, memories, laughing a little bit, breaking chops where possible. It's not for this. If you want silence, go to a country club or the silent car at the Amtrak, okay? This is not it.
Allison, I can sit in silence at home.
That's what I was going to say. To me, if I saw you sitting silent at a bar, I would think you're the killer. Why are you sitting there being quiet, making no noise? That is so creepy to me.
Jess, do you like this idea of going out and having like a reading night at a bar or just a listening night at a bar as opposed to going out and socializing?
No, like Tony P said, I don't drink as well either. But like I said, like if I would go to a bar or something, which I haven't been there in a long time, but like I said, those places are for socializing, and like I said, I can be quiet at home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd rather go out and enjoy myself. You know. Chit chat.
100% agree. You can go to a library and read for free.
Right, and be around people.
Well, and be around people.
Right.
I mean,
have the librarian scold you for a little bit.
Fascinated by what you guys continue to come up with. All right, we're running out of time, so thank you to everyone in the Lion Zoom room for joining us. Thank you, Tony P, for joining us. Tony and I will be back at 9 o'clock for the Live Zone primetime. Coming up tonight, we're talking to two of the stars of the new Fox Nation reality series. It's called Scammed, Getting Even. It's these two YouTube stars who basically help people get justice after they've been scammed. They're going to talk to us about some of the popular ones around the holiday season as well. And then we're going to talk to a former Fox 5 intern who happens to be a student down at the University of Miami. That university recently featured in a Washington Post article about how influencers have taken over the campus. We'll have a lot more as well. Fox 5 News at 8 with Tisha Lewis coming up next. For producer Jim, I'm producer Chris. This is Tony P. Have a great night. We'll be back same time, same place.
Tonight on Fox 5 News, on the Plus, a major development on Capitol Hill as Congress votes to force the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. Plus, a new federal report calls Baltimore's bridge disaster entirely preventable. The findings revealed during an NTSB meeting today. And new details in the trial of the man accused of killing a D.C. realtor. What happened inside a courtroom today? Your news on the Plus starts right now. We begin with the weather tonight with a live look outside at the stacks in D.C. Some much needed rain impacting our region today after our area dealt with some drought conditions. Can we expect it to impact the rest of the work week? Let's bring in Caitlin Roth with a check on the forecast. And Caitlin, there was plenty of rain to go around today.
Yeah, we needed it, Tisha. And those showers are still falling out there as we expect the rain to continue overnight. This will probably be it for the work week, meaning this clears out quickly tomorrow, but we could have a few showers to start off the weekend. First things first, though, let's check radar. Where you see the rain overhead, the green pretty much takes up the whole area, and there are some pockets of steadier showers just off to the east now along the bay. From Baltimore, Annapolis down through Chesapeake Beach, it looks like the steadier stuff has just passed those metropolitan areas. And then it kind of swings back to the south as you see some steadier showers in southern Maryland and central Virginia. So not a ton of rain. We certainly could use more, but we'll take what we can get. And it is a kind of a slick Tuesday evening out there as we take a live view of Reagan National. 42 degrees at the airport with moderate rain being reported. No rain at the moment at Dulles, 40, and rain at BWI, 42. So it is chilly to go along with wet out there. For the rest of the evening, you see your overnight planner shows showers are with us through those pre-dawn hours. But honestly, once the sun comes up, the rain is pretty much out of here. We will dry out, but we won't necessarily clear out, meaning it does stay very cloudy through your Wednesday and therefore also quite chilly with highs only around 50 degrees. Slightly warmer to end the week and start the weekend, but as I mentioned, we will have some showers to contend with then, also still needed. I'll go through all that in my full 7-day forecast. Tisha?
Looking forward to it, Caitlin. Thanks so much. The Jeffrey Epstein files are now one step closer to being released to the public. Today, both the House and the Senate signed off on a bill demanding the Department of Justice release the Epstein files. All it will need now is the president's signature. This follows emotional testimony from sex trafficking survivors who urged lawmakers to act.
It was the women survivors who are here with us tonight who passed this bill because it was their bravery, it was their pain, and it was their light that shone through the darkness that passed this bill today.
President Trump is expected to sign the legislation after reversing his previous opposition to releasing the files. Now to a Fox 5 News alert. Service on the MARC trains Brunswick line are still suspended after a man was struck by a train. Right now, trains are holding at MARC stations to accommodate passengers. Sky Fox flying over the scene in Germantown. Fox 5 viewers telling us some of them are even stuck on board trains as police investigate. And 3 people were taken to the hospital after a car plowed into a Prince George's County restaurant. Sky Fox over hip hop chicken and fish this afternoon. All of it happened just before 12:30. 1 person has serious injuries. 2 others are expected to be okay. The cause of this crash is still under investigation. And a scare at a Prince George's County high school today. Flowers High went on lockdown for about an hour after a gun was found on campus. No one was hurt. Police took 1 student into custody. Officers say there is no threat to students or the community. A teen arrested and charged for a shooting during Howard University's homecoming weekend. 17-year-old Kayvon Dudley is facing 20 counts. An arrest warrant says a group of 9 males confronted a smaller group last month. That's when Dudley reportedly opened fire, striking 5 people, including a 13-year-old and a Morgan State student who is now paralyzed. Dudley is expected back in court next month. The husband of missing D.C. realtor Anna Walsh pleads guilty to disposing of her body, but will continue fighting a murder charge. Jury selection beginning today in Massachusetts in the murder trial against Brian Walsh. He admitted to lesser charges for getting rid of his wife's body, but not killing her. Anna went missing in 2023. Her body was never found, but investigators did find evidence with her blood and DNA on it that they say Brian Walsh threw away. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors voting unanimously today to make it harder for illegal massage businesses to operate. Local leaders say strengthening this massage ordinance closes loopholes these businesses are taking advantage of. We've reported on a number of them shutting down following human and sex traffic violations. Fox 5's Nana Sentio-Ponsu is at the Government Center with the latest.
This public hearing just started, so I was able to listen in about 2-3 different people concerned about this issue, but also a woman who says she understands why these nonprofits want to make it harder for these businesses to operate. But as for her, she's running a legal business and doesn't want these regulations to add burden. So we actually have a live look inside the meeting. This is the hearing taking place right now. It's important to clarify that there is an ordinance regulating the massage industry in Fairfax County, but human and sex trafficking advocates say that there are loopholes that don't hold businesses accountable or protect victims. In many cases, these victims are usually women who are brought to the United States from different countries and forced to perform sexual acts on customers following massages. The executive director of Reset 180 wants board supervisors to ban these businesses locking their front doors with exceptions for legit ones.
It's the crime of human trafficking. The women are not free to do what they want to do. There's force, there's fraud, there's coercion, definitely violence and abuse. But they're also close to schools and churches and houses and homes, and so our community is not safe. Secondly, it impacts the economy of a community. All the money is going out of the country, not being utilized here. But how can we on our watch see women be victims of trafficking? We want to have communities when anyone is welcome, everyone is safe.
That's just one person or representing an organization who says, yes, we want the county to have stricter regulations. But as I mentioned, I was just inside and heard one woman who runs her own massage therapy business. And she's just like, she understands the regulations, but it's going to make her business harder. The county chair actually addressed that. He understands that sex trafficking is occurring at these businesses. But again, they want to find a way to make people who are actually running legit businesses, allow them to run their business safely, but also address the sex and human trafficking that's taken place in the county.
Nana, thanks so much. Tonight, the National Transportation Safety Board issued its findings into its ongoing probe in the Baltimore Key Bridge collapse. Investigators called the loss of life entirely preventable. Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald was inside that hearing and is at the NTSB headquarters right now.
Oh, good evening. The NTSB has always known what the actual cause of the bridge collapse was. Of course, it was the Dolly cargo ship which lost power and crashed into one of the bridge pilings. Today, though, NTSB NTSB pinpointed exactly what caused that power failure, and it turned out it was an electrical connection that was not made. Now, the NTSB board also found today that those 6 workers who were on the bridge and who were killed might have had a chance to survive had there been an operating emergency communication system in place at the time of that disaster. There was also discussion today about so-called dolphins. Now, these are barriers around the bridge pilings. You're supposed to protect it from any ships. Those barriers were insufficient to deal with the size of the dolly. By and large, a lot of the investigators said today that this tragedy was preventable and that changes need to be made.
To the family and friends of those who were lost or harmed by this accident, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
They will puncture a bow in the vessel before striking a pier.
And did the dolly even hit these dolphins at all? Any dolphin at all?
They did not.
Now, keep in mind, the NTSB today did put out more than 24 recommendations for both the future bridge and bridges across this country. Chairwoman Jennifer Hamadeh pointed out that while the NTSB does not have enforcement authority, it does have a big voice in making sure those recommendations go into effect. Meanwhile, an attorney for Damon Davis, one of those bridge workers who miraculously survived that disaster, said he will have his day in court.
Everyone should remember that this will be decided in court after both sides have been heard in an adversarial proceeding under the rules of evidence.
We have had a lot of success with voluntary adoption of our recommendations. We're usually at an 83% closure rate.
There was also alarm raised today about the size of these enormous cargo ships. Hamadeh referenced the Eiffel Tower as being roughly in size as the dolly. A final report from the NTSB is due in the next several weeks.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
President Trump dismissing criticism of Saudi Arabia's crown prince Mohammed bin Salman today over the brutal 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi after U.S. intelligence concluded the crown prince orchestrated the murder. Mr. Trump's comments come after he and the crown prince finalized a deal to sell F-35 fighter jets and AI chips to the Saudis.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President.
Mr. Trump also dismissed questions about a conflict of interest regarding his family's business ties to Saudi Arabia, arguing he has nothing to do with his son's ventures. Coming up, a top private school in the region settles with the family of 2 Jewish students after alleged anti-Semitic bullying. And if you're getting ready to travel this Thanksgiving holiday, be patient. AAA says this year will be busier than ever. The amount of people the agency predicts will hit the roadways. That's next.
Last year, we won over $100 million for our clients. How? By leaving it all on the field.
Once ranked top in the world by Johns Hopkins agrees to a settlement with a Jewish family. It all comes after 3 of their children were expelled in the wake of anti-Semitic bullying. Fox 5's chief legal correspondent Katie Barlow has been covering this story from the beginning and has the details tonight.
Brian Vasquez and Ashok Roy filed a complaint with Virginia's Attorney General after all 3 of their children were expelled from the Naismith School here in Herndon, Virginia, just behind me. And they were shocked to get that expulsion letter just days after they met with the head of the school, Ken Naismith, begging him to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter, who they say was getting bullied for being Jewish. Now, today they announced this settlement, which will include a statement of regret from Ken Naismith himself.
The Naismith School had painted the family as in the wrong, as failing to be cooperative, and they felt, and their kids were expelled in the middle of the school year, so they felt, the whole family felt, cast out and isolated, and they're feeling some sense of vindication now.
The parents say students pointed to their daughter saying Jews were, quote, baby killers and that they deserved to die because of what happened in Gaza. When the family complained, Naismith reportedly said the daughter needed to, quote, toughen up. Shortly after the family first reported anti-Semitic harassment, Naismith canceled an annual program featuring a Holocaust speaker. Now, as part of the settlement, the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington will train faculty and staff here to better identify anti-Semitic behavior.
There's teacher training that helps teachers to recognize and know how to respond to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a very poorly understood form of hatred because it manifests in lots of different ways.
The Naismith School will reimburse the family for costs related to expulsion, amounting to approximately $100,000. The school will also develop and adopt a non-discrimination policy. There will also be a working committee of at least 3 people who will evaluate claims of discrimination, so it will no longer be up to Ken Naismith alone. But both parties have agreed to tap Crystal Tyler, an acclaimed education and employment lawyer, to serve as an independent monitor, ensuring compliance with the terms of the deal that were announced today. And we reached out to the Naismith School and Ken Naismith himself, as we did back in July, covering this story, and have not yet heard back.
Katie, thanks so much. Let's talk about the weather now. Here's a live look outside at the wharf, and we got the rain that Caitlin and the weather team have been tracking for us. Caitlin, is more headed our way?
Well, I think, yeah, Tisha, we'll continue to see the rain overnight, but it should quickly exit like before the morning commute even begins. So that will be good news for anyone hitting the roads, all of us getting to work and school tomorrow. But just keep in mind, it'll probably still be a little wet out there. We may have some patchy drizzle linger, and it's going to end up being a cloudy afternoon with temperatures still pretty chilly. Another gray November day, just like today honestly was. And it was a cold start as we look at the weather almanac, 33 for the low temperature. We made it up to just 50 degrees, which is 7 degrees below normal, so cold even by our standards. The one thing we did not have today was the wind, which was nice, and that fire danger has ceased, both with the winds dying down and then, of course, the incoming moisture. So good to have that rain for a couple of reasons. Temperatures right now, very cool. 42 in Easton, 43 in Annapolis, and 42 in Washington, 40 at Dulles, Frederick, and 42 in Hagerstown. We've been watching this rain fill in since earlier this afternoon from west to east. You've got showers that are definitely steadiest now off to our east. So through the eastern shore, back down cutting through southern Maryland and even central Virginia. But as we expand our view, you see there's still a decent amount of rain to the west. So the actual warm front is pushing through right now. Cold front trailing back behind it, and low pressure will move just off to our south. So showers continue overnight, and then by about 5:30, you've got kind of the last of it overhead, so that very early commuters could still see some lingering rain. But for the rest of us, most of that has dried out and pushed off. sure, but the cloud cover, like I said, will really linger into the morning hours and probably much of the afternoon, too, as we watch low pressure depart on your Wednesday surface map. That will have a big factor on temperatures, which will be stuck in the 40s and 50s locally. Down to our south, where they do clear, it'll actually be not a bad day for southern Virginia, parts of North Carolina. They'll be much warmer thanks to the sun coming out, but I just don't think it's going to happen for us. So 52. Kind of chilly through tomorrow afternoon. Thursday is also dry, but very cool with that high of 55. As we look beyond the 2-day forecast and even the 7-day, signs that we could have a brief warm up, maybe a little bit above normal to start off the Thanksgiving week, and then probably looking at a seasonable holiday itself with some chilly air maybe waiting in the wings. So countdown is on, 9 days until Thanksgiving. And then once we get past that, of course, the run up to Christmas really moves quickly. 37 days till that and 44 until New Year's. We have another chance of showers in the Friday, Saturday time frame. A little tough to tell the timing right now. It could be late Friday into Saturday, or it could end up being just one of the 2 days. Either way, we should clear out by Sunday. Seasonable temperatures dry and sunny into early next week, which means a good start to the early travel. Tisha, back over to you.
Caitlin, thanks so much. Travel, meanwhile, is getting back on track just in time for people gearing up for Thanksgiving travel. AAA predicting 82 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home this Turkey Day. That's 1 million more than last year. 90% of travelers are expected to drive. Officials say the recent government shutdown and flight restrictions may have played a role in this decision.
So as you can expect, the roads are going to be busy, the lines at the airport will be long. I think there are some people who planned on flying that may have changed their plans and now are thinking about driving instead. So there's going to be that little mix, but ultimately our numbers are sound.
There you go. Meanwhile, the afternoons of next Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to see some of the most traffic. Up next, a major shakeup inside the Department of Education. How the administration is one step closer to their goal of dismantling the agency. And an update to Montgomery County's leaf blower ban, why residents say it could make some people a target.
Fox 5's Jim Loke.
There's a lot of good to talk about.
Has you covered.
Meanwhile,
The Trump administration taking steps to dismantle the Department of Education. 6 offices within the department will reportedly be shifted elsewhere. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order to eliminate the agency. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has previously acknowledged that only Congress can get rid of the department, but has vowed to dismantle it from within. People who receive SNAP benefits must now reapply. Less than a week after the government reopened, the Trump administration claims it's trying to stop fraud. But a recent Congressional Research Service report says SNAP abuse is rare, and most errors occur due to unintentional overpayments. Most who receive SNAP will be able to reapply online. The Department of Agriculture says the process takes around 30 days. Approximately 12% of Americans receive SNAP benefits.
Why we're excited about this, Tap Ride Go is another frictionless way to make Metro accessible for all of our community members, right? And whether you're a frequent rider or an infrequent rider, it's another way to use our system. These awesome
Metro announcing today bus riders can pay to ride with a credit card or debit card. They're bringing the Rails Tap Ride Go system over to Metro buses. Now riders can pay with cards directly from their phone without needing a smart trip card. Montgomery County is changing its controversial gas leaf blower ban. The original version encouraged residents to take pictures of people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but community advocates warn it could be used by ICE to target immigrant workers. Montgomery County leaders say they were disappointed at reports the hotline was being used to threaten workers.
There have been numerous instances in which county residents are threatening to call ICE on people who are just doing their jobs and trying to work through this transition in this year.
The new ban still encourages people to report others using gas-powered leaf blowers, but instead of pictures, it requires 2 witnesses who must be willing to testify in court and provide details. Still ahead, AI chatbots back in the spotlight as House lawmakers grilled medical professionals over the risk and benefits of its use. The latest on that hearing when we're back.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
Let's say I obtain
Right now at 8:30, 3 lives lost in a Maryland house fire. What investigators are focusing on as they search for a cause. Plus, an officer struck by a stolen car in Northern Virginia, and the suspect got away. More on the driver police are searching for tonight. And the White House is shifting its focus to affordability. The steps they're taking to revamp the Obamacare Affordable Care Act. That's next. But first, tonight at 8:30, a Western Maryland community in mourning after a deadly house fire claims 3 lives. Now, multiple agencies are working to put the pieces together. Fox 5's Julie Donaldson is in Washington County.
This road behind me has been closed all day as a criminal investigation is still ongoing after 3 people lost their lives here early this morning. Now, we saw family members outside the house clearly upset. One woman arrived with flowers saying that she was there just last night. And then another came up around 2 p.m. saying that she had just gotten a call that her mother was one of the victims.
Washington believes we're going to have one subject inside, female, elderly.
Copy 49 went on the scene, heavy fire, Alpha Delta, requesting safety assignment and tanker task force 438.
Multiple calls came in early this morning around 4:30, reporting a home on fire on the 13800 block of National Pike, also known as US 40. Nearly 60 firefighters and support personnel from Maryland and Pennsylvania quickly responded. When they arrived, the home was already engulfed in flames on the first floor and in the basement. And while they acted quickly, getting the fire under control by 5 a.m., they found 3 adults dead inside, 1 man and 2 women. A joint investigation with the Maryland State Police Criminal and Forensic Science Division, along with the K-9 unit and deputy state fire marshals, is currently underway.
Yeah, well, we woke up this morning about 5:30 and we could see the red lights and things against the blind and all that. And we looked out, we see the whole streak of trucks down the road and stuff and realized something major was taking place.
It's always scary whenever there's a fire. I mean, it's dry. I just assumed maybe it was a brush fire, someone burning leaves early in the morning. But when you see flames that big, you hope everyone's okay. And just from seeing the Maryland fire reports, the EMS reports, that wasn't the case this time.
2 family dogs did escape the fire safely. Now, we reached out to the Maryland State Police for more information. They said that should be available tomorrow, as they are currently waiting preliminary details from investigators.
Julie, thanks so much. A check on some other top stories we are following tonight. Police are searching for a man who drove off with an officer on the trunk of a stolen car in Prince William County. It happened yesterday on Route 1 in Woodbridge during a stop for a stolen license plate. That's when police say the driver hit a car and that officer who jumped into the suspect's trunk before falling off during a chase. The officer suffered minor injuries and police lost the suspect in Fairfax County, but they're looking for that black Infiniti and the person on your screen. 4 people are behind bars tonight facing serious drug charges following a months-long investigation in Anne Arundel County. Tashawn Parker, Mateo Robinson, Alec Conley, and Joshua Stratton were arrested last week in Brooklyn Park. During the arrest, investigators say they found several grams of crack cocaine, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and thousands of dollars in cash. Tonight, we're learning the man accused of killing a Virginia corrections officer was serving time for crimes in Fairfax County. Authorities say John Holloman Russell attacked Officer Jeremy Hall yesterday morning at River North Correctional Center in Southern Virginia. Russell was serving a nearly 12-year sentence for several crimes, including a Northern Virginia carjacking. Developing tonight plans to rein in data centers and their power demands. Leaders, including the governors of Maryland and Virginia, offering incentives for data centers to bring their own power generation to the grid. The proposal also calls for data centers who do not produce their own power to be the first to lose electricity during an emergency. The group that manages the electricity market in the region is set to look at the proposal soon. President Trump says he's working to make life more affordable for Americans, particularly small businesses. This comes as the White House takes steps to revamp the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. According to data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, average family premiums topped $26,000 in 2025 for firms with less than 200 people. That's up from nearly $17,000 in 2020.
If we don't take proactive stances, as the president has done, to push down the prices of health care, no matter how much money you throw at these systems, it's never going to be enough.
A bill known as the Choice Arrangement Act is also making its way through Congress. It would increase coverage options and lower health insurance costs for small businesses. Meanwhile, House lawmakers questioning medical professionals today about the benefits and dangers that come with artificial intelligence chatbots. The hearing comes as Congress ramps up its oversight of the tech after several parents filed lawsuits blaming chatbots for pushing their children into sexual conversations and even suicide.
5 out of 6 AI companions use manipulative tactics like guilt or emotional pressure to keep people in the conversation when they try to end it.
As part of that AI oversight push, 2 senators have introduced the Bipartisan Guard Act, which calls for AI companies to verify user ages before allowing use. Getting children off the phone, the new support for parents trying to limit their child's screen time. And Prince George's County flips the script on one long-standing rule for dog owners. More on those stories when Fox 5 on the Plus is back.
Drive performance all the way home this season of
is launching a new robot to compete with Tesla. The Iron Robot by Xpeng is a humanoid robot with fake skin and muscles. It's said to be more comforting to owners than Tesla's Optimus robot, which is being designed to perform labor in place of humans. The Iron Robot goes into production next year. And a big win for Meta today. A federal judge ruling that Meta does not have a monopoly in the social networking market following the company's acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC's antitrust suit accused the company of trying to eliminate competitors by buying up other companies. But the judge said TikTok and YouTube prevent Meta from monopolizing the social network market. A new study found that many parents set screen time rules, but most don't stick to it. Now, one psychologist is suggesting parents and guardians approach screen time like something addictive. She also says parents and guardians should be good role models by keeping track of their own screen time use.
Kids can get a high sense of reward, right, from screen time. It's quick. They have full control over what they watch. Those things can be addictive. They need to be thoughtful about what content and dosage their kids are watching. I think there need to be tech-free zones in the home.
There you go. The American Academy of Pediatrics says young children should get about 30 to 45 minutes of educational screen time a day, and older kids up to 90 minutes. Meanwhile, navigating food allergies during the holidays can be a challenge, especially for some with limited safe options. Experts say food allergies now affect 1 in 13 children and up to 1 in 10 adults. During a food allergy forum in D.C. today, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. noted it's still unclear why these cases continue to rise. Other health leaders say they're working on figuring that out.
We've got to explain what's going on. There's been a mass explosion of food allergies, and we didn't see that 2 generations ago.
The CEO of the Food Allergy Fund says 48% of food allergies now start in adulthood. Coming up, after years of debate, Prince George's County votes to lift its pit bull ban, but owners still face some conditions. And after years of vetoes and stalled talks, Virginia may finally be on the verge of a legal cannabis market when sales could actually begin.
Fox 5 Shamari Stone taking you inside the stories.
You get the job done, right?
Shamari Stone, weekdays at 4 p.m. Stay with us. Fox 5, stay ahead.
Teeth are amazing. That's why at Affordable Dentures and Implants, we have new financing options to help you get a new smile today, not someday. Scan the QR code or call to learn more.
Go ahead and smile.
Make the most of your season during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event.
Ban in Prince George's County overturned. It's once again legal to own the controversial breed. Fox 5's Bob Barnard has the details from Greenbelt.
This has been a controversial issue here in Prince George's County for the better part of 3 decades. But now, for people like Van, he's a loyal Fox 5 viewer, and his pit bull dog there named Diamond, it's been put to rest.
This
should have been repealed a long time ago.
And to Prince George's County Council member Sidney Harrison's delight, the county council has just voted 7-0 to repeal Prince George's nearly 30-year-old pit bull ban.
We're spending over $3 million a year enforcing a ban that we're not enforcing that well to begin with.
That's because Council Chairman Ed Burrows says there are as many as 20,000 to 30,000 so-called bully breeds living in Prince George's County today, despite the ban that dates back to 1997.
It boils down to education, responsible dog ownership, and that's what this bill addresses today.
At this council hearing, dozens of people spoke out in support of getting rid of the pit bull ban. Officials saying Prince George's County is the last remaining large jurisdiction in the country that still bans the breed.
I've been chased by dogs. I have literally ran in my community on top of a car, and it wasn't a pit bull.
We showed you earlier this year the frightening and fatal attack on a Yorkie by a neighbor's pit bull here in Prince George's County, captured on the family's Ring camera, fueling the argument some have made against repealing the ban.
We are not against dogs. We are against the fact that these dogs have been deemed vicious.
There's been a lot of fear-mongering, and no disrespect to anyone that has been bitten by a dog. This is solely about the owners.
Under this bill, every bully breed type in the county must have a special permit. The owners must microchip them and keep them vaccinated. They must follow stricter leash laws.
Burrows says the county-run animal shelter is euthanizing hundreds of pit bulls every year.
This will open the door for so many dogs to be able to find homes.
And for pet owners who've been abiding by the ban, it's a new day. Keith Holland's pit bull is named Thanos.
I had to relieve my dog and give it up to go live in Virginia to a loving home. But now that this ban has been repealed, he can come home tomorrow, and I'm looking excited.
The end of the ban basically takes effect right away, but so too do the new licensing and permitting regulations for pit bull dog owners. Ideally, fewer euthanasias at the shelter as well.
Bob, thanks so much. After years of vetoes, Virginia could roll out a legal marijuana market next year. Virginia Mercury reporting that lawmakers are working on a framework to set up a legal way to buy cannabis. Tax revenue from marijuana sales could go to job training and education. If it passes the General Assembly next session, sales could start as early as fall 2026. Turning to the weather now, here's a live look outside at the National Harbor. Good evening to you on this Tuesday night. It was a rainy one today. Caitlin Roth joining us for the final check on the forecast.
Yeah, we definitely saw that rain move in earlier this afternoon, Tisha, and it's kind of been with us all evening. It'll stay with us during the overnight, and then we will slowly clear into your Wednesday, meaning the rain will stop by the time the commute gets going. It'll be quick, but it will remain kind of wet and cloudy and definitely chilly as we go through the rest of Wednesday. 50 degrees was it for the high temperature at Reagan today, just 49 Dulles and BWI. So coming up short in terms of average highs today, which this time of year still at 57. It was a gray and cold November afternoon, and it is a wet and chilly November evening as we take a live look at Reagan National from our Fox 5 Sky camera. You can kind of see some wet runways out there as showers are still being reported at the airport. Temperature of 42 degrees. Winds have gone calm. Visibility at 9 miles. Temperatures elsewhere are mostly in the low 40s, even a few upper 30s, thanks to the rain falling and making it feel like you just want to stay inside snuggled up tonight. 38 in Cumberland, 37 in Winchester. It's 41 in Manassas and 45 in Leonardtown, 43 in Annapolis. Checking radar, still some decent coverage of showers out there. The steadiest, these yellow returns here to our east. And so the steadiest of the rain has kind of crossed the bay and is maybe lingering across portions of southern Maryland. But we've got more back to the west, so not done yet. Even if we have a bit of a lull right around midnight, we've got more showers to follow. That whole frontal system has to swing through. And you can see pockets of rain across Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia. That's still going to pass from west to east. So there's Futurecast, which shows rain showers over the next few hours. And then that last blast of it in the early dawn hours. By about 6:30, though, on Futurecast, A lot of that rain is already off to the north and east and crossing the bay. So it does seem by the time the commute really picks up into full swing, rain's done. But notice that cloud cover really lingers over us through much of the day. So we are not looking at the chance for really any peaks of sun. And tomorrow's planner really does confirm that. As you see, it's a gray one, with perhaps even some lingering morning drizzle, high temperatures around 50 degrees. The upper air pattern is not really showing any big swings, meaning we're going to kind of remain zonal in our pattern here of just seasonable temperatures. I mean, some mild swings, meaning it could be a little bit warmer than normal, a little bit cooler than normal, but as we head into the weekend and then into the holiday week next week, we are not looking at any major shifts, at least at the moment. So the next 2 days, seasonably cool, as well as the weekend. We may have some showers Friday into Saturday, 58 degrees, and then at least we get the sun back on Sunday, 58 as well. But just kind of it feels like in a holding pattern until winter gets here. We're just waiting, right? Sunsets continue to get earlier and earlier as we look at the weekend and beyond. They get pretty early, about 4:45 by the time we're deeper into December. So looking at that 7-day, next chance of rain Friday, Saturday time frame, then it looks dry, nice, seasonable, and sunny as we kick off the holiday week next week. Tisha, back over to you.
I feel like it's hot chocolate weather, Caitlin.
It is.
Thanks so much. Drought conditions across the area are raising concerns on the impact the lack of rain may have on Christmas trees this year. The unusually dry conditions could impact supply and prices. Our Gwen Talbert is at a Christmas tree farm in Leesburg with some answers.
We're at country-loving Christmas tree farm, and we can't control Mother Nature. And so Christmas tree farmers, like my friend Ricky here, have their own challenges. So tell me about the challenge that you've had from last year compared to this year, Ricky.
We had too much rain in the springtime and not enough rain after July, August, and September. It was just bone dry.
Mm-hmm. And in comparison to last year?
Last year we had challenges too, but it's about the same.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest challenge is trying to find big trees.
Right, and you showed me here, when we look at the different sizes of the trees, we see the taller ones you have here, but the little tiny ones, what's with those?
They just came out of a seedling bed a few years ago, and they'll be ready in 2036, 2037. It's not a crop that you can plant in the spring and harvest in December.
And with the rain, it doesn't help it at all, does it?
No, the little ones are the thirstier ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, you showed me this map, and I want to show this to our viewers because you told me that this is all that's left right now.
Yes, 2 decades ago, this whole map was full of tree farms.
But now?
Because of development in Loudoun County and population booms, there are more and more tree farmers being sold out to subdivisions,
and so
data centers.
Not around anymore, right?
Yes.
Because the industry is quite challenging, I
Yes.
guess, now. All right, well, we've got some video to show you from our drone footage of the farm here that Ricky has. Take a look at this. Tell me about how many acres you have here and the types of trees, Ricky, while we look at this video.
We grow white pine, Scotch pine, Norway spruce, blue spruce, and eastern red cedar. We would love to grow as a Fraser fir, but that's a mountaintop grown only tree.
Mm-hmm.
I can't grow it at 300 feet above sea level.
So what kind of things can consumers look at this year when it comes to the supply, when it comes to the demand, when it comes to the prices?
This year and every year, make sure your tree is fresh. If you're cutting it down yourself, then it's guaranteed it's not going to be any fresher than that. But if you're buying trees this early in the season, you need the tree fertilizer. This is packed full of fertilizer, nitrogen, potassium, phosphates, and you mix this with water when you pour it in the basin, and this will keep your tree fresher.
All right.
Through Christmas.
All right. Now, over here, you also do some Christmas wreaths. We see the families over here helping with that. So tell me when you're open and when people can come and pick up a tree from you.
We're open all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from now through 20th of December, or while supplies last.
While supplies last, and that's it. And looks like you could run out quite quickly. We just never know, right?
We also sell the tree bag,
there you
tree
got
skirts,
the tree bags, the skirts.
the tree stands. We have tree bases.
Everything that you need to make sure that your Christmas is one that has a Christmas tree in it to celebrate. Back to you.
Want to remember, Gwen, thanks so much. A ribbon-cutting ceremony in Southeast D.C. today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary School. The upgraded facility features new boards and a fresh concrete pad. A lot to celebrate.
Ward 6 residents deserve modern, safe, and inspiring places for recreation. You know, rinks like this are about more than just sport. There are places where confidence builds, your friendships will form, and teamwork will shine.
It's all part of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's District of Play initiative, which looks to give every D.C. child access to play spaces and help children stay active year-round. One lucky Virginia school will be getting a makeover thanks to the Virginia Lottery. Suburban Park Elementary in Norfolk will receive a refreshed teacher's lounge valued at $7,500. It'll be a space for teachers to relax and recharge. The teacher's lounge is expected to be completed and revealed next spring. Sounds nice. Up next, Labubus could soon be heading to the silver screen. What we are learning about a possible move for the popular toy. We're back after this.
I was diagnosed at 65.
37.
Bars. The music mogul is now under investigation for new sexual assault allegations. The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking into claims that Diddy assaulted a music producer back in 2020. This investigation comes as Combs serves a 4-year prison sentence for unrelated charges. A man caught rushing toward Ariana Grande at a Wicked premiere has been sentenced to jail time. A judge in Singapore sentenced Johnson Wen to 9 days in jail. Wen is known for rushing other celebrities at public events and documenting it on social media. Meantime, a Labubu movie could be in the works. Sony Pictures has reportedly picked up the screen rights to the Chinese doll brand. This is still in the early stages, so no word if the movie would be live action or animated. The plush toys were originally created by a Hong Kong illustrator back in 2015, but Labubus took off in popularity this year after retailer Pop Mart took over making them and selling them. The Cambridge Dictionary has announced its 2025 word of the year. It's parasocial. That's defined as a relationship between someone and a famous person they do not know. A good example is the excitement from Swifties when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged, even though they've never met the couple. Fun fact, the term actually dates back to 1956. Now we know. Remember, we're always on through the Fox Local app or on our website at fox5dc.com. We'll see you back over on Fox 5 for the news at 10 and 11.
All right, it is 9 o'clock on this Tony P. Tuesday, as we like to call it, on the Do You Like It or Not show, that other show that we do.
Long rundown.
This, though, is the Live Zone Primetime. Thank you so much for joining us, whether you're watching on Fox 5 DC's YouTube page or you're watching us right now on Fox Local. A rainy Tuesday night.
I know, and it's cold.
Here in the DMV. A rainy and cold.
Oh, and I have the wool
Tuesday
jacket.
night.
Not the best idea for cold and rainy because you can start to smell it. It's no good.
Yeah. I will say, if you are sitting at home and it is cold and it is rainy, I am promising you, fingers crossed, everything goes according to plan.
Okay.
We're going to take a little trip down to Miami a little
Oh,
later.
that's right,
this
we are.
hour. We're going to take a little trip down to Miami where things are hopefully a little warmer, at least. They better be, because
everything's bigger in Miami too.
Everything's bigger in Miami.
It is.
The U.
The U. It's all about the U. I'll
say
they had a great 30 for 30 documentary about the U in the Jimmy Johnson era and Michael Irvin, and you had just so many great teams. And then he went to the Cowboys and did the same exact thing.
There used to be a famous football game between Notre Dame and Miami, and they called it by a different name.
Yes.
I believe that was the opening game
Not a
this
very good
season
one.
as well. It did not go well for Notre Dame.
No.
All right, Tony P. If it's live and it's happening now, we bring it to you. You know those are the rules. And right now, the House still at work tonight. The last I checked, they were working on something to do with land management. You see another vote underway right now, 3.5 minutes, but that is not what we are going to start with tonight. We are going to talk with the other big story that happened on Capitol Hill, and that was the Epstein files, because that is what everyone has been talking about today with what went down on Capitol Hill. Let me get my banner here. There we go. This is video from earlier. I know it looks exactly like the live picture
the same camera.
Just showed you. Exactly. However, take a look at the numbers on this one. 425 to 1. It's rare we're going to see a vote nearly 426, 427. You see it going up after months of fighting over how to handle questions about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The House and Senate have acted swiftly to force the release of all the Justice Department's documents. The House vote, which is what you're looking at right there, that happened earlier this afternoon. And in an overwhelming show of support, the bill passed 427 to 1. Only one person voted against it, that lone dissent coming from Louisiana Republican, staunch supporter of President Trump, Clay Higgins. In the meantime, the bill was supposed to head to the Senate for a vote, but in a rare move, the chamber fast-tracked it and agreed to unanimously approve it without a formal vote. So that means the bill now will go to President Trump's desk. He has reversed course recently. We talked about this last night. He says he will sign it. Once he does, the DOJ will have 30 days to release all files and communications related to the disgraced financier and his death in prison. The DOJ will be able to redact information about Epstein's victims or any ongoing investigations. Now, the bill's remarkably swift passage comes after a years-long fight to release more information, along with the names of powerful people worldwide who either took part in, covered up, or turned a blind eye to Epstein's crimes. President Trump and other Republican leaders spent months opposing this move. That fight has at times divided, the president's base. Tony P., I'm sure for a lot of people, after sitting there and watching a 43-day shutdown, after watching them battle this out for years and then months and everything that happened, for now in one day, both chambers to get this done, and in such overwhelming bipartisan fashion, Talk to me about what you make of this.
I think a ton of people that look at government and say it doesn't work for us, it's always slow, it protects the rich and powerful. This may be a sigh of relief for them today because they passed this basically unanimously across the board, and the Senate, which never acts quickly on anything, did it basically a unanimous consent vote, no amendments. There was a lot of fear throughout the House of Representatives, including Thomas Massey, one of the major sponsors of the discharge petition. He cautioned the Senate from amending this or changing some of the disclosure rules that would come out from the release of the files. They didn't do that, obviously, and here we are. I first want to really get us back to the reason why this is happening is because of these brave survivors.
Right.
And victims that came forward.
Some of whom we heard from before the vote today.
And they spoke early this morning in front of the Capitol building. A lot of those survivors actually were supporters of President Trump, voted for him, and called him out directly with Marjorie Taylor Greene and others standing right beside them about the change in opinion, how he fought it for so long. After talking about it on the campaign trail, they felt betrayed in a lot of ways. But with this change of heart from the president and this swift vote, this is a big victory for the victims and the survivors of this monster, Jeffrey Epstein, that has just been a part of American culture, sadly, for nearly 10 years with all of this. And so I look at about centering the victims and the people that have been impacted directly by this, because the problem with a story like this is that people start to get into it on podcasts and comedy shows and news programs, and we get the political angle, and people fight each other back and forth about the files. What does it mean? Which side is getting outed here? This is about people that have had their lives ruined by this man, by this network of people that committed these horrendous acts of violence and abuse upon these young women, and tragically destroyed their lives. And I think so. I want to center those individuals tonight who have gone through this, who had their voices blocked and silenced when they first came forward. They had to come forward so many times to retell their story and relive their trauma, and finally we're here. And maybe we'll get some closure. We'll learn about some new investigations that are coming out potentially from these file releases. Are there going to be names that are out there, not just the people that may have been involved, but who knew about it and said nothing? That's a big thing that I want to talk about a little bit, is the people like Larry Summers that have said that they're stepping back. We heard yesterday, Larry Summers, a professor and president emeritus at Harvard, who was in the Clinton administration as the Treasury Secretary and Deputy Secretary, had a long career in government and politics, is stepping aside from public engagement in the public eye because he was ashamed for being involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Basically, somewhat looks like he's saying, I made a mistake in associating with him when he did all these things.
Some of his name and some of those emails that came out recently.
And others, many officials. So this is the thing, is like, who knew and who said nothing? Because this is how these things go on for years and years, Chris.
Yeah.
And I just hope we can take this file release and learn from where the issues were with law enforcement, where the issues were with people not coming forward and protecting these young women when they needed it most, because this can never happen again. So my heart's with the victims and their families and the survivors and those who couldn't be here today to be a part of this. Just my heart goes to them, and also to the people that defended them all these years, that helped these victims tell their story, the lawyers, whether it be down in Florida or some of the law enforcement in Palm Beach. God bless them as well today.
But Tony, before we move on, let me just ask, after months of claiming a hoax, we've talked about, the influencers standing outside of the White House with their binders about the Epstein files, all of it. Why now? What changed that in one day, less than one day, almost every single member of Congress was able to come together and push this through? Now, once the president signs it, 30 days we'll have, for the Department of Justice will have 30 days to kind of do what they need to do, whether it's redacting names, et cetera, before we might see those files. But now, why so suddenly does it feel like this was able to happen?
Well, the president's coalition is a lot different than it was in 2016 and 2020. You have a lot of young men that are part of this coalition that really got to know President Trump through podcasts like the Tim Dillon Show, for example, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz and the Flagrant podcast, where this was a major topic they pressed then candidate Trump on, and then have kept bringing up over the years this subject because it highlights the conspiratorial nature of some of his voters, some of the newer voters, younger voters like me. And again, I didn't vote for the president,
I understand
but I vote for the president. but people like me that look like me, they really thought the president would really take care of this
So
day
basically,
one.
the support shift.
It changed, and it's more fragile.
Yeah.
And the thing is, younger voters and voters in general now move differently, and they move a lot quicker on how they view presidents, politicians. You know why? Because of independent media and streaming and local and regional broadcast. They're no longer getting it from 3 networks. They're getting it from everywhere. They're getting a lot of different things in their feeds. And their opinions can shift, and the president saw that his support was waning
Well, we saw
among
a lot
that
of
base.
burning "Make America Great Again" hats,
Right,
on
because
social
of
media
this.
over the weekend. So.
Because it gets to the two-tier justice
right.
system that a lot of these folks were talking about and voted on, where the rich and powerful get it one way, and the rest of us get it the other. This hit at the heart of it. This was tangible. You could see it. And the president saw that and changed course. Now, here's the thing. The question is, what does that redaction process look like? Because now this is unconfirmed. People magazine just reported this about an hour ago, where Jeffrey Epstein's brother Mark Epstein has been saying to confidants and others that he has heard, again, this is a lot of, again, it's not, when I'm saying this is true, we can confirm it, but Mark Epstein has said he is hearing that a lot of Republican names are being scrubbed potentially in these 30 days. So we don't know that.
Yeah.
That's just Mark Epstein, again, it's a brother, but it's just one thing that you could start to see be a conversation if this thing goes, to the 30 days totally, and then if we go into post 30 days into the new year, and if there are certain redactions and things get leaked, because the Justice Department, we've seen some leaks this year with FBI Director Kash Patel and others, so this is not going to be a totally tight ship operation potentially.
All right, well, Useless, let me double check this name to make sure I get it right. Useless Rocket on our YouTube chat says, "Let the games begin." We'll have much more on this story, obviously, coming up as it develops. In the meantime, Tony, let's move on. Let's talk about what you are watching on this Tuesday evening.
On the Tuesday, Tony P Tuesday rundown, whatever we're calling it now. At the White House today, President Trump hosted Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in a meeting that drew strong criticism. Human rights groups and lawmakers pressed the administration about Saudi Arabia's role in the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi and civilian casualties in regional conflicts. The White House defended the visit as essential to securing oil stability, rebuilding alliances, and advancing the ceasefire efforts and stabilization in Gaza. In the education world today, the Trump administration announced a major overhaul of the Department of Education. Key federal grant programs for K-12 and higher education will be transferred to agencies such as the Labor, Health and Human Services, and Interior Departments. The administration says the restructuring will reduce bureaucracy and push more money into the classrooms. Critics warn, though, that changes could dilute protections for students and create confusion among things like federal student aid for colleges. Overseas tonight, according to Axios, the U.S. has drafted a new 28-point plan aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. The proposal includes a phased ceasefire, security guarantees, reconstruction funding, and a potential multinational force. While U.S. officials have briefed European allies, Ukraine has not publicly backed the draft, and many hurdles remain before any agreement can move forward at this point. In Congress, House Democrats are seeking to revive a censure resolution against Representative Corey Mills after he shared an image of President Biden bound and at gunpoint. Supporters argue that this image normalized political violence and demands a strong formal rebuke. This happened last year. It's being brought up again in this new year. Republican leaders call the measure symbolic, but the effort underscores rising tensions in the chamber, even though we saw a major bipartisan moment today with the 427-1 vote. Back here in the U.S., President Trump is also backing legislation to block states from passing their own artificial AI intelligence laws for a 10-year period. The aim is to create a single national standard and avoid what the administration calls a confusing regulatory patchwork. Critics argue it removes state-level protections around data privacy, algorithmic fairness, and consumer rights. In the art world tonight, Gustav Klimt's portrait of Elizabeth Lederer sold for $236.4 million at Sotheby's in New York today, a new record for the most expensive modern artwork ever sold. Most folks aren't even worth that much money. The auction lasted more than 20 minutes and ended with a phone bid from an anonymous buyer. I'd love to know who that was. Turning to the business world, the CEO of Polymarket called traditional sports books a scam today, arguing that high fees, tight limits, and banned winners leave little chance for the average bettor to succeed. He's promoting prediction markets as a more transparent alternative, though regulators say the platforms may still fall under gambling laws in many states. Also, tech giant Meta secured a major legal win today. A federal judge ruled the company is not an illegal monopoly and rejected the U.S. government's attempt to force it to spin off Instagram and WhatsApp. The ruling lifts immediate breakup pressure, though regulators say they will continue monitoring large tech practices. In the entertainment world, Entertainment Tonight reports that singer Ariana Grande is surprising fans by directing and starring in her own action thriller released this summer. On the red carpet, she said the movie flips everything you need to know about me, and she's been training in stunts for months now. Also, on the social media front, you may see a surge in two trending formats. One is the Give It To Me trend, where creators use a voiceover repeating Give It To Me, pausing just before a visual payoff, like a new haircut, pet reveal, or travel clip. The edits are sharp, energetic, and designed to hit the beat. The other trend is It Doesn't Take Much to Make Me Happy, featuring quiet, simple moments like coffee on a balcony and a walk in golden light. And finally tonight, an uplifting story from Southern California. In Hesperia, a new master plan community of more than 1,500 families is being called America's nicest neighborhood, like Mr. Rogers, because every resident signed a kindness pledge. They agreed to look out for neighbors, bring meals when needed, and create a culture of care. Psychologists say community-wide acts of kindness improve health, reduce isolation, and build resilience around the country and in the community.
We could all use a little more kindness in this
Sorry,
world.
a lot
Let's
of stuff
be serious.
there.
Let's be serious. We could all use a little more kindness out
Yes,
there.
Mr. Rogers, a big one there.
Yeah,
Again,
all right.
We have the helpers in America. We need them.
Well, that's what Tony P was watching. What I'm watching is the raindrops out on this live picture from the White House tonight. A chilly night here across the DMV. We're going to heat things up, though, when we come back, because we are heading down to Miami, where we are going to talk to a student and former Fox 5 intern all about this recent Washington Post article declaring the University of Miami the home to influencer royalty. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Tony P.
I almost did it.
I do it every night.
I nailed it.
It is 9:18, and that means Do You Like It or Not is over. It is time for the Live Zone Primetime. And what you are looking at right now is a headline from the Washington Post last week, and this is a subject Tony P knows all about. We are talking about being a social media influencer. But Tony, your social media fame came after college.
It sure did.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
but
very much so after college.
The case for everybody. You may have seen this story in the Post last week. Like I said, it's about the so-called turf war taking place at the University of Miami, a school that has embraced influencer culture and can claim a long list of ultra-viral alumni. It's where Alex Earl, who you can currently catch on Dancing with the Stars, became one of the biggest influencers in the world. But a student newspaper article last month caused some drama. We are talking about the battle between popular micro-influencers on campus that led to what is called a digital slap fight between students. It made nationwide headlines, hundreds of thousands of views, and even an intervention from the Dean of Students. You can read the whole story in the Washington Post, but we wanted to get more information about that. So joining us now live from Miami is University of Miami student and former Fox 5 intern Lauren Harrington. Thanks for joining us here on, if I get the name correct,
yes,
the Live Zone Prime Time.
We're doing that show, right?
There we go. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
It's
I'm
so good to
excited
see you,
be back.
Lauren.
Thank you.
It's so good to see you guys.
Oh my God.
It's been too
awesome.
long. Thank you so much for joining us.
So yeah, it's down here in Miami. There's definitely a little bit of that influencer drama.
Oh yeah.
A little bit of that. Everyone's an influencer, but I'm so excited to talk a little bit more about that today.
Lauren, first and foremost, is it at least warm down there? Because it's like,
please,
I don't even know, 49 degrees here or something?
It's definitely warm. I was able to walk to class without a sweatshirt or anything. It's definitely warm down here, especially at night too.
Oh my God.
Well, we're living vicariously through you.
And it's an hour better with the sunlight because it's the way the time zones are down there. I just love how it's an hour sunnier down there. My goodness.
Definitely, yeah, it's the best. It's the best.
Completely.
But I'm coming home for break soon, so I will catch the cold.
Yes, you will.
Exactly.
We both will.
Lauren, I'm gonna start off by showing this is your TikTok account, 39,000 followers, 7.6 million likes. Growing a following, was that something you chose to do before you even went to college? Was it something you do once you got down there and kind of saw what the culture was like?
Well, the thing about just TikTok in general, I've always loved the idea of content creation and posting what I'm doing, especially with broadcast or even just my friends or even just being a Miami student in general. Here at Miami, it is a huge culture to be posting about what you're doing every single day. I mean, there's things going on all the time. It's sunny all the time. You can go out all the time. You can do your work during the day and then go out at night and still manage to do both. And so when I came to Miami, I knew that I wanted to be posting what I was doing on a day-to-day basis. I just didn't expect for so much of my content to end up doing well. And I think that it's the idea of just going to Miami or just even saying the word Miami on a post does numbers. It's crazy. It has such an impact.
Do you think that there's an expectation when you get to campus? Again, we have had Alex Earl be very successful. Again, the content business is huge in Miami. Is there a pressure that you feel among first-year students or even upperclassmen as they go in to really create this footage, whether they be in sports or lifestyle or broadcasting?
There's definitely a little bit of pressure. I feel like living in Miami, everyone's trying to, show what you're doing, show off a little bit. It's the kind of culture that it is. I think just being a broadcast student in general, I do want to build a personal platform online, whether it's just me enjoying school or just me posting my broadcast online. And so sometimes I do beat myself up a little bit because I'll post a video and it won't do as well. And then I'll see another student that also posted a video and it did do as well. But it's definitely the kind of culture where you're always posting what you're doing and just it's that kind of, it's really what it is down here.
So on that same note, so kind of leaning into that idea of the competition, is it competition to try to get to the next level, to get a brand deal, to get a sponsorship, to make money? And also at the same time, how often are you filming and posting? And do you ever worry about the line between oversharing?
So it is just Miami in general. It is competitive. It's naturally competitive. Everyone wants, the best thing. Everyone wants to be at the best place. Everyone wants to be posting what they're doing on a Saturday, And so naturally it's very competitive. And I think that I have engraved that mentality a little bit in my mind. I try to post as much as possible, but I feel like when I see someone else, if they're posting more than me, I think to myself, oh no, I missed out the opportunity of posting this great thing and it didn't do as well. But really, it is that competitive nature down here. It's just how you handle it and how you post online. As of posting day to day, I try to post at least like once every 2 days. I'm trying to get better at posting more every single day, but being a broadcast student and trying to balance school while also creating content at the same time can be a little bit overwhelming. And so I'm hoping that next semester I get to dive in a little bit more into exploring content creation as much as I enjoy exploring broadcast, because it's very time consuming. You know, Tony, you understand.
It is. All the things you're talking about are things that I go through now, because again, I did it after college, and I was, 3 years into corporate, and now influencing brought me to broadcasting and rediscovered the dream. I wish I was doing what you were doing in college. I should have done that, and you're inspirational to me watching you do this journey. But let me ask you this. So when you talk about the competition nature of this, what do you think this turf war is really looking like on the ground? The Washington Post covered it a little bit, but what does that look like on a daily basis between students or influencers, if they want to, if they're labeling themselves that overall? What is that turf war looking like, and is it having an impact on the mental health of the community or the ability to learn and grow together in the classroom, or is it more just an outside thing?
Well, there was that drama that did happen. There actually was a turf war where one micro-influencer came out and was like, I'm a little bit upset that that she was like, I'm a little bit upset that my content isn't being as appreciated as much as other influencers at the University of Miami. There was an article that came out by the Miami Hurricane that really showcased 3 influencers that are gaining a lot of popularity at school and that have the most following. And it didn't really show the micro-influencers as much as possible. I mean, they had it inside the newspaper, but they weren't the front page cover. And I'm sure that, like, for her, it was obviously upsetting because she feels like she put so much time and effort into her posts. Yeah, and that's one of the biggest influencers at our school, Nikki Pindor. She's the one who has the most followings. And I guess it's just like that's where the competitive side comes out, because it's like, I guess everyone's trying as hard to post all this content, but some people aren't being appreciated as much as possible while others are. But it really comes down to the idea of, like, you post, like, what you're posting is like, everyone can post, but it's the quality of what you're posting. And so a micro-influencer can post one simple thing, but not have as much quality as that one macro influencer that we just saw, Nikki Pindor, who is posting a lot of quality things that is gaining a lot of following. And so it really comes just down to what you're posting and the quality of what you're posting online. And that's what gains a lot of traction.
Absolutely. Listen, we both know this. Again, even with following of my side, something that doesn't work out, the algorithm punishes it. And again, like it's a different algorithm than it was even when I started out. So, and again, that turf was very, very fascinating because it does seem surface level, but this is how a lot of our generations are making money now.
Right. It is defeating. I mean, sometimes I'll work so hard on this one video. I'll spend 30 minutes of posting what I did this weekend at Miami, hoping that it gets, the traction that I want it to get. And then it doesn't do well. And then you think to yourself the next day, like, oh, maybe I could have done this better. Oh, maybe I should stop posting. But the reality is that, especially here at Miami, if you are posting just even the words "you Miami," it'll immediately gain so many more likes, or even it immediately attracts a whole different just like audience of people. It's crazy. I even was talking to my friends a little bit because they were like, Lauren, like, what can I do how do you think I can make one post do well or whatever, just like advice. And I was like, literally said, just saying the words "you Miami" on a post has the potential of gaining a whole different audience and just a lot more traction.
Again, the biggest thing I've learned, the biggest thing is when you're one post away. That happens. That's so true.
Definitely. It happens all the time. You can just be one post away from that one viral video, or just even one post away from making it big. I mean, you look at someone like Alex Earl, and she posted that one thing about her suffering with a lot of just she wasn't really happy with her skin, and she came out about that, and she was really authentic about that. And when she was authentic, that's when she noticed that she started gaining more of a following.
So, Lauren, 2 quick questions. One, how is this kind of incorporated into the actual curriculum / campus life? And 2, what is it? I mean, do people walk around and they're like celebrities on campus where like you whisper and you're like, oh my gosh, that's whoever, because I saw them on TikTok? The way like kind of athletes used to rule the roost a little bit. Now is it these influencers?
It's definitely, I mean, at least for a lot of the people that I'm close to, or even just like the girls I'm close to, sometimes the guys too, I think that these influencers are they really are taking over. Like the other day I saw one of the influencers that was posted on the Miami hurricane, which is Nikki Pindor actually, and I saw her walking, and I go to my friend and I'm like, oh my gosh, did you see, like, that's her. Or then you'll see like another football player who's like a really well-known football player, like out in like at a college event or something like that. And at least for me, it's just, I'm just like, oh, okay. But you'll see these influencers, and I guess a lot of people are very inspired by them because everyone's posting and everyone wants to be gaining this following and this sort of traction. So yeah, there's definitely that environment here at Miami that you'll be walking, you'll see an influencer, and you'll just be like, oh my gosh.
Last but not least, I do just need to, full disclosure, Lauren, for anyone out there watching, they can either blame or credit Lauren, because she is the intern at Fox 5 who taught me how to use TikTok and social media to begin with.
I love it.
So if my face pops up in anyone out there's feed, that's who to blame right there.
Oh my goodness.
On our
You're
screen
doing
right
like
now.
I see your TikToks and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're doing like incredible. I see them all the time and I get so excited because I'm just like, you're doing amazing on social media. You too, Tony. I'm keeping up with you all the time.
You are the best. Listen, I need a little help on TikTok because my following's dragging a little bit. So any advice you have for me, let me know.
She is the
I
expert.
will. I definitely
Maybe I should
will.
put you Miami down it. I'll add Tony P in Miami.
You can say you Miami at Fox. I don't know.
Right, it was the whole title. We'll just put it in there for SEO.
That's right.
Exactly. There we go.
Lauren, thank you so much for spending a little time with us here on Live Zone Primetime. Good luck with the rest of the semester.
Yes.
Have a happy holiday season. If you're back, you always have a home here at Fox 5.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Good luck.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are talking to the guys behind the new Fox Nation docuseries Scammed, all about some of the most popular online scams out there, how not to fall for them, what you can do to protect yourself, and how they are helping people get even. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
He started to get very angry.
Pay now or you're going to jail.
My anxiety.
How much did he get from you?
$53,000.
Over $500,000. It was a life-ruining amount of money.
Yeah.
It's
scams that we come across tear people apart.
He knows my home address, my phone number.
What we do is get into direct communication with a scammer. Whoa. Baiting scammers into a trap.
Click the link.
Will unearth an entire network of deception
and confront those responsible.
We're looking for Jeffrey.
Are you Jeffrey?
This scammer clicked it 5 times.
I'm waiting. Hurry up. This is where she's supposed to wire $20,000.
Oh, wow. We might need to go to Czech Republic.
I'm coming too. Can we go? You need to stop at the freaking cologne store?
Yeah. Let's go. 2 million.
Yeah.
It shows how relentless these scams are. What's better than a little slice of revenge?
Scammed, Getting Even. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Also on Fox 1, that's a clip from the new Fox Nation original series, Scammed, Getting Even. The show follows Trilogy Media co-founders Ashton Bingham and Art Kulik as they track down scammers across the world, help victims fight back and recover, reveal how these massive scam networks operate, and, best of all, deliver some justice. A new episode drops tomorrow night. First, though, fresh from the cologne store, Ashton and Art join us now live. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Stand by. Let me make sure we can hear you. Can you get? I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you now. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
The cologne's in the air too. We can hear.
Yeah,
we can sense the cologne.
This is a full.
I literally was laughing right now because of that line, and I was like hitting my business partner under the table, and he was like, "Yeah, that's your cologne store." I'm so glad they used that.
That's a great line. I love it.
Absolutely. But look, I'll start there. To be honest with you, you guys are tackling a really serious subject. You are really doing important work, but you're also mixing humor into it. Can you talk to me just a little bit about how those two dynamics kind of play against each other?
We have to, honestly. The kinds of things that we get into on our channel and with this show can be very dark and be very emotionally, hard to deal with, especially when you're dealing with victims and real-life repercussions of these scams. We have to inject humor into it, otherwise we'll drive ourselves crazy. We've been doing this now for 10 years. Can educate Americans on a national television how not to get scammed. We, like in Practical Jokers, we put a lot of humor, and also, there is justice, there is education. So everything that you see, it's dialed down by 5 or 10, 20%. So there is more.
Wow. Now let me ask you this. So what are the 1 or 2 things that you have seen through all your cases throughout the years on streaming and social media that are the main 2 things or 3 things that people really, that they have when they get scammed? Like, what are those 3 defining factors that people have when they get scammed, and how can people prevent those things from happening to them?
Well, one of the thing that we see in almost every type of scam, and again, there's a million different kinds of scams and the ways they operate, but almost every single time a scammer will play on one of 2 things, either somebody's hopes or somebody's fears. And a really good scam will play on them both. So whether it's them promising you life-changing financial winnings, or a deal that's too good to be true, or literally, threatening you with arrest, or threatening you with whatever it might be, extortion, or whatever it is. So scammers will want to pressure you into acting fast to either avoid the fear or to take advantage of the hope. And that can manifest itself in endless amounts of ways, especially around the holidays with shopping and getting a good deal and wanting to, provide for your family. So never let anyone pressure you into anything is probably the best blanket advice I could give. And never trust that anyone is calling or reaching out to you from who they say they're reaching out to you from. Do your own independent research. If it's a phone number, hang up and call it back, that kind of thing. And especially Black Friday is coming, right? Thanksgiving, Black Friday. When you see there is unsolicited email comes to you, especially from Amazon, and says, "Hey, you just got Roomba," or we were live streaming today, and there is a brand new email from Amazon. You just bought Roomba with so many different gadgets and blah blah blah, and there is a number on the bottom to call. Never call that number. That's how you're going to get trapped. That's how you're going to get scammed. So always call Amazon.com, or flip your credit card and call the number on your credit card, not the number that's been provided by Bank of America.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, with text messaging too, we've reported on numerous examples, whether it's you getting told you have a ticket or a toll fine type of a thing. Guys, we talk about AI almost every night on this show. How is AI making your jobs more difficult? But also at the same time, are you able to utilize it to help in the fight for justice?
100%. I mean, any new innovation or any tool that's useful for good can also be used for bad, and we've seen that, a million times over. AI is no exception. It's getting harder for people to spot. Where you used to be able to maybe rely on, bad grammar to spot a scam email. Now they're using ChatGPT to write their emails, and it sounds very real, and they're very good at impersonating who they're trying to impersonate. But yes, to an extent, we can use it back at them. We can automate some things. We can, use generative AI sometimes to, help us portray the part of a victim, which is essentially what scam baiting is. So, yeah, AI is not going anywhere, and people need to be extra vigilant, extra careful, and making sure that they're, not just trusting who somebody is just because of what they say over the phone. You need to have a password amongst your family and your close friends that only they know. So you know who you're talking to, because you can't even trust your caller ID anymore.
And I think the most important part nowadays is when young generation educating your parents and grandparents. And if, again, you can be right now in Mexico in jail, and, all these family members going to call to you and going to say, hey, you need bail money, which is happened to you. Set up the password, ask the questions.
Wasn't in jail in Mexico, just for the record. It was
what happened to you, right?
What a scam! What a scammer said to my grandmother. Thanks for wording that nicely for me.
Awesome. So it's okay, so if you're my mom or grandma, so which school did I go to? What is the name of my closest friend? What kind of dogs do we have? You have to always expect that somebody's trying to take advantage of you.
And when you look at this whole process of how you came online and developed this idea, what was the thought process behind putting together the format of show that you built on social media, now into streaming? And what were the considerations you made in crafting it the way that you did, adding humor into it, adding the real confrontational moments? What was the justification behind that to get the word out about this incredibly important thing in the world?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, our desire to entertain has been around since long before we ever did scam baiting. Him and I knew each other back when we first moved to LA 15, 16 years ago to pursue a career in something that
filmmaking
we could control and we can produce, and that we could, use it to entertain people. Scam baiting kind of entered our ether on accident in 2016 with a viral video that I made kind of truthfully on accident. And it just, it grew. We started with just wasting scammers' time over the phone. And then, you discover the presence of local accomplices. You always think of scams being so far away in call centers across the planet, but you don't really realize that actually, no, there's a lot of people here locally in the States that are helping to facilitate it. Well, no one else is confronting them. Let's do it. And so it kind of took its own form then when we started getting boots on the ground and investigating. We don't take the whole hacking technical side of it like a lot of other scam baiters do, and that they do great work. But we wanted to do something different. So we hit the ground running while still staying true to who we are. And then Fox came along, and they were like, they said yes when a million others said no, and gave us an opportunity on a national level to educate people and bring more awareness to scams. And we couldn't be more grateful.
And as you know, there is a demographic that only watch YouTube. There is people who watching, national television, cable, and there is people still exist who reading newspapers and reading books. So there are three different demographic, and we always, like Ashton said, since 2020, we called we had meetings with every single network. But because it's never done before, and nobody talking, police not doing anything, they don't have resources, money, and time to concentrate on these scams. And everybody just it's never been done before. We didn't want to be a guinea pig. And Fox said, you know what, enough is enough. We can do it. Go make it.
Let's go.
Let's educate, and let's bring the justice. And it happened.
So, Ashton, I want to go back to something you said at the beginning of that answer, which is you said something you can control. However, in what you're doing now, you are confronting these scammers sometimes. How do you, that takes a certain amount of bravery, too. These situations could quickly escalate and get out of hand. How do you kind of psych yourself up for that part a little bit? How do you avoid it ever going south quickly? And at the same time, I guess what I'm trying to say, where does that, have you developed a passion for helping people? Because you have helped so many people.
Well, thank you. And we're only able to do it because of the people that support us, our YouTube viewers, our YouTube supporters, Fox for coming forward and giving us this show. We can't control the endings. We can't control what happens or who's on the other end of these scams. All we can control is what we decide to do about it as we're learning as we go. And because we have a background in content creation, we've always framed our videos to take the audience along the journey with us as we're learning it. So we're not just dropping a video to say, this is a scammer, 30 seconds of him scamming, goodbye. Like, we want to take people on the same nerve-wracking journey that we feel when we're learning about who's behind this and what we're going to do next. And we take a lot of precautions, of course. Now, with a network budget, we're able to do it a little bit more thoroughly.
We can have security.
We can have security. It didn't always start that way, but we've been risk takers from the beginning, and we call ourselves professionally unprofessional. This is uncharted territory, but we do it safely. We have each other's back, and we have supporters behind us that have enabled us to be able to do this at all. And so, thank our lucky stars, pray to your God, whatever it is, that we're still around and then we can still do this because it's important. It's important work.
I'll also just say that I'm not going to mess with you if I run into you on the street. I think that helps sometimes too.
Not at all.
I appreciate that, but I think that's the beauty of our partnership and friendship. We all bring different set of skills. And, I used to be a professional ex-athlete, and I love running, I love chasing, scammers and all these awesome stuff. But also, we got close calls. We went to Chicago, we knocked on the door, and, one of the drug dealer who were facilitating scam operations as well, opened the door with a gun and he's, inside of his belt. We got close call in Florida. And then we decided to shut down with Jim Browning and Mark Rober, big scam operation in India. We went undercover. We shut down 3 call center, tech support, Microsoft fake call centers. And we got spotted. Me being 6'5" and us 2 dudes in India, we got spotted on the street.
It may have been the cologne.
Maybe it's cologne, definitely. But it got to the point that
cologne.
Yeah.
We were in Telegram group with our undercover agents who work for us and for scammers. And they dropped pictures of us and they said, hey, Americans is here messing with our business, with our food, with our, operations that have been secure for 30 years. Let's go to every single hotel, and if you find them, shoot them. So we got a couple close calls, but we're trying to, look out after ourselves and do whatever it takes to be secure. And now having Fox, we got security finally. I don't have to do the security guard. We have police involved. We have arrests.
I mean, my eyes were just blowing up there thinking about that. And when you think about these stories and the victims that you work with, 2 final quick questions. How do you choose the stories to really go after? And 2, when you sit down with these victims and hear their stories, what is one thing that runs through the current of all of them that really that stands out to you when you're working with them?
That's a great questions. Yeah, I mean, choosing stories, it's difficult. I mean, we're blessed now with a lot of people that follow us, and now every story we cover in some way, shape, or form comes from a tip that a viewer has sent us, whether it happened to them or a family member or something. And so I wish we could help everybody, and hopefully this show and this new attention on this issue will only allow us to expand and help more people. As far as through lines, talking to victims is hard. It's honestly, for me, it's the hardest part. It's way harder than talking to scammers. It's heartbreaking, and I think the through line that I see every single time is the shame that comes with it and the stigma that people put on certain types of scams, where they say, well, you'd have to be stupid to fall for this. Well, that's a horrible thing to think, because first of all, you're not stupid for falling for a scam. These scams are professional manipulators. They're designed to affect the mentality of somebody in a certain stage of life or a certain emotional state. And also that stigma is preventing victims from wanting to tell anyone that it happened. And if no one tells anyone what happened, you're not going to raise awareness about how it happens, and it's just going to keep happening. So hopefully with this show and with the attention on it that we're able to bring, it's going to release that stigma and encourage more people to speak out about what happened to them. So we, as the people in front of the camera, can show you how it happened and prevent more people from falling for it.
And to be completely honest, now episode 5 going to be dropped tomorrow on Fox Nation. We created this movement that after first episode, when people saw this during World Series, right, Fox Sports commercial promoting this show, the amount of people that stepped forward that approaching Ashton on the street, me on the street, not coming first and saying congratulations to the show. And the following question always is, either I got scammed or people that I love got scammed. I know somebody can you help? We created this hope that like FBI not doing anything, you know, like there is no responses from police reports. And all of a sudden they see this show that there is a justice, there is arrest, there is prosecution happening. People all of a sudden like, I want to tell my story. It's becoming like our inbox right now, public submissions of stories. We cannot find the bottom of that public submission, guys. Wow. It's unfortunate, but it's good that people can.
That's what I was going to say. It's unfortunate, but that hope that you guys are providing is, I mean, that is priceless in and of itself as you help get back their money, time, sense of security. Ashton and Art, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on the Live Zone Primetime. The next time you're in D.C., make sure you guys stop by. We would love to have you.
Absolutely, boys. It's a pleasure.
Be awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And just a reminder, you can catch Art and Ashton and Scammed Getting Even. It is available now on Fox Nation and Fox One. New episode drops tomorrow. In the meantime, Tony and I are going to take a quick break. We're going to take you back out to the House floor. In the meantime, we'll be right back.
We signed the Working Families Tax Cuts into law this year. And this critical legislation included the single largest investment in rural health care in history. That's 50. First responders who keep rural America healthy, we want to thank you. Your work saves lives.
All right, welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime. On this Tuesday night, you have just been listening to some of the House speakers on the floor. Late night for some lawmakers.
Yeah, well, they're making up for lost time after being for 43 days out of work and getting paid. So you know what? I have no problem with them working into the night because a lot of us do that. And you know, there was no shutdown for us. So you know what? And again, a lot of workers were working and had to not get paid. And you know, so these folks who are passing legislation, take your time and work hard.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is now 9:52 on this Tuesday evening. Now, Tony P, we talk a little sports every now and then on this show.
We dabble in it.
We haven't talked a ton of basketball, admittedly, but Tuesday nights are now like coast to coast basketball night.
Right.
That's where they have like the double headers or whatever they are, which means
flooding it with it.
There is a basketball game that's just about to get started in about 37 minutes out on the West Coast, 10:30 p.m. Now, why is that significant? Why am I talking about it? Because the Lakers are playing. LeBron James will be playing. He has been sidelined up to this point.
That's right.
But the 40-year-old LeBron James will be suiting up for the Los Angeles Lakers against the Utah Jazz tonight, beginning his unprecedented 23rd season in the NBA.
For number 23.
I mentioned he's 40 years old. He has been sidelined since the start of training camp by sciatica, which has kept him out of the preseason and the Lakers' first 14 games of the regular season. LeBron James had never before missed a season opener in his basketball life. So, 23rd season, 40 years old, had never missed a season opener before until this year. But now he will be back on the court tonight. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how the Lakers have been so far this season. I'm going to look it up as we speak.
How the Wizards been doing?
They are
is my
10-4.
Wow.
They are 10-4, so they haven't necessarily been playing poorly.
No, not at all. And Utah's 5-8. So this should be a win. Look at the percentages.
Tony asked me to look up the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, how they doing with the record?
Let's see.
Do we have the
Wizards,
answer?
Yeah, stand by. Let's go.
Google does that sometimes because they won't give you the full score. They won't give you the full record. Like, give it to me. I want to know.
Let's go. NBA Eastern Conference standings. Let's see. We had to scroll all the way down to 14th out of 15th teams. The Washington Wizards are currently 1-12 on the season. 1-12 on the season. As a percentage, that is .077%. If Dr. Seshire is watching, who was with us on Friday
George
night,
Mason.
That's some math.
And the math ain't mathing for this team.
No, they have. Let's see.
God.
They are 10.5 games behind first place.
All right.
They are 0-9 in the conference. They are 0-6 at home, and they are 1-6 away. Now, this actually brings me back to a story that, not so much a story, but a social media post that I saw over the weekend, or Monday. I can't remember when. But I actually talked about it with Guy Lambert earlier today because he was at Sunday night's game, the Washington Wizards game. I saw a post yesterday that said the atmosphere at Capital One Arena for that Wizards game was one of the worst they had ever seen for a professional sporting event. The Washington Wizards, fans aren't showing up. We did a story not too long ago about a former player for the Washington Wizards. He's now on the Pelicans, and he had thrown a little shade at the team because he basically just said playing at Capital One Arena was so depressing because there were no fans, no one was cheering. But on the other hand, there's not much to cheer for.
It's true.
It's not much to cheer for.
I mean, my 500 prediction may not even be possible anymore. Yes. But look at who's below them, though. The Indiana Pacers.
The Indiana Pacers.
Who were
in the finals
last
year,
who were in the finals last year. And now they're basically the worst team in basketball.
Isn't it
how
funny
does that
how
happen?
Things happen like that?
I mean, the thing about looking at, let's start with LeBron James first. Think about this for numbers. He's been in the NBA longer than half his life. He came into the NBA with less years in his life than he has played in the NBA. Do you know how rare that is?
I remember.
He took all that risk coming out of high school, and he was all that pressure to be the best. We saw Kwame Brown here in D.C. when he was drafted number 1 out of high school. The Phenom was going to be similar in that regard, and really had a solid career, but didn't pan out to be that top pick type of career, but still had a decent career. But LeBron James had all that hype and still made it and has done it consistently, all-star appearances for 20-plus years, and is an incredible force in the community. The I Promise school that he's built in Akron. He's won titles for his hometown. He's won titles in Miami, in L.A. I mean, this career you couldn't have written in Hollywood if you tried.
Yeah.
And just truly an incredible athlete.
Just to put you on the spot here, Tony P, because we love to make lists here on the Live Zone Prime Time. I put a couple names down there at the bottom. NBA GOAT, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, or other. I'm putting you on the spot. You go first.
This is tough. I mean, I look at it. Kobe, I think, is one of the greatest playoff basketball players of all time. I think if you were to have playoff basketball, it'd be MJ, Kobe, and then LeBron James. But overall, GOATness, I have to go with MJ because because the NBA was different. The defenses were a lot harder back in the 80s and 90s, especially with the bad boy Pistons you had. You had the Lakers of the late 80s as well. I think Michael Jordan had a harder defensive array to deal with than Kobe and LeBron had to deal with. So there's no shade at either one of them. They were incredible athletes. I just think the nature of defense in basketball is why I would give it to MJ, and the titles overall, of course, and just his records in the playoffs and an NBA title series. So
here's where I'm a little conflicted. Can you name anybody who played with? Okay, excluding his time with the Miami Heat, where he was surrounded by Dwayne Wade, at all. Otherwise, and I'm sure more knowledgeable NBA fans would say otherwise.
I'm not that knowledgeable.
But, I mean, LeBron has carried a lot of the weight on his shoulders alone. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Tony Kukoc, and Coach Phil Jackson. Kobe had Coach Phil Jackson as well. He had Shaquille,
That's true.
And more. They say you need 3 great players to have a great NBA team. You need 3 players. Again, I am no NBA expert.
You
We're
can
down
make
to
the
our
argument
final 30 seconds.
that Pippen
Weigh
didn't
in
do
in
much
the
either.
YouTube chat.
He didn't do much after the Bills.
Scottie Pippen would disagree with you, Tony Pig.
Listen, he didn't do much. I mean, what, the Rockets for 2 years?
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight for the Tuesday night episode, down to the final 10 seconds. That's Tony P. I'm producer Chris. Fox 5 News at 10. Coming up next, we'll see you back here, same time, same place tomorrow.
Can't wait.
lockdown for about an hour after a gun was found on campus. No one was hurt. One student was taken into custody. Everything returned to normal by the end of the day.
A teen arrested and charged for a shooting during Howard University. Smaller group last month. That's when they say Dudley opened fire, hitting 5 people, including a 13-year-old and a Morgan State student who, according to court documents, is now paralyzed from the chest down. Dudley is expected back in court next month.
The husband of Anna Walsh pleads guilty to disposing her body, but will continue to fight the murder charge against him. Jury selection began in Massachusetts yesterday in the murder trial of Brian Walsh. He admitted the lesser charges for getting rid of his wife's body, but not for killing her. Anna went missing in 2023. By the way, her body was never found. Investigators, though, did find evidence with her blood and DNA on it. They say Brian Walsh threw away.
All right, let's take a look at your weather tonight on this Tuesday as we take you outside. Take a live look at our camera, our Fox 5 Skycam at the wharf. And you can see right there on the runway, wet pavement to contend with tonight. We finally saw some rain.
All right, Mike Thomas here with the first check of that forecast at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, still seeing that rain coming down across the D.C. area after a 50-degree day. Cooler with all the clouds that moved in, and now the rain as of this evening. This is the number we're hoping to raise, right? Less than a quarter inch through the entire month of November so far. And now we think we'll double, if not triple, that number by the time the rain is done. And there's that live look at Reagan National. Not stopping the planes from coming and going, thankfully. But the tarmacs are wet down there, where it's 43 degrees. Dulles and BWI Thurgood Marshall, 41. All 3 airports reporting rain coming down, as you'll see here. Satellite and radar. Big picture showing you, steady rain across the immediate D.C. area. There's a bit of a gap through western Virginia that's going to move over shortly, but it'll fill back in overnight tonight as you see more rain coming through parts of West Virginia, where in the highest elevations, it is actually mixing with a little bit of freezing rain and perhaps some sleet pellets up there, northern portions of Garrett County. So I-68 travelers going through some of those upper elevations, be warned, you might hit a little bit of winter weather. And this very bright yellow, not necessarily heavy rain, but because the radar beam shoots upward, it's getting into the upper part of the cloud where there's likely some ice pellets, making it what we call bright banding. Makes it look like it's heavy rain, but it's actually just some ice in the clouds that melts before it hits the ground that you're seeing there. There's big picture storm tracker radar locally. Steady light rain kind of through Montgomery County, Prince George's, up through Howard, and then scattered rain showers through the northern neck in southern Maryland as well. This batch filling in near the I-81 is what's going to move over D.C. as we head into the later overnight hours tonight. So there's your planner. Expect rain showers. And look, if you're an early riser, rain showers may greet you early, but we think tomorrow dries pretty quickly. What we can't promise you tomorrow is a whole lot of sunshine, though that will depend on a bit where you live. We'll talk more about that with Futurecast coming up in just a few more minutes. Guys?
Tonight in Montgomery County, the Wootton High School community is pleading with school leaders to tear the whole place down.
Yeah, they want a full rebuild, and they're making their case ahead of an important vote later this week. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal joins us live from Wootton High School with more. Josh.
Hey, guys, first off, full disclosure, this is my alma mater. Until today, I hadn't been inside in 20 or so years. A lot of it does still look the same. And if you talk to the people who we talk to inside of here today, they will tell you that they think it's a big part of the problem.
Our school needs renovation, and we need support from our community to reach that goal.
There's just like a lot of problems that limit our learning at school.
Here's the deal. Tonight we met those great students and others and were given a tour of Wootton. It's because later this week, the Montgomery County Board of Education is expected to vote on the fiscal years 2027 to 2032 capital improvements program. As part of that, the district superintendent has recommended major projects at some schools, but as it stands now, the work that many parents and students want here at Wootton is not on that list. So they're hoping to change some minds. Organizers called attention to, among other things, what they call deplorable conditions and health hazards, like plumbing and HVAC issues, an electrical system that they say has led to power outages, occasionally backed up toilets, rodents, we're told, also mold and mildew. And it's because of all that that some members of this community say Wootton must be rebuilt. They add that one way of making that work would be to use the new Crown High School in Gaithersburg as a holding school. Here's more from Rockville City Council member Adam Van Grack, and first, Brian Rabin, the Wootton PTSA president.
We're saying we need to be rebuilt now. We need a solution. We need MCPS to come up with a plan.
The students and the neighbors and the community are fed up because every year that goes by that Wootton isn't renovated and there isn't a rebuild, it gets worse and worse.
The County Board of Education is expected to vote on this on Thursday, although officials tell us that it is still likely that changes will be made even after that vote. Also, today we did reach out to MCPS's Department of Communications for comment. They did not respond. Guys.
Josh, thank you. A Northern Virginia private school settling with a Jewish family after expelling all 3 of their children in the wake of an anti-Semitic bullying case. The family filed a complaint back in July, just days after begging Naismith school leaders to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter. She was being bullied for being Jewish.
Their twin focuses were making sure this never happens again and giving their children some tangible evidence that they didn't do anything wrong and that it was worth standing up and fighting what had happened. And I think that they are pleased.
The school agreed to create an anti-discrimination policy and compensate the family for costs that were related to the expulsion.
Virginia's outgoing governor and governor-elect are now clashing over the search for the University of Virginia's next president. Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger wants the Board of Visitors to pause the process until she takes office in January. Current Governor Glenn Youngkin fired back with a 3-page letter accusing her of mischaracterizing former President Jim Ryan's resignation and overstepping her authority, reminding her, quote, there is just one governor at a time.
I simply said, as soon as I am sworn in, I will make 5 more appointments. I will work with the General Assembly to ensure that those people can get confirmation and do get confirmation quickly, and they will be in place by the end of January. So please keep that in mind. Please do not announce finalists or a choice for a university president.
A few notes here. Jim Ryan, the former president of UVA, was forced out amid pressure from the federal government. Abigail Spanberger is an alum of UVA. I'll have more with her in part 2 of my exclusive interview with her tonight on the Final 5 at 11:30. You can watch the whole thing right now, though, on Fox Local or the Fox 5 YouTube channel.
Well, Virginia could roll out a legal recreational marijuana market next year. Virginia Mercury reporting that lawmakers are working on a framework to set up a legal way to buy cannabis. Tax revenue from marijuana sales could go to job training and education. Now, if it passes the General Assembly next session, sales could begin as early as fall of 2026.
All right, so come here at 10. Investigators determining key issues that led to the Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore.
Also, this is a story that you saw first here on Fox 5. It's making the rounds on social media. How can you forget it? An update tonight on that home edition in one local neighborhood. It's getting a whole lot of attention.
stored vehicles.
The collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge was entirely preventable. That's according to new findings from the National Transportation Safety Board. The investigation found failures on both the container ship Dali and a lack of a warning system for the 6 workers on the bridge who were killed. The actual cause of the power outage on board the Dali was traced back to an electrical terminal block that just wasn't connected properly.
They had a wire labeling band. That's this white band. There's a number on it, and it was to fit right in here to ensure you had connection for the system, and it just didn't fit. So it became disconnected.
The NTSB issued more than 24 recommendations in all. By the way, officials say they want to see the new replacement Key Bridge have much larger safety barriers to protect from vessel strikes, but the cost estimates continue to go upward.
3 people taken to the hospital after a car plowed into a Prince George's County restaurant. Take a look at this. Sky Fox was over the scene of Hip Hop Chicken and Fish this afternoon. All of it happened just before 12:30. 1 person has serious injuries. 2 others are expected to be okay. The cause of this crash still under investigation.
And now to an update to a story you saw first on Fox 5. Fairfax County supervisors are taking action to try to prevent home additions that look like this. Yeah, you saw this one in Fairfax's Greenbrier neighborhood for the first time on Fox 5 last week. Neighborhood zoning rules largely cleared the way for a family to build a 3-story addition, but man, did that story spread like wildfire, the one that Bob Barnard brought us. Today, supervisors push for a review of zoning rules to try to stop this from happening again.
Nobody wants to see a wall next to their house, but we don't want to prohibit people from expanding houses. So I think this is going to be complicated for staff. It'll be a complicated issue to look and see what the answer is.
Now, as we've reported, the addition does fall within the zoning guidelines for height, but it's too close to the neighbor's property line. For the time being, construction has stopped.
New plans tonight to rein in data centers and their power demands. Local leaders, including the governors of Maryland and Virginia, proposing incentives for data centers so that they bring their own power generation to the grid. Now, the proposal also calling for data centers that do not produce their own power to be the first to lose electricity in case of an emergency. Well, a vote will be held tomorrow on whether or not to formally recommend the proposal.
Let's turn to weather right now, and decidedly much colder this time tonight than it has been the last couple of nights. And on top of that, we have the rain to contend with.
You have rain to contend with, but it's good to contend with it. We do need it across the area. Much of Virginia still in a drought, severe drought across much of northern and western Virginia still. This will help, but this will not complete or fix our drought situation. But whenever you're in a drought, every little bit of rain helps, and it's nice to see it coming down here on a Tuesday night in Washington. Storm tracker weather show in D.C. is actually about to get a break. You can see this sort of gap in the action coming through parts of Prince William County, Fauquier County dry at the moment. That won't last all that long. You do see rain building back to the west along I-81. That's also going to swing through D.C. before the parent low pressure system, the center of the storm that's making this rain, passes us by towards early tomorrow morning. Once that gets to our east, our rain chances diminish the rest of the day tomorrow, though we will keep some clouds around. And I'll show you on Futurecast just what we're looking at there. Steadiest rains kind of Montgomery County up the I-270 corridor towards Frederick, Maryland, Hagerstown, up towards Washington and Allegheny County getting soaked. And yeah, out in Garrett County, highest elevations there are mixing with a little bit of winter weather. So if you happen to be traveling or doing some early morning traveling out that way, if you're going through some of those highest roads, maybe a little bit of winter weather to contend with, that's really it. It really shouldn't be too disruptive. We just want folks to be overly cautious, as we always do with winter weather. It tends to be tricky around these parts. The one area that might get a little bit of surprise snow out of this, how about the northern half of Pennsylvania, where right now you're already starting to see some snow showers going. Futurecast, though, as we work our way through Tuesday night into Wednesday, I'll show you here locally. Rain kind of on again, off again as we get beyond the midnight hour, and look at that snow taking over across northern portions of Pennsylvania. Not strong enough cold to get it down to D.C. just yet, but we're getting closer to the winter season here in town. Quick snow event for them, quick rain event for us. You see it wrapping up here about 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you're an early riser, a couple of showers may greet you, but all of this keeps pushing to the east as we get through tomorrow. But with that storm center hanging just off the coast, it will push back enough moisture in the atmosphere to create some cloud cover. So we'll hold on to clouds through much of the day tomorrow, particularly D.C. and areas to the east. Western zones perhaps breaking into a little bit more sunshine by the time we get to the midday hours. Futurecast snowfall, just to show you, 1 to 3 inches possible across parts of Pennsylvania. Even one little zone there of 3 to 6. Early season snowfall for them. State College, Penn State, there you go, almost 2 inches of snow expected for them by the time this event wraps up. Around town, temperatures in the 40s right now. 43 Washington, it is chilly out there. 40 for Gaithersburg, 41 Dulles, 39 Martinsburg, 37 Winchester. These western zones, it might feel like it wants to snow with those temps in the 30s, but still just a little bit too warm for it yet. There's that central low just south of us tomorrow morning. Gets to our east by the afternoon hours. Wraps around enough moisture to keep clouds in the sky. Highs tomorrow only in the 40s and 50s, and this should say 60s, not 70s. Don't worry, I'll get that fixed as we look at the next couple days here in Washington. No 70s on it, unfortunately. 52 tomorrow, Thursday, 55 degrees. Both days going to feature some cloud covers, but the only real chance for rain the next couple is tomorrow morning. We do get more rain later this week. We'll talk more about that coming up. Jim?
Still to come, new details on the effect that cuts at the NIH are having on clinical trials.
Also, President Trump rolling out the red carpet today for Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, the new agreements between the two countries.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
President Trump dismissing criticism of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today and his role in the brutal 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. U.S. intelligence concluding that the Crown Prince orchestrated that murder. Trump's comments come after he and the Crown Prince finalized a deal to sell F-35 fighter jets and AI chips to the Saudis.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President.
The president also dismissed questions about a conflict of interest regarding the Trump Organization's business ties to Saudi Arabia, claiming he has nothing to do with the family business.
The Trump administration is taking a major step towards shutting down the U.S. Department of Education, shifting some of its biggest grant programs to other federal agencies. New agreements signed today move billions in K-12 and higher ed funding, including Title I dollars, to the Department of Labor. Critics warn the shakeup, though, could disrupt support for students in poverty, special education, and multilingual learners. The Education Department will still handle student loans and civil rights investigations. Congress is actually the department, though. Congress is the authority in deciding whether or not to officially dismantle the agency. Meanwhile, new research shows thousands of clinical trial participants lost access to medical studies this year. This comes after the Trump administration terminated hundreds of NIH grants. A study in JAMA Internal Medicine found funding was cut for nearly 400 trials affecting more than 74,000 people. The canceled studies included HIV, COVID-19, mental health, and more than 100 cancer trials.
Well, SNAP recipients must reapply and prove that they cannot survive without benefits. According to the Department of Agriculture, this is all part of a new fraud crackdown. Critics call the new requirement a cruel barrier for families who need food assistance. The process, which can be done online, takes around 30 days. Approximately 12% of Americans receive SNAP benefits.
A major blow for Texas Republicans as federal judges, including one appointed by President Trump, blocked Texas from using its new congressional map in the 2026 midterms. That Texas map started the nationwide push to redraw districts affecting states across the country, including Virginia and Maryland. The court ruled the map was essentially racial gerrymandering, halting GOP plans to redraw the maps to gain 5 seats.
Still ahead, what a local county is doing to crack down on sex trafficking.
And a man who was accused in a cold case murder has charges dismissed. What we're learning about the case. Right now at 10:30, a large-scale investigation after an early morning house fire that killed 3.
Reaction tonight after a local county ends its decades-long ban on pit bulls. More on what led up to the decision.
Plus, the new payment system making its way to metro buses across the region. That's all straight ahead. But first up this half hour, a measure aimed at preventing sex trafficking passed by Fairfax County lawmakers.
Yeah, the change could help crack down on illegal massage parlors. Fox 5's Nana Bonsu is live in Fairfax tonight to explain. Nana?
Hi, Jim and Angie. Good evening. So Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, they unanimously passed an amendment to an existing ordinance that makes it tougher for these illegal massage businesses to basically operate in the county. There's an estimate of about 160 of them right here in Fairfax County. So with this new ordinance, it basically prohibits all massage parlors from locking their front doors during business hours, but with some exceptions. A local nonprofit that supports sex trafficking survivors says this is a step in the right direction.
I think it's great. I think we will actually go after the illicit massage businesses, and we'll be able to help the women who don't have hope today. For the women to recognize that, oh, the government thought it was necessary to pass this. They may not know it, right? But they will see it in action. To see law enforcement go and do what is right on their behalf.
Safe. The group Reset 180 was pushing for a requirement for businesses to leave their doors unlocked so law enforcement can have easy access to investigate illegal parlors. The compromise is that if a legit massage business wants to keep their doors locked for safety reasons, they can request an exemption. Board supervisors made clear that they do not want to make it harder for legit massage businesses to run in the county.
We need to be able to make sure that everyone can keep themselves safe and feel safe. So being able to lock doors in order to secure our items, our clients, and our own safety is really important.
I think the balance that we've reached here is the right balance in respecting those businesses, not putting everyone in the same place and saying, that this is as some of the speakers have said, an unfortunate stigma attached somehow to a profession that's medically necessary and important.
Now, guys, in addition to the amendment on access into these massage parlors, when it comes to sleeping quarters and advertising that suggests sexual pictures being posted, that is also now prohibited at these parlors.
Nana, thank you. Well, we continue to learn more about the deadly attack by an inmate on a Virginia correctional officer. The victim identified as 40-year-old Officer Jeremy Hall. He was attacked yesterday morning at River North Correctional Center in Southern Virginia. The Virginia Department of Corrections say that Hall's killer is inmate John Holloman Russell. Russell was already serving a nearly 12-year sentence for several crimes, including a carjacking in Fairfax County. And charges dropped tonight in Prince William County for a man who was accused in a cold case murder. Timothy Hickerson was arrested last year, charged with the murder and the disappearance and death of his friend Shane Donahue. The case went to trial, and today a judge granted a motion to dismiss the charges entirely. Donahue disappeared in Nokesville back in March of 2010.
A deadly house fire in Washington County, killing 3 adults early this morning. Crews responding at the home on National Pike around 4:30, finding flames throughout the first floor and basement. It took nearly 60 firefighters to get the fire under control. Inside, they found 1 man and 2 women dead. Police and the fire marshal are investigating.
Yeah, well, we woke up this morning about 5:30, and we could see the red lights and things against the blind and all that, and we looked out, we see the whole streak of trucks down the road and stuff, and realized something major was taking place.
It's always scary whenever there's a fire. I mean, it's dry. I just assumed maybe it was a brush fire, someone burning leaves early in the morning, but when you see flames that big, you hope everyone's okay, and just from seeing the Maryland fire reports, the EMS reports, that wasn't the case this time.
2 family dogs did make it out safely.
Prince George's County ends a nearly 30-year ban on pit bulls. The council estimates as many as 30,000 bully breed dogs are living in Prince George's County, despite the ban until today had been in effect since 1997. Now, while pit bulls are now allowed, the new law focuses on accountability for dog owners, including stricter leash laws and containment rules.
We are not against dogs. We are against the fact that these dogs have been deemed vicious.
There's been a lot of fear-mongering, and no disrespect to anyone that has been bitten by a dog. This is solely about the owners.
The end on the ban is taking effect right away, along with the new permitting and licensing regulations for bully breeds.
Montgomery County is changing its controversial gas leaf blower ban. The original version encouraged residents to take pictures of people using gas-powered leaf blowers, but there are concerns by some that instead could be used by ICE to target immigrant workers. The new ban still encourages people to report others using those gas leaf blowers, but instead of pictures, it now requires 2 witnesses who must be willing to testify in court. Fox 5 tracking Metro on the bus. You now can ride with a credit or debit card. Today, day 1 of the Tap Ride Go system on board Metro buses. No smart trip cards necessary. The program tracks with transfers so riders can transfer for free within a 2-hour period. Besides cards that have Tap to Pay enabled, riders can also use Apple or Google Pay. 6 million trips have used Tap Ride Go on Metro Rail since it rolled out in May.
Well, still to come, the new app that claims it can help your children cut down on that screen time.
Plus, the push on Capitol Hill to put limits on what AI chatbots can or cannot discuss. The cybersecurity firm Cloudflare is blaming one large file for the outage that knocked down thousands of sites and services today. Everything from ChatGPT and X to New Jersey Transit. The issue is now resolved, but the company says it's still watching for errors. Shopify, Dropbox, Coinbase, and Moody's were also hit, with some users not able to access basic functions. This follows a string of recent tech outages after Microsoft and Amazon reported similar disruptions over the last 2 months.
Meta won its case against the Federal Trade Commission 7 months after that trial began. A judge here in D.C. determining that Meta does not have a monopoly in the social networking market following the company's acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp. The judge says Meta faces plenty of competition from rivals, including TikTok and YouTube.
Meanwhile, House lawmakers questioning medical professionals today about the benefits and dangers that come with artificial intelligence chat bots. The hearing comes as Congress ramps up oversight of the technology after several parents filed lawsuits blaming chat bots for pushing their kids into sexual conversations or even suicide.
5 out of 6 AI companions use manipulative tactics like guilt or emotional pressure to keep people in the conversation when they try to end it.
The Senate also now considering an act that would call for AI companies to verify user ages before allowing use.
Limiting your children's screen time is one of the most crucial yet difficult tasks to accomplish. A Pew study finding many parents set screen time rules, but most don't stick to them. Some psychologists suggest parents and guardians approach screen time like something addictive. It comes as a set of parents have created an app called Screen Coach. That app rewards kids for activities done offline like chores and homework.
Kids can get a high sense of reward, right, from screen time. It's quick. They have full control over what they watch. Those things can be addictive.
Screen Coach is effectively like a personal trainer. It will block or allow apps on devices across iPhone, Android, Mac or Windows when the kids are not allowed to use devices, and then they can do things to earn screen time.
Well, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, kids 3 to 5 should have around 30 to 45 minutes screen time centered around high-quality educational content. Older kids can have an hour to an hour and a half a day.
All right, still to come, the holiday shopping season means an increase in scams. We'll have some tips.
Also, what an ongoing drought in our region means for this season's Christmas trees. But first, here's Mike.
Yeah, trying to help that drought out a little bit tonight with rain coming down across the D.C. region. It's also not our only chance for rain this week. We'll show you which days you might need the umbrella and whether or not it's going to impact the weekend. All coming up when Fox 5 News at 10 returns.
Well, as families look for deals for gifts for others or for themselves, many turn to TikTok Shop and other social media stores. Well, experts are now sharing tips on what you can do to protect yourself and avoid becoming a victim from scammers who use things like deep fakes or stolen influencer content to make exclusive deals look real.
Leave the social media site, log into your regular social media accounts, whether it's your TikTok, your Instagram, etc., and then go see if you can find that same content. If you can't find it and get to that same place, it's likely that it's not actually done by the influencer or the celebrity themselves that you think it is.
Well, experts say shoppers should avoid public Wi-Fi while online shopping because public networks are easy for hackers to monitor.
The Postal Service is raising prices next year. That includes a 6.6 increase for Priority Mail Service, a 5% price increase for Priority Mail Express, 7% increase for Ground Advantage, and a 6% increase for Parcel Select. So basically, at least 5%. Prices of first-class mail stamps will remain the same. The charge is part of the agency's 10-year transformation plan. Those price increases are set to take effect January 18th.
Drought conditions across our region now raising some concerns about the impact on Christmas trees. The unusually dry conditions could lead to limited supply and also higher prices. In Leesburg at Country Loving Christmas Tree Farm, they're seeing some of the effects firsthand.
The drought affects the little trees the most. They can't protect themselves. They don't have enough shade. Like this bigger tree here has a lot of shade for the roots, but a tree this size or this size just gets cooked because there's not enough shade for the roots. So these dry out very quickly.
And without the rain, that's a real issue.
Yes, we had water trucks here, but 2 water trucks a day can't equal 5 minutes of what Mother Nature can do to this field.
Well, the farm has 15,000 trees across 60 acres. Starting this Friday, customers can visit and cut down their own Christmas tree.
All right, turn to the weather where it is wet, it is chilly out there. No doubt about that. A live look at the White House where there's a lot to talk about happening there and beyond coming up on the Final Five at 11:30, including the second part of my interview with Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger from Virginia. But Mike Thomas has your full forecast coming up in 10 seconds.
Now.
Yeah, let's start out with that drought, which, as we mentioned, pretty bad across Virginia. Parts of even Loudoun and Fairfax County, severe drought. Those Christmas tree farms have certainly been suffering. I mean, really, the waterworks kind of turned off their second half of summer. If you remember last year, we were in a really bad drought last fall, too. We got rid of it during the early part of summer, and then we brought it all back, unfortunately, because the second half and early fall just so dry around here. It's severe drought out across portions of West Virginia, where at one time it was so bad it was an exceptional drought. That did go down a bit, but still, we could certainly use more water, and it's nice to see some rain coming down tonight. Now, rain is going to exit pretty early here on Wednesday. Just because it leaves doesn't mean the clouds do. Sun's going to try to fight through, particularly if you're west and south of town. I think you guys have a better shot at those clouds breaking up and allowing some sunshine through late morning into the early afternoon. Not a full day of sun. Have patchy drizzle here. That would mostly be for higher elevations and areas early in the day. Not so much in the afternoon. I do think most of the day is on the drier side. Temps do stay seasonably chilly to cool out there. Particularly those overnight hours still going to be cold as we work our way through the next few days. Today, cold out there right now. 43 degrees Washington. So as Upper Marlboro, Waldorf, La Plata sitting at 45. Colonial Beach, Montrose following suit. Prince Frederick Q2. 46 for London Town. Into Northern Virginia we go, where it's 42 chilly degrees there. Fairfax and West Springfield. Haymarket, Leesburg, Lovettsville, all 41. Germantown, Clarksville, Columbia checking in at the 30s. 39 degrees for those locations at this hour. DC, brief break for us in the rain at the moment. Probably some drizzle out there too. But you do see radars filling back in with rain already pushing back into Loudoun, Fauquier counties. Culpeper's getting hit as well. And all of this continues to shift its way eastward towards that I-95 corridor in Virginia and will eventually cross over southern Maryland as well. So wet night setting up here in Washington. Again, all needed rain. It is mixing with a little bit of sleet and freezing rain across the highest elevations of Garrett County, parts of West Virginia and Pennsylvania, too. All of this, though, moving out to the point that it shouldn't be too impactful, even in those highest locations. Be careful on some of those higher roadways out there, but most locations won't be too impacted as far as winter weather is concerned. There's Futurecast as we head through the rest of the night here. You see this system starting to pick up and push off to the east. That wraparound right there as the wave of low pressure moves just to our south, brings down enough cold that it transitions over the snow across northern portions of Pennsylvania briefly. Could leave a few inches up there. No snow for us here in Washington. All of this pushes out early tomorrow morning. You see 6:37. Any leftover drizzle would likely be right around then. But as we head into the late morning hours, this should be dry. You see some holes in the clouds here and there, but much of D.C. Stays in that kind of milky gray white, which is Futurecast suggesting cloud cover holding steady across D.C. And you see there on the planner, it's suggesting much of the same. Temperatures lower 50s, chillier feeling day. Rain chances low throughout the course of the afternoon. And if we're lucky, a peak or two of sunshine breaks through from time to time, but most of the day will be cloudy. We then get, I'd say, seasonably mild. Some temperatures in the 60s possible a little later on this week. It will be brief, though, maybe just kind of Friday before another wave of low pressure passes off to the north of us. But what it does is shift those upper-level winds around that. It brings down some cooler air into the weekend. It'll knock us back into the 50s. We're not talking about any extremes here on the 7-day. In fact, you can see the general range. A warmest day 61, coldest day tomorrow is 52. So everything in between there is pretty seasonal. Did mention our next chance of rain. That'd be Friday. Looks like the latter half of the day into the first half of the day on Saturday is going to be your best chances for rain showers then. Sunday does look dry. If you're looking for a dry weekend day for outdoor activities, I'd say Sunday's your better shot. We'll keep the 50s and 60s around early next week. Guys?
All right. Mike, thanks. A new study suggests that venting while you're angry, whether it's ranting to a friend or even just hitting a pillow, may actually make you feel worse. Researchers at The Ohio State University reviewed more than 150 studies, finding venting increased anger, while activities that raise your heart rate, like running, didn't help either. Experts say the only effective way to calm down is to quiet the mind using techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, or yoga. They add talking about your feelings can help, but only after you've calmed down and are ready to problem solve. She needs a manicure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that throwing stuff is like, that's a release. I mean, that's why they have rage rooms.
But I feel like
the
rage room craze, I think, is worn out.
Maybe it has, but I think there's something to be said about when you have emotions in you, releasing them, not hurting anybody, of course, but, punching a pillow, that's not going to hurt anybody. It's a release. I can't see how that can't help you.
I'm just trying to imagine what would drive me to have that sort of anger.
Yeah.
That I'd have to vent to people or hit a pillow when I get home.
You know, you guys have just come to me to find out my ways of calming.
Yeah.
My calming spirit, to make sure you keep your voice low. Mm-hmm. Just breathe.
Count to 10, right?
Yeah, and it'll all be okay.
Very simple.
Meditate. I always say nothing is that serious to lose your cool over.
What world am I living in right now?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
With both of you guys in your commentary tonight.
Just breathe through it, Jim. Woosah. Yeah.
All right. Kenneth is here with what's coming up tonight at 11 o'clock.
We're keeping our cool at 11 because sometimes the sun will not come out tomorrow, or the next day, or next week, or next month. You get the idea. We'll explain this one. And if your holiday shopping list includes picking up some video games, you might want to hear about how you can find yourself with a whole bunch of store credit.
Oh.
I just read through this one, and it is quite interesting.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to share it with you at 11.
So that mantra that you just said,
yes.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
No.
Probably not. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
A ribbon cutting in Southeast D.C. today for the newly refurbished Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary School. The upgraded facility features new boards, new capitals, branded Matte Flex flooring, and a fresh concrete pad.
Ward 6 residents deserve modern, safe, and inspiring places for recreation. Rinks like this are about more than just sport. There are places where confidence builds. Your friendships will form, and teamwork will shine.
It's all part of Monumental Sports and Entertainment's District of Play initiative, which looks to give every D.C. child access to play spaces and help kids stay active all year round.
All right, so to come an online gaming software platform rolling out new safeguards for kids. That and more in 5 Things to Know. On things to note tonight, immigration agents expanding enforcement in Raleigh, North Carolina after making more than 130 arrests in Charlotte. Critics call the crackdown politically motivated, but the Trump administration says it's part of its targeting of sanctuary cities. A similar crackdown is expected soon in New Orleans.
Rising R&B singer David now being considered a suspect in the death of a 15-year-old girl. This according to TMZ. The body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found earlier this year in the front trunk of a Tesla linked to David. Investigators are looking into a trip the two made to Santa Barbara County. The case remains open as authorities continue their investigation.
Roblox is stepping up safety features. The video game platform will now ask users to verify their ages with photos before chatting with friends or strangers. The company will roll out the facial age checks on a voluntary basis. Roblox says the images will be deleted after processing.
Toyota expanding its hybrid line, announcing a $900 million investment to boost U.S. production. That money is going to upgrade facilities in 5 states, including West Virginia, Mississippi, Kentucky, and also create about 250 new jobs. The move is separate from Toyota's long-term $10 billion U.S. investment plan.
The Cambridge Dictionary has announced its 2025 word of the year, parasocial. It is defined as the relationship between someone and a famous person they don't know. A good example is the excitement from Swifties when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. Wait, they got engaged? Hadn't heard.
Yeah.
Even though they've never met the couple.
Okay, I thought you were going to say example is watching Kenneth Moton on the 11 o'clock
That's how
news,
I felt like for years, and now I know him personally, and it's
and everything's
I like
changed.
the old way better. Hey, I'll be back with the Final Five at 11:30.
But your news with Kenneth and Mike, that's up next, right after this breakthrough.
Right now on Fox 5 News at 11, Congress signing off. Now the decision up to the president. Is the world one signature away from the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files? Plus, students and parents in one major school district drawing attention to the state of their school, why they're demanding it be torn down for a new one. And the report is out on the Key Bridge collapse, what we're learning about the series of preventable mistakes and what's next. Fox 5 News at 11 starts now. First at 11, fast-moving developments on Capitol Hill to shed light on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, a rare moment of bipartisanship in Congress. And now the bill ordering the release of the Epstein files making its way to President Trump's desk. The Senate and House voted to force the Justice Department to release all of its materials related to the late convicted sex trafficker, a unanimous decision in the Senate just hours after a near-unanimous House vote. One Republican lawmaker, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, voted not to release the files, saying he was worried details on innocent people could be revealed. Other lawmakers and Epstein survivors rallied at the Capitol today.
To this moment, today is about something very simple. The American people deserve the truth. Survivors deserve justice, and no one, no matter how powerful, should be protected by secrecy.
This only became possible today because the American people, whom we serve as representatives here in Congress, demanded that this vote happen.
For you to knowingly put yourselves at risk and put your career at risk is unbelievable to watch, and we are so grateful.
President Trump, who knew Epstein for some time, has changed his stance on the release of the files several times. But most recently, he said if the bill made it to his desk, he would sign it. Tonight, there are still questions and concerns about the DOJ release. The bill forces the department to make all files and communications related to Epstein public within 30 days, including any information about his death in federal prison. Stay with Fox 5 for the latest. New tonight, an assistant volleyball coach arrested accused of sexually assaulting a young athlete in Northern Virginia. Fox 5's Shamari Stone is in Manassas tonight with what we're learning about the suspect.
Tonight, some people who live and work in Manassas tell me that they're concerned about these allegations. This is the suspect, 33-year-old Richard Hill, shown in this arrest photo. Police started the investigation last month after getting a report about an alleged sexual assault committed against a juvenile by an assistant coach at the Manassas Volleyball Club located here on the 9400 block of Center Point Lane. Detectives say they found evidence such as a photograph of the juvenile athlete in a compromised position and more evidence that they have not shared allegedly linked to the sexual assault. Police recently arrested Hill, and he has since been released on an unsecured bond of $10,000. Tonight, the director of the Manassas Volleyball Club releasing a statement that says, in part, these events allegedly occurred before the start of the current club season. Law enforcement has requested access to our security footage as part of their investigation. We are fully cooperating to support their efforts and will continue to do so. All ties between this individual and Manassas Volleyball Club have been severed, and he does not have any access to our facilities, systems, or players, end quote. We tried to reach out to Richard Hill, and we were unable to do so. He is facing several charges, including sexual battery. The Manassas City Police Department want anyone with information about this alleged incident, or if you have come in contact with the suspect, they want you to give them a call. In Manassas, I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you.
Images tonight in the hunt for the man police say drove off with an officer on the trunk of a stolen car in Prince William County. It happened yesterday on Richmond Highway in Woodbridge during a stop for a stolen license plate. Police say the driver hit a car and the officer jumped on the suspect's trunk before falling off, suffering minor injuries. The husband of the missing D.C. realtor Anna Walsh pled guilty to disposing of her body, but Brian Walsh maintains he did not kill her as the murder trial gets underway in Massachusetts with jury selection. Anna Walsh disappeared in 2023. Her body was never found. Investigators say they did find evidence with her blood and DNA on it that her husband threw away. Let's turn our attention to the weather now and get you outside. A live look from our Fox 5 sky cam. Chilly and rainy throughout the night. But is this rain going to stick around for tomorrow? Mike Thomas is here with the answer. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Kevin. So early part. If you're an early riser tomorrow, you may have to contend with a few showers to start. Afternoon, I think, is cloudy, but we dry things out. Cool day, though. Okay. Hard to escape the cool weather this time of year, right as we get deeper into November. Outside tonight, well, you can't escape the rain. Most of our sky cams showing some rain coming down at this hour. A few spots are seeing a break, though rain will fill back in those locations rather shortly. As we show you big picture satellite and radar, some winter stuff trying to mix in across the highest elevations in the mountains to the west. Not here in D.C., nor do we expect any. Temperatures just a little bit too hard to say warm, given that you step outside. It's cold out there tonight, but not cold enough for anything other than rain. Storm tracker radar showing you rain coming down Montgomery, Howard, Frederick, Loudoun counties out there to the west. Fauquier, you as well. There's storm tracker radar. And where you see the yellows, certainly the heaviest of the rain in some locations as the radar beam does shoot upwards from the radar site. So these deeper oranges and reds you might think is really heavy rain, but it's likely just the radar beam actually hitting some sleet or ice in the higher elevations of the clouds. It melts before it hits the surface, though. So you're not getting winter weather at the surface, but you are getting winter weather a few thousand feet up. We look outside tonight. Traffic running smooth there on 395 at this hour. 43 Reagan National just reporting clouds. So is Dulles. BWI reporting still rain at 41 degrees. We expect that everybody's going to see rain fill back in as we head into these overnight hours. As we get a little closer to tomorrow morning, notice the snow, by the way, mixing in across Pennsylvania. That is expected. We get into early tomorrow morning. Everything does shift east. We dry it out pretty quickly. And there's your bus stop planner. 44 before school, after school 51. But clouds do hold steady. Kenneth?
All right, Mike, see you in a bit. A gun found on the campus of Flowers High School today. The scare sent the Prince George's County School into lockdown for about an hour. No one was hurt. Police took one student into custody. Officers say there is no threat to students or the community. A Northern Virginia private school has settled with a Jewish family after expelling all three of their children in the wake of anti-Semitic bullying. The family filed a complaint in July, just days after begging Naismith school leaders to intervene on behalf of their 6th grade daughter. She was being bullied for being Jewish.
Their twin focuses were making sure this never happens again and giving their children some tangible evidence that they didn't do anything wrong and that it was worth standing up and fighting what had happened. And I think that they are pleased.
The school agreed to create an anti-discrimination policy and compensate the family for costs related to the expulsion. Tonight, a Rockville community saying, tear down our school. They're urging Montgomery County to build a new one ahead of an important vote later this week. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal outside Wooten High School tonight.
Well, first, full disclosure, this is my alma mater. Until tonight, I hadn't been inside in 20 or so years. A lot of it does look the same, and many people who we talk to here tonight will tell you they view that as part of the problem.
Our school needs renovation, and we need support from our community to reach that goal.
There's just a lot of problems that limit our learning at school.
Here's the deal. Tonight, we met those great students and others and were given a tour of Wooten. It's because later this week, the Montgomery County Board of Education is expected to vote on the fiscal year's 2027 to 2032 capital improvements program. As part of that, the district superintendent has recommended major projects at some schools, but as it stands now, the work that many parents and students want here at Wooten is not on that list. So they're hoping to change some minds. Organizers called attention to, among other things, what they call deplorable conditions and health hazards like plumbing and HVAC issues, an electrical system that they say has led to power outages, occasionally backed up toilets, rodents, we're told, also mold and mildew. And it's because of all that that some members of this community say Wooten must be rebuilt. They add that one way of making that work would be to use the new Crown High School in Gaithersburg as a holding school. Here's more from Rockville City Council member Adam Van Grack and first Brian Rabin, the Wooten PTSA president.
We're saying we need to be rebuilt now. We need a solution. We need MCPS to come up with a plan.
The students and the neighbors and the community are fed up because every year that goes by that Wooten isn't renovated and there isn't a rebuild, it gets worse and worse.
The County Board of Education is expected to vote Thursday, although officials tell us that changes are still likely even after the vote. Also, we did reach out to MCPS's Department of Communications for comment. They did not respond. Guys.
The collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge was entirely preventable. That's in newly released findings from the National Transportation Safety Board. The investigation found failures both on the Dolly container ship, which took down the bridge, and a lack of warning system for the 6 workers on the bridge who were killed. The cause of the power outage on the Dolly was traced back to an electrical terminal block that was not properly connected.
They had a wire labeling band. That's this white band. There's a number on it, and it was to fit right in here to ensure you had connection for the system, and it just didn't fit. So it became disconnected.
The NTSB issued more than 24 recommendations, and it wants to see much larger safety barriers for the new Key Bridge to protect from vessel strikes.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
President Trump dismissed criticism of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today over the brutal 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. U.S. intelligence concluded the Crown Prince orchestrated the murder during Trump's first term. The president and the Crown Prince finalized a deal to sell F-35 fighter jets and AI chips to the Saudis.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President.
Trump also dismissed questions about a conflict of interest regarding his family's business ties to Saudi Arabia, arguing he has nothing to do with his son's ventures. All right, so to come, a new way to ride the bus. Metro saying riders better have their money. We're breaking down all the different ways to pay. Plus, remember this, the addition to a house we told you about last week. Well, there's a big development in this situation. We'll tell you all about it next. A push to prevent sex trafficking in Fairfax County. Tonight, the Board of Supervisors passed a measure aimed at cracking down on illicit massage parlors. Our Nana Bonsu is in Fairfax to explain.
Hi, Kenneth. Good evening. Fairfax County Board of Supervisors unanimously passed an amendment to an already existing ordinance that basically makes it tougher for these illegal massage parlors to do business. There's an estimate of about 160 in the county. So with this new ordinance, it basically prohibits all massage parlors across the county from locking their front doors during business hours, with some exemptions. A local nonprofit that works with sex trafficking survivors says this is a step in the right direction.
I think it's great. I think we will actually go after the illicit massage businesses, and we'll be able to help the women who don't have hope today. For the women to recognize that, oh, the government thought it was necessary to pass this. They may not know it, right? But they will see it in action, to see law enforcement go and do what is right on their behalf.
Now, the group Reset 180 pushed for a requirement for businesses to leave their doors unlocked so law enforcement can have easy access to investigate illegal parlors. The compromise is that if a legit business, massage business, wants to keep their doors unlocked for safety reasons, they can request an exemption. Board supervisors made clear that they do not want to make it harder for legit massage businesses to run in the county.
We need to be able to make sure that everyone can keep themselves safe and feel safe. So being able to lock doors in order to secure our items, our clients, and our own safety is really important.
I think the balance that we've reached here is the right balance in respecting those businesses, not putting everyone in the same place and saying, that this is as some of the speakers have said, an unfortunate stigma attached somehow to a profession that's medically necessary and important.
Now, Kenneth, in addition to access into these massage parlors, when it comes to sleep quarters and sexually suggestive advertising, that also is no longer allowed.
Nana, thank you. Tracking Metro tonight. Tap Ride Go is now available on Metro buses. Riders can now pay with a credit or debit card, just like on Metro Rail. No smart trip cards necessary. The program tracks with transfer, so riders can transfer for free within a 2-hour period.
Why we're excited about this, Tap Ride Go is another frictionless way to make Metro accessible for all of our community members, right? And whether you're a frequent rider or an infrequent rider, it's another way to use our system.
Besides cars, riders can also use Apple Pay or Google Pay. 6 million trips have used Tap Ride Go on Metro Rail since May. An update to a story you saw first on Fox 5. This massive add-on to a home now has Fairfax County supervisors taking action. Last week, our Bob Barner's story went viral online. He reported how zoning rules largely cleared the way for a family to build a 3-story addition in the Greenbrier neighborhood. Today, supervisors push for a review of zoning rules to try and stop this from happening again.
Nobody wants to see a wall next to their house, but we don't want to prohibit people from expanding houses. So I think this is going to be complicated for staff. It'll be a complicated issue to look and see what the answer is.
As we first reported, the addition does fall within the zoning guidelines for height, but the county says it's too close to the neighbor's property line. So for now, construction has stopped. Fox 5 will stay on top of that story. But for now, let's turn our attention back to the weather. On this rainy Tuesday night, a live look now at the Capitol from our Fox 5 Skycam. Meteorologist Mike Thomas is here to tell us how that Wednesday is looking. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Wednesday should feature some drying conditions. Now, it won't look all that pretty, unfortunately, here in Washington. This cloud cover really going to be stubborn on us tomorrow. Right now, still a pretty view across D.C., where it's at the moment I won't say totally dry, but dry leaning across the area as the heaviest of the rains have briefly moved out, though we do have more showers that are going to move in shortly. 43 airport just reporting mostly cloudy conditions at the moment. Dew points in the mid to upper 30s. Remember, it was in the teens the other day when we had all that fire danger. Well, rain will certainly help with that department. And of course, the rain moving in has moistened the atmosphere enough to raise those dew points. So air not nearly as dry as it was a few days ago. 43 Washington, as well as Upper Marlboro, Waldorf, La Plata, and Colonial Beach, as well as Montrose hanging out at 45. Temperatures really haven't moved all that much. Germantown at 39, so is Columbia. A lot of locations exactly where they were during the 10 o'clock hour, which is common when you have rain and cloud cover coming across. Temps tend not to move all that dramatically. There there is your big picture satellite and radar, and you see another wave of rain setting up just to the west of town. That's going to move in here shortly. Already pouring again in Loudoun County, Prince William, Fauquier County, starting to move into Fairfax as well. Prince George's, Calvert, Charles, you guys will all be next here very shortly as this wave moves eastward. Could have even another round form after this one during the overnight hours. I still think it's out of here pretty quickly tomorrow morning. They're watching across northern Pennsylvania as an early sneaky snow system actually sets up. They could get a few inches up around, say, State College and that northern stripe across Pennsylvania. Nothing they can't handle up there, but 1 to 3 inch, almost surprise snowstorms, as models weren't necessarily saying they were going to get much winter weather at all the other day out of this. So pretty cool to see up there. Nothing for us here in D.C. Don't have to worry about it impacting you at all. Low pressure works its way just to our south and takes any morning shower activity to the east with it by tomorrow afternoon. So things should be calm and quiet for much of the day, just with that flow coming out of the north and east for the first half of it. Expect that cloud cover will hold pretty steady. That'll help tomorrow be a cooler feeling afternoon. Highs in the 50s, and in some locations, particularly up closer to the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, temperatures will likely be stuck in the 40s for most of the day. So jacket weather for sure as we look at tomorrow's planner. Limited, if any,